was looking for little hope that this workshop will help me. So every time I was doing something, like I did Vipassana also, I did inner engineering, whatever is there, I tried everything. And when I got this content, on the first day, I don't know, I was not, I can't say that I understood that content on the first day, but when I saw this content on the day one, I feel that this is something which I was looking for. I mean, I got this workshop link from one book which was written by Manish Sisodia ji on education. He has conducted some workshop for his education team in Delhi when they got elected in 2015 something. So his experience was in that book, and there I got a link. That workshop I attended. I saw it on YouTube, and it was a 7-day workshop, and I completed that workshop in 3 days, day and night. Means I was watching like crazy. Full workshop I completed in, I think that was a 7-day content, and I finished in 3 days. So I was so amazed by this content, and I got most of my answers. Though I have not started working on myself, but that content was completely like accepted by me. And slowly the process has started. I could see that when I started looking at myself, I saw that there was some sort of desire in me, that I was seeking acceptance from others. I was having this feeling that people should appreciate me, and this kind of desire was in me when I was speaking. So in that huge expectation, I was not able to cope up with that. So slowly I acknowledged that nobody is going to acknowledge me till nobody is going to I should not expect from others to appreciate me or to acknowledge me. I then started working on myself, and I found that it is my responsibility to make myself understand, and I understood that the happiness, I'm trying to derive happiness from that external thing. I want to be a good speaker or like that. So I acknowledged that, and then I started working on that, and I found that I have to look for our happiness within me. And then the journey has started. I started slowly exploring the content, and then I think little things have started working for me. I couldn't say that I am still very, I could overcome that, but yeah, with you people also I am feeling comfortable right now. It means I am not that comfortable, that uncomfortable. So I think this is my little achievement. I am able to speak on this dais. So I would like to thank each one of you for like accepting me on the dais. And
she has to give a commitment still.
I could say, और थोड़ा सा मैं पर्सनल इसमें भी एक्सपीरियंस अपना बताना चाहूँगी कि जब when I have started working on myself, I could see that मेरे हस्बैंड ने कभी वर्कशॉप नहीं किया, और मतलब वर्कशॉप किया बट उन्होंने वो अंडरस्टैंड भी नहीं किया, लेकिन फिर भी जब जैसे मेरा बिहेवियर चेंज हुआ, मेरा परसेप्शन चेंज हुआ, तो आई कुड सी दैट उनका भी रिस्पॉन्स चेंज हो रहा है. मतलब मेरे इंटरेक्शन, हर इंटरेक्शन, जैसा मेरा इंटरेक्शन चेंज हो रहा है, मेरा रिस्पॉन्स उनकी तरफ चेंज हो रहा है, तो उनकी तरफ से जो बिहेवियर है वो भी काफ़ी मतलब कंफर्टेबल या बोल सकते हैं कंडीसिव होते जाता है, ऐसे मैं देख पा रही हूँ। तो ऑन वर्किंग ऑन माई सेल्फ आई कुड सी दैट माई एनवायरमेंट इज ऑल्सो गेटिंग कंडीसिव फॉर मी टू ग्रो मोर, दिस आई कुड सी। मतलब रिलेशनशिप्स आर like getting smoother day by day, I could see that in office also। मतलब ऑफिस में जैसे कोई छुट्टी मांगता है मुझे, तो पहले मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि झूठ बोल रहा है, मतलब सामने वाला और छुट्टी मांग रहा है, बट अभी भी मुझे पता है वो झूठ बोल रहा होगा, लेकिन मैं ये समझती हूँ कि ठीक है, उसको अभी ज़रूरत है, मतलब वो कुछ भी कारण से मांग रहा होगा छुट्टी, बट छुट्टी देने में मुझे कुछ हिचकिचाहट नहीं होती है। आई से कि हाँ ठीक है ले लो। कुछ लोग बोलते भी है कि मैडम ऐसे आप करोगे तो आपका काम नहीं होगा, लोग ऐसे ही करेंगे, सब छुट्टी मांगेंगे, आपको सब उल्लू बना के जा रहे हैं। सो ऐसे कि ठीक है, उनको अभी लग रहा है ज़रूरत है, बट आई मेक श्योर दैट मेरा काम हो रहा है, तो मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है कि वो छुट्टी ले रहे हैं और झूठ भी बोल रहे हैं। तो मेरे को पता होता है कि वो झूठ भी बोल रहे हैं, स्टिल आई गिव देम लीव, ऐसे होता है। सो दिस मतलब मैं अपने आराम में हूँ तो आई कैन गेट माई वर्क डन, सो मुझे इतना प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता कि कोई ऐसा कर रहा है, ये आई कैन से दैट। और कमिटमेंट के बारे में बोलूँ तो आई एम लाइक कि कमिटेड टू लाइक मेरे खुद के प्रोग्रेस के लिए आई एम कमिटेड, और इस प्रोग्रेस के लिए आई एम लाइक कमिटेड 100% फॉर दिस कंटेंट, कमिटेड टुवर्ड दिस कंटेंट, एंड जो भी मैं कर सकती हूँ आई कैन
towards the society.
Yes, for society. Obviously when I mean मैं खुद पे काम करूँगी तो सोसाइटी को भी, फैमिली को भी जैसे हेल्प हो रही है, वैसे सोसाइटी में भी मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑटोमेटिकली होने लगेगा। दैट आई वुड सी। थैंक यू, एंड आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल फॉर ईच वन ऑफ यू फॉर शेयरिंग योर मीन्स। एक वीडियो जब हम देखते हैं तो उसमें इतने सारे लोगों के इतने डिफरेंट ओपिनियंस आते हैं कि मेरे तो मतलब इतना इमेजिनेशन में भी नहीं आता कि कोई ऐसा भी सोच सकता है, लाइक है ना, इतने अलग अलग टाइप के। तो वो भी अपने लिए एक व्यू पर्सपेक्टिव खुलता है, मतलब कैसे कैसे हम सोच, मतलब हमारे सबके इमेजिनेशन कितने वेराइटीज के हैं और कितने विविध है, ऐसे दिखता है। सो एवरी टाइम इट्स लाइक कि मेरे लिए कुछ तो लर्निंग है, बहुत कुछ है, अभी तो बहुत लिटिल एक्सप्लोर हुआ है, लेकिन लगता है कि मतलब बहुत लंबा जर्नी है, और आई एम 100% कमिटेड कि यहाँ तक पहुँचना है, कितना भी टाइम लग जाए, लाइफ टाइम लग जाए। थैंक यू।
Thank you, David.
Yes, from your takeaways, we'll start. We'll have from she's been a silent observer.
Hello everyone, good morning. There are so many things that I have learned. I can't focus on just one point. From day one, first of all, I just want to say thank you to my HOD ma'am for giving me this chance. Otherwise, and for making me understand that how UHV is important, because the day she called me and she gave me this UHV file, I had no idea about UHV. So, because of her, I am sitting here. Then, I learned that till today, few things I was seeing as someone is dominating me. Anyone, my parents or my husband, not dominating in a very big sense, but whenever my husband used to say, okay, please come around 8, like if I'm out, don't be out after 9. So somewhere I was thinking, he's dominating me. But now I realized that it was guidance and care. It was not dominance from his side. Then I realized that every day I am also the one who is exploiting nature a lot. It's not that we always keep speaking, we always keep giving knowledge to others, but we are not doing. So I realized that every day I am also doing the same. So after this, already I have started to focus on myself and Yesterday what happened, because of this UHV, my husband told me something and I didn't like it. I was about to reply, but then I realized, no, now I don't have to reply him back. I have to work on myself and I have to work on relationship. And it is very good, everything is good. But then also, I was about to, this is our habit. Okay, पति ने कुछ बोला तो कुछ वापस बोलना है. So I realized and I stopped myself. So I didn't reply back. And the most important thing I learned, I realized I don't have any issue with my mother-in-law. She is very sweet listening to other stories. I don't have any issue with her. Till today, before UHB, I realized during the session why I was having this issue. क्योंकि सामने वाले का नाम है सासू माँ. I realized that. उसके अलावा मुझे कोई issue नहीं है. So this is the thing. And one thing that I realized, this under evaluation and other evaluation. I had this habit of under evaluating my brother always. Always. My friends knows about it. So I had this habit. But now I'm not going to do that. He is younger to me, so I have this habit. But now I realize that unintentionally you are doing something bad to others' feeling. So I'm not going to do that. I have already started. And in fact, I have evaluated him very nicely on the day we learned this topic. So these are the things. And obviously we are still exploring and we will explore. And again, thank you everyone. Thank you ma'am. Thank you Mahesh sir. Umesh sir, thank you for making us learn about this wonderful topics. Thank you.
Anybody who has not spoken till now? Who has not spoken, who has not taken the mic till now? Do we have anyone here?
Good morning, everyone. Actually, I have done introductory workshop of UHV. After that, I have done UHV 1. Then in PVG college also, I have done UHV 2. And again, I am doing this course UHV 2 here. Thank you, Yadav madam, that you have given me this opportunity to attend these sessions. But even if I am doing again and again this course, I am exploring new things. So I am realizing this thing. So many things I have learned regarding natural acceptance, to be in harmony and happiness. But to be in a continuous happiness is something issue related with me. But still I am trying to explore me more regarding that. Yesterday we have all seen the video regarding the harmony in the society. Yes, really it was a very nice video because we could see the transparent administration in that village and everybody living in that village having the same, what we can say, the aspiration, that development of the village. And again, the natural acceptance we could see there, the leadership, the trust we could see there, and so that they have contributed the society a lot. Third thing is that which I always do, that is under evaluation. I have two daughters. One is 14 years old and the smaller one is, younger one is 9 years old. 9 years old daughter is very sharp actually, and my elder daughter is expert in other things like arts, then dancing, singing and all. I always used to tell her, you know, you have to do the study so that you can get a good job and all. But and I always compare my both daughters, but henceforth I will not do this mistake because I got the clear idea that what is the right evaluation. So this is my takeaway. Thank you.
Hello. Is it audible? I would like to emphasize on competition and excellence, which should be embarked in every institution, because people are getting so much pressurized, students are getting so much pressurized due to this competition, and they are lacking excellence. Maximum suicide cases for 12th, for IIT JEE in Kota is only because of the competition, not due to the excellence. So I think that should be instilled in every educational institution, and that should be made mandatory to focus on excellence than on competition.
गुड मॉर्निंग. मी मराठीत बोलते.
Okay, we'll convert it. We'll translate it.
No, actually yesterday I shared some of the memories which I had gone through in my life. त्यातलं थोडंसं सांगायचं राहिलेलं ते मला काल आठवलं बसून. So I just wanted to tell that. म्हणजे आम्ही शेण गोळा करायचो त्यावेळेला, आणि पूर्ण असं फरशी वगैरे काहीच नव्हती, तर शेणाने शेणाने घर सारवायचं, सडा रांगोळी करायची.
So we used to make our floor with the cow dung. And not only that, but in front of our house we used to have this alpana, rangoli.
आणि ज्या वॉल्स आहेत भिंती त्या पण अशा मातीच्या होत्या ना, तर त्याचे सारखे पोपडे निघायचे, तर मग ते शेणाने लिंपून घ्यायचं. आणि इव्हन आम्ही कधी पेंटरला बोलवलं नाही, म्हणजे कलर घेऊन यायचो आणि आम्ही स्वतःच आमचं घर पेंट करायचो.
So the wall of my house are made up of clay, so we don't used to ask people to come and plaster on it, but we used to do this cow dung plastering on our wall.
अँड अजून एक मेमरी आहे की म्हणजे माझ्या वडिलांनी मला पोहायला माय फादर टॉट मी हाऊ टू स्विम. सो वी यूज टू गो टू वेल, सो इट वॉज नियर बाय. सो ही प्रिपेअर्ड, इन मराठी वी कॉल दॅट एज अ बिंडा. पर्टिक्युलर वूड असतं तो विच विल फ्लोट, आणि मग तो बांधून त्यांनी शिकवलेलं पोहायला. मग पोहायला शिकल्यावर एकदम उंचावरून, खूप अशी उंचावरून उडी मारायची खाली, आणि एकदम असं हात असे वर हे करत वर यायचं. सो ऑल दोज मेमरीज अशा फ्लॅश झाल्या, आणि आय हॅड अ व्हेरी गुड फिलिंग, अँड आय मिस टू माय फादर अ लॉट दॅट टाइम, बिकॉज आय लॉस्ट हिम लास्ट इयर. सो मिस्ड ऑल दोज थिंग्स. थँक्यू.
Thank you. From
After this many days, I'm 1 or 2 days back we learned about respect, and currently trying to practice it. The thing I'm practicing it, others are similar to me, and I should behave with them how I behave with myself. But then immediately I realized that I should check. Then next thing I become careful is how I behave with myself. For that also I need to be careful. I need to do right evaluation of myself. I realize that in some of the dimensions I'm not doing a right evaluation of myself. In some dimension I'm over evaluating myself. In some of the dimension I'm still doing under evaluation. So currently trying to practice all those things, doing right evaluation, and being careful about doing evaluation of others. So I think that will be that is the correct way to do respect. So practicing.
Yeah, yesterday we discussed with example human order. In that भैया जी ने हमें example दिया था जो right का भी था और wrong का भी था. I remember one thing, or I would like to share one thing regarding if something goes wrong self regulation में, और जहाँ पे वो बाकी society पे, और how the society affects that. So I want to share one example. So in our society there was a child who actually he was not a transgender, but while playing with the kids, because I could see when my children used to play with them, they used to come and they used to laugh at him and tell me की मम्मी तो ना असा चालतो मुलींच्या सारखा. Then I used to say की अरे you should not say this way, you should take him with you and you should play with him. Just don't tell me कि he is walking like a girl or something like that. तो वहाँ से वो शुरुआत थी. मेरे घर में जब डिस्कशन होता था तो मैं उनको बोलती थी कि नहीं, ऐसे नहीं बोलना है उसको, कि you should not comment on that. तो बाद में जैसे जैसे थोड़ा वो बड़ा हो गया तो उसके घर में भी शायद वो एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं था, बिकॉज इट वॉज नॉट हिज फॉल्ट, इट वॉज समथिंग हैपनिंग इनसाइड हिम एंड दैट्स वाई हिज बिहेवियर वॉज चेंजिंग, रादर इट वॉज टूवर्ड्स द ट्रांसजेंडर साइड. सो वहाँ से उनसे घर से उसको एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं मिला. एंड देन ग्रेजुअली हमने ये देखा कि he was not accepted by his family first because his father used to beat him, something like that. Then he ran away and he went into that society. And now it is like now even if you feel, because I see the parents there, but they are like he is not with him, and then it is in the wrong. But instead of that, if they would have accepted that, they would have made it those changes, they would have means उसको अगर उन्होंने वहीं पे एक्सेप्ट करके उसका अगर नॉलेज या जो भी एजुकेशन है उसमें अगर करते तो वो दूसरी दुनिया में नहीं जाता जहाँ पे वो तकलीफ़ों से जा रहा है शायद. तो ये मुझे लगता है कि ये गलत चीज़ें वहाँ पे मैंने खुद देखी है, और वहीं पे अगर स्टॉप होता तो शायद वो बच्चा कहीं और अच्छा मीन्स ही वुड हैव बीन लिविंग अ very respectable life, even though he just went into that phase and he became a transgender like that. So that's what I feel regarding what happens wrong if we go wrong somewhere initially. ये मुझे शेयर करना था. Thank you.
Good morning everybody. First of all, I would like to thank everybody in this who has participated in this event. So thanks to Umesh Bhaiya, thanks to Mesh Bhaiya, thanks to Mani Madam, thanks to Yadav Madam and everybody. Okay. So first of all, here there was a complex in my mind because first UHV workshop I attended online. It was actually online. So I attended very sincerely, but since I was attending from the college, बीच में student आते थे, so I had to give the time for the student. And last day also I missed their examination here. But I did not get the certificate. So many times I have forwarded them email that I have attended sincerely. Why you are not giving me the certificate, this and this, that here. So they have showed the issue of the attendance and you are not getting the less marks. पर उस टाइम से मैंने डिसाइड किया कि मैं कभी भी कोई भी UHV नहीं अटेंड करूँगी. But what happened this time that college has nominated my name on this online workshop, and still last day I was doing effort that director should say you have a lot of work, you did not go. ऐसा ही मेरा expectation था, but हो गया उल्टा. So director told that you have to go. But now after attending this workshop here, मेरा जो misunderstanding, misconception था वो दूर चला गया. And now I am feeling that whatever I have attended this workshop and it is very fine and it is beneficial for me. So whatever the knowledge I have gained, I will give to our college students, because in our college this UHV is a compulsory and there are the credits. So thanks to everyone.
सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलने के implications देखिए. लोग चले जाते हैं certificate is also a physical facility.
But at the same time, the physical facility is also required, na? We have to find balance between physical facility.
Is it nurturing our body?
Nurturing our desires.
Self-requirement.
नमस्ते भैया, नमस्ते सभी को. UHV जब स्टार्ट किए डायरेक्टर मैम को मेल आया था, तो शी सेड दिस इज ऑल हिंदी, आई कैन नॉट अंडरस्टैंड, यू ओनली डू इट. मुझे भी नहीं पता था कि UHV क्या है. तो हिंदी बोल गया तो मैं नॉट कैरेक्टर, तो मैंने अटेंड किया ना. सर्टिफिकेट के बारे में मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था, और जब सर्टिफिकेट दिखाया तो बोले हाँ मुझे भी चाहिए, बोले मुझे भी चाहिए तो यही ले लो आप, तो नाम चेंज करना है ना, तो बोल दूँगी उधर आपका नाम चेंज हो जाएगा। वो हंसने लगे, बोले वेट नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं करूँगी। पता नहीं मुझे बाद में किए कि नहीं किए, बट ईच टाइम आई अटेंडेड UHV फ्रॉम 2019, every time I explored myself and learned something new. And I thought each time I thought that I am good, very good, excellent. But every time when I go home in the evening when I explore, and whatever good I have done, I will be saying thanks to God. Whatever bad I have done, I will stand in front of mirror and slap myself. Hey, you naughty! What did you do today? Even now also I make mistakes. I am not saying that I am that excellent. I am not committed any mistakes, but I have made mistakes, and I slapped myself, my body, and said, "Please, you have done wrong. You go and say sorry, and in harmony with everybody." Okay. So very first day I had a very bad, what do you say, interaction with someone here. I will not name. Someone here, very first day. Then whole day I was upset. कि मैंने ऐसे क्यों किया, मैंने ऐसे क्यों बोला. I tried to improve that day, but I could not. Next day morning when I came, I nicely spoke to that female, nicely hugged her, nicely spoke and told. In my heart of hearts, I said sorry to her, and again I am saying that sorry. And one more is there, but tomorrow I will tell about that. Okay, thank you. Something for tomorrow also.
Namaste everyone. So welcome to this event. 6 days have gone. In all these 6 days, we have been exploring two things. Basic aspiration as continuity of happiness and prosperity, and the fulfillment of the basic aspiration with right understanding and right feeling. Talk about individual, family, society. Yesterday in the last session, we started our discussions on understanding harmony in the nature. So what we discussed last night, that nature is the collection of units. These units can be categorized into 4 orders: material, bio, animal, and human order. Rest of the 3 orders are in harmony. You know what is the meaning of rest of the 3 orders are in harmony? Who is not in harmony? It's only me. It's only me. It's only human being, and rest all are in harmony. Which means all the solar galaxies and the solar systems which exist in the whole existence are in harmony. We don't have only one earth. We don't have only one sun. Right? There are multiple suns. There are multiple earths. There are multiple moons. There are multiple Jupiters, Mars, Neptune, Pluto. Everything is in harmony. Everything is in order. Everything is organized. Our body is also organized. But the only issue is in the self. Self also wants to be organized. And that potential is also there. What that potential? The natural acceptance. So what is the issue? The issue is that I am not able to see to my natural acceptance, but getting operated by the collection of preconditioning and sensations. That's the only issue. Any question? That is the only issue. What's the issue? That the whole of the nature is in harmony. I also want to be in harmony. I can be in a harmony by understanding this harmony. So I need to understand. So that is the reason this right understanding in the self is most important activity, right understanding in the self, which means continuity of harmony with it. What is happiness? Development of right understanding in myself is happiness. We started unfolding the underlying harmony of the nature, the inherent harmony in the nature. This much discussions we had. I'll just recap it quickly. That the nature is the collection of units. These units can be categorized into these 4 orders: physical order, bio order, animal order, human order. Column 2 represents the examples of each of these units. The example of physical order is soil and metal. Example of pranic order is plants and trees. Example of animal order is animal and birds. Example of human order is human beings. Let's look into the activity of each of these orders. The activity of physical order is formation and deformation, and this is the activity of the physical order. Right? The activity of pranic order is formation, deformation, and respiration. When it comes to the animal order, animal is the coexistence of self and body. So at the level of body, formation and deformation is taking place, and respiration is taking place. But at the level of self, the animal self has realized to the lowest activity, that is selecting and testing. So animal doesn't go beyond the selecting and testing, like the thoughts, feelings, understanding. This you won't be able to see in animal self. When we look into human self, the human being is the coexistence of body and the self. At the level of body, formation, deformation, respiration. At the level of self, not only the selecting and testing is happening, but analyzing and comparing is also happening. Imaging is also happening. Natural acceptance is there, and the human self has also potential of knowing. For example, if you take any species of animal, from the origin of that particular species, you will find that that particular species of animal consuming the same food even today. Some of the animal species are as old as 1 lakh years. Some of the animal species are as old as 50,000 years. In the last 1 lakh years, this particular species of animal or this particular species of bird has not brought any change in their food habits. No, even minor change. Why? Because only selecting and testing is taking place in the animals. But then, if you look into the human being, we have this power of imaging, desiring, right? We desires. And not only we desires, but after desires, we do analyzing and comparing. That is the reason eating food is not only sufficient for us, but then the garnishing also becomes important. So many times we spend more food on garnishing than eating. Correct? आज भी अगर बरसात होती so you will find animal find some shelters. If the shelter is not there, okay, standing under the rain. But then human being, shelter. If it is raining, we can be in the shelter, but no, we have to go outside. Umbrella. But then carrying umbrella in the hand is difficult. Raincoat. Right? Now look at why these things are happening. These things happens because we have desires, we have images. We have this power of analyzing and comparing. Thoughts goes in us. Right? So this is a fundamental difference between activity of animal self and the human self. Can you educate animal? Yeah, you can train animal. You cannot educate animal. I can't conduct this workshop for the cows and the dogs. I can't. because that potential is not there. Right? I can train a cow. Not only I can train a cow, but I can train tigers. I don't know how many of you have seen that circus. Right? Now that animals are not allowed in the circus, but when we were young, as a child, we used to see that one ringmaster, 5 feet, sometimes, and most of the times, I don't know, but in each circus, when I saw that ringmaster, he was always very skinny person. So 5 feet skinny person, one hunter in the hand, controlling 10 tigers. The ringmaster used to say, sit, the tiger was sitting on the chair. The ringmaster used to say, jump, the tiger were jumping from the chair. If you see the animal, we can training, which means making a particular pattern of behavior, and that animal training, the two things are required. If the trainer don't use these two things, you cannot train animal. The basic things to train animal, number one is the hunter, and number two is food. Carrot and stick. Award and punishment. With this carrot and stick, with this award and punishment, you can control, you can train, you can set a pattern of living. But when the hunter is there, then only the animal. If the hunter is not there, animal may not get trained. I don't know, if you have some pet in your house, you must have experienced this thing. How have you trained your pet? Right? Either a biscuit or thappar. Right? This is an effective approach for training. But this is not an effective approach for educating. But then what is happening today? All of our organizations works on stick and carrot theory. Even to our bachas in the home, we say study, I'll give you a chocolate. If you don't study, I will not take you to the tour. So either we are giving them some sort of temptation or fear. So with the temptation and fear, you may motivate someone for a temporary things, but that motivations will not be continued. In case of human being, are we giving you any physical facility here? Are we, what is happening? Only that small hostel, right? And I know that your bedrooms must be more luxurious and comfortable than the hostel room. The food what you eat at your home must be very delicious than the food you are eating here. So in terms of physical facility, this is what we are getting. Right? Am I using any hunter? Your thoughts are changing. Your behavior is changing. This is the meaning of education. So education is possible for the human being because the human self has the potential of understanding. And this potential of understanding is not there in the animal self.
सर आपने कहा जैसे एनिमल्स में जो है वो सिलेक्टिंग और टेस्टिंग ही होता है सेल्फ में, लेकिन बहुत सारे पेट एनिमल्स ऐसे हैं जैसे डॉग, हॉर्स और एलिफेंट, इस तरह के कुछ एनिमल्स का बिहेवियर देखा गया है कि जब हम उन्हें पालते हैं या पेट बनाते हैं तो उनके अंदर रिलेशनशिप और फीलिंग भी आ जाती है, और बहुत बार वो भूखे मर जाते हैं अगर उनका ओनर जो है वो काफ़ी टाइम तक नहीं आता है। तो मतलब इस तरह की भी तो एक्टिविटीज़ देखी गई हैं एनिमल में।
हाँ, तो वही तो अभी कह रहा था मैं, क्या कह रहा था कि आपका कुत्ता, आपके कुत्ते का बिहेवियर आपके साथ एक अलग ढंग का होगा, राइट? लेकिन पड़ोसी आ जाए तो पड़ोसी आए तो
It's very scary.
हाँ?
Monsters barking.
They start barking.
Right? If the dog has understood the relationship, which means the dog will live with the feeling of relationship with everyone. If a human being has understood this relationship, then human being can live with the feeling of relationship with the family member also and the neighbor also and with everyone else. Now what is happening in case of dog? You are feeding the dog every day, right? So animal has this will to live and you are guaranteeing their will to live. That is the reason their behavior with you is of one time. But when another human being comes, their behavior will not be remain same. But if a human being understands that I want to live with the feeling of relationship, if the human being develops this feeling of relationship, then whether you are meeting to someone first time or whether you are staying with someone for years, with both the people, you will live with the feeling of relationship. So at the max, there are some assumptions can be seen in case of an animal, but that's it, not beyond it yet. But then you can keep checking whether this animal, whether this trees and plants, whether this material has got any more activity than what has been mentioned on the screen.
Can animals develop these feelings by themselves without training by us? Because can they have some restrictions like some animals are having that thinking power by themselves? What happens? Why I am asking this? Because I read a story regarding a red dog in Australia. That trainer and that dog, both were not in a relationship. What happened? That was the street dog. And there was some company where construction was going on. One fellow came here for that company construction. The dog chose himself that he will be my trainer. This is what I read. Why? Dog chose a man that he will be my boss. He used to follow him continuously. And that man was not recognizing his attention, the dog's attention.
Wait.
I'm
not able to catch.
एक कंपनी का construction चल रहा है.
I'm not able to catch the story. How could a dog show that he will be my boss?
हाँ, वही तो story में था, and that was the real.
Wait, इसलिए मैंने वापस पूछा आपको. क्या है ना?
क्योंकि सर.
Wait. Let me respond. Because आगे जितनी भी story आप कहेंगे ना, इसके लिए मेरा response वही होगा. इसीलिए मैं यहाँ पर ही respond करता हूँ, फिर आपकी story सुनता हूँ. Okay. See who is writing the story? Not the dog. Right? Not the dog. So man who writes the story has imagination in him. Man who writes the story has imagination in him. Man who writes the story, his imagination is guided by number of preconditioning and sensation. Okay. We also do the otherwise evaluation sometimes. We say that you are a stone. Okay. So if I am writing a story that my son was a stone, you could see that this kind of things are written in the story. Now tell me, a human being is a human being or human being is a stone? Correct? In the fantasies, in those novels, right, in the fictions, many times, wait, I'm coming. Listen, right? In the fiction sometimes, particularly this romantic fiction, he went to the airport to drop her. And the cloud also felt sad and started crying.
That's a metaphor. Personification.
Now, right, it was raining coincidentally, but you are connecting the rain with the tears of the clouds. If you are doing it, then this is not the issue of the dog. This is the issue of your imagination. Continue your story.
I know, I can understand. There are so many fiction novels which are connect with him. That is the skill of that author which brings us to that imagination level. वो क्या था? That was वो story real थी क्योंकि वो लोग जो भी थे वो गांव में डॉग का रेड डॉग का स्टैचू बनाया गया है ऑस्ट्रेलिया में। And they also उसके एक मूवी भी निकली थी रेड डॉग। तो क्या हुआ था? वो कंस्ट्रक्शन जब चल रहा था ऑस्ट्रेलिया में तो सम इंजीनियर केम फ्रॉम आउटसाइड लाइक इंग्लैंड और वो वहाँ का ऑब्जर्वर था who was looking out the whole process. Street dog था, he used to follow him and he was to avoid him. वो the engineer was avoiding that dog. ये बहुत दिन तक चला. Ultimately what happened? That engineer had an accident and he lost his sight. Dog was not knowing him. तो dog उसको ढूंढते रह गया, कहाँ गया होगा? He went to that place where he was living. He was living somewhere outside. He used to come by bus. He used to serve his own bike. Sometimes by bus. So वो dog उसको ढूंढते ढूंढते he went to Europe also. That is what shown. वो 1 साल तक ढूंढ रहा था वो इंजीनियर को. Because that dog developed an affection. I know. 1 साल वो डॉग को फॉलो कौन कर रहा था? बाकी लोगों ने जो ऑब्जर्व किया ना,
वही कह रहा हूँ. देखो भैया, मैं आपको इसीलिए कह रहा हूँ सर, देखिए ऐसी सारी स्टोरीज पता है ना, इसीलिए मैं आपको बीच में सारा इनपुट भी शेयर किया. क्या इनपुट शेयर किया कि दिस इज गोइंग इन द इमेजिनेशन ऑफ राइटर, राइट? Yesterday we have seen that a girl and the boy eye to eye contact. How many times? 3 times. But the big story in the imagination, right? Human self has the power of this imagination. Do this direct observation. What observation? If you are walking on a street and if there is a street dog follows you, hit that dog with the stone every day and see that whether the same dog will follow you or not. Do the other observation. If there is a street dog following you or not, but every day keep giving him roti. Do it just for the 10-15 days and see the result what will happen. Do this observation.
मैं कुछ
मुझे क्यों था सर? क्योंकि वो डॉग 1-2 साल के, क्योंकि वो आई नो दैट फिक्सेशन कैन बी रिटन. वो डॉग का वो गांव नहीं, होल विलेज हैज टू रिकॉग्नाइज द अफेक्शन ऑफ डॉग फॉर दैट मैन. उन्होंने उसका स्टैचू बनाया और वो उस गांव में बाकी सब लोगों ने, क्योंकि क्या हुआ था, जिन लोगों को मिला रास्ते में ढूंढते हुए, दे यूज्ड टू टेल दैट स्टोरी कंटिन्यू. या आई सॉ हिम, ही केम हियर आल्सो. ऐसे जाते जाते बहुत दिन तक वो गया. उसके बाद जहाँ पे उसकी ग्रेव थी, वो इंजीनियर की, वहाँ छोड़ दी. So that all villagers was experiencing that love for that man. और वो I know that
ठीक है, छोटे छोटे क्वेश्चंस आ जाइए, छोटे छोटे क्वेश्चंस आइए. जैसे एक क्वेश्चन ये हो सकता है कि एक ह्यूमन बीइंग को किसी दूसरे ह्यूमन बीइंग को सर्च करना, तो क्या करेगा वो? किसी से पूछेगा, है ना? किसी से पूछेगा, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च करेगा. वो पूछते पूछते जाएगा कि आपने कुछ ऐसे आदमी को देखा है क्या, ये उसका फोटो है, वो अखबार में देगा, राइट? इससे कुछ वो आदमी ढूंढ पाएगा, है ना? अब थोड़ा सा ये थॉट को ले लीजिए कि क्या ये कुत्ते ने किसी को पूछा होगा क्या? जैसे वो 1 साल सर्च कर रहा था, राइट? 1 साल सर्च अगर कर रहा था तो उसने कैसे पूछा किसको? क्योंकि बात स्टोरी की ये नहीं कि उसी विलेज में इंजीनियर गया, है ना? स्टोरी में बात ये है कि इंजीनियर वहां से बहुत दूर जाकर चले गया और उसकी कब्र बहुत दूर थी. ये थोड़े से जब थॉट्स अपने में आएंगे ना, तो हम उसको प्रॉपर ढंग से एनालिसिस कर पाएंगे और एनालिसिस के साथ में कुछ कंक्लूजन तक पहुंच पाएंगे. अदरवाइज व्हाट हैपेंस, वी कीप बिलीविंग on many things. I'll tell you one small thing. ये न्यूटन साहब ने एक लॉ निकाला है, द थर्ड लॉ, राइट? क्या कहता है वो लॉ? every action has got equal and opposite reactions. Now tell me, Newton's law has studied material or consciousness? So this law is applicable for material or consciousness? Only material. You cannot apply this law on the consciousness. But then what we say that every action has got equal and opposite reaction. If the other person is reacting, I should also react. But look at, if the other person is reacting, what she said? Vaniji, right? Venuji. What she said this morning? My husband said something to me yesterday. But then I thought I need to live in a harmony. Kya hua? There was no equal and opposite reaction. There was no equal and opposite reaction. Consciousness has got, the human consciousness has got the potential of understanding. If I understand, then only I'll be able to see the activity of each of these order are different. Most of the time, the reason for my disharmony, I am confused with the different orders of the nature. If I'm talking about physical order, I can talk only about the physical order. I can't compare the physical order with the bio order. Because physical order is different and the bio order is different. If I have this clarity of the activity of each of these orders, then I see this activity with this order only. No confusion. What is no confusion? Physical order has got formation and deformation. Human being is the coexistence of body and the self. This body has got formation and deformation. I am in harmony. Otherwise, if the body of anyone in my family or around me pass through the deformation, I keep very sad for that. Correct? So yeah, we can raise and we can have some sort of questions within our own self. Is it possible? It's not possible. Do some sort of an observations. Yes.
Sir, just now we established that training is done in animal order, and in human order it is always education.
And training, both.
And training. But then, but my question was on the same line, that what part is actually educating and what is the training? Because in our institutions also, we say training and placement. It's not education and placement. So what?
Yeah. For example, let us say this personality development, right? Let us see the Baru? Okay.
He is PPO, that's why he was.
So, two examples. The one is TPO and the other example of personality development, right? What we are doing in the personality development today is we are focusing on how. Correct? The personality development at the level of what? So, we are only talking on how to communicate. Are we giving any clarity on what to communicate? No. So, what to communicate is also not there. How to communicate with the feelings is also not the part of our personality development curriculum. Where we are focusing in only on the expression, your voice tone, your modulation, your eye-to-eye contact, your confidence, your gestures, your grooming, your hair should be like this, your nails should be like this, right? Eyebrows should be like this. All these things is basically only we are talking about the expression, the packaging part. Right? So what to communicate is important. Communicating the clarity understanding and not the confusion and preconditioning with the feeling of relationship, and then the training will start. Then the training will start. How do I communicate my understanding and feeling? Okay. Now let us come to this training and placement. Okay. So training and placement or educating, training and placement. Our training and placement cells are focusing only on training the students for the job and the placing the students in the job. So where the whole focus is? Here. This is required, right? This is there. That's the reason if you look into the circle, I made these as a very big circle. Because every now and then I talk about this and this, but you think that I'm not talking about this. So I made it as a very big circle, that physical facility is required. So training and placement officer or the training and placement department, the wings, can also work on educating the student. If you educate, then you can train them. What is education is required? Why the job? The need of the physical facility. How much is the need of the physical facility? If the student will be able to do this correct assessment, he will get education. Then, if he get a placement, let us say of 20,000 in the first, 15,000 as the first job, he will be okay with that 15,000. What is happening today, the students may getting 35,000, 40,000, 50,000, but they are expecting 1 lakh. So they are rejecting this placement. Why they are rejecting this? They would prefer to be unemployed, but getting into 20,000. The reason this education is not happening, they are connecting this physical facility with their happiness. Connecting the physical facility, the package with the respect, package with the status, package with the happiness. So unless the training and placement department educate the students, they will not be able to place the student properly. This is the difference. So I have given you 2 different examples.
भैया एक आपका व्यू चाहिए. I just wanted your view how to understand this particular situation at my home. 3 pets, 1 cat, 2 dogs. They communicate, they feel, they communicate among themselves. कैसे क्या पता नहीं है. One example I'll give you. Sometimes when my family get engaged watching overnight movies, these 3, they scare me little. तो ये बड़े जो 2 हैं लैब्राडोर, वो छोटे को बोलते हैं जो पर्शियन कैट है, तू जा मेरे पास. Whether I am sleeping or working in my room, he will gently enter my room. If I am working, he'll come and sit next to my laptop. Then he'll be staring at me and gently मैं करता है. अगर मैं सोया हूँ तो he'll do this. This is fact, not fiction.
I also.
Then he'll try to wake me up.
अच्छा थोड़ा सा stop कर लेता हूँ मैं.
जी sir.
Right? Check the fact. Check this fact. Does this Persian cat doing the same thing with your wife?
Some other activities.
Yes. See, that is what I'm saying.
This particular activity, जब ये लोग night बैठते हैं देर के लिए, इन तीनों को सोना है वहाँ पे. And if that doesn't work, then literally that dog, especially the male dog, he will bark to my wife and he'll say, switch off these lights and TV. And once we switch it off, they are relaxed. और कुछ चाहिए नहीं उनको. So ये कैसे समझना है?
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए बहुत सिंपल सी बात है ना. ये कुत्ता और बिल्ली घर में रहने वाले लोग हैं क्या?
नहीं, they are domesticated animals.
एक मिनट. ये कुत्ता और बिल्ली का घर कौन सा है?
जंगल.
वहां पर कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है क्या? देखिए जंगल में आप चले जाएंगे ना तो आपको दिखाई देगा कि ये एनिमल्स का ना एक सेट पैटर्न है, एक रूटीन है और सब एनिमल्स उसको फॉलो करते हैं. वो पर्टिकुलर स्पीसीज को जब सोना है तो वो सोती है, जब जागना है उस वक्त वो जागती है. ये क्यों होता है? क्योंकि वहां पर केवल सेलेक्टिंग और टेस्टिंग चल रही है. आदमी सोने के वक्त सोता नहीं है ना, वो लाइट लगाएगा, वो जागते बैठेगा रात भर, वो दिन में सोएगा। एनिमल्स कभी ऐसे नहीं करते, उनका जब सोने का टाइम है तो सो जाएंगे। अब वो जो लाइट है ना वो नहीं है उनमें, राइट, वो नहीं है उनमें, फील अनकंफर्टेबल। क्यों अनकंफर्टेबल फील कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि उनका शरीर है और वो शरीर को ही केवल चलाते हैं, अपने को क्या मानते रखते, केवल वो शरीर मानते हैं। वो लाइट के चलते हैं, उनकी निद्रा में अगर इश्यू आ रहा है तो कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ करेगा वो एनिमल। आप लाइट बंद कर दीजिए शाम में, है ना, चलाइए मत, आपको दिखा देगा, वो भोंकेगा भी नहीं, सो जाएगा चुपचाप। क्यों सो जाएगा? क्योंकि निद्रा उसके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब उसमें डिस्टर्बेंस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। मैं देखिए, मैं वही कह रहा हूं बार बार कि कोई भी एनिमल के, इफ यू चेंज द पैटर्न ऑफ लिविंग और अ बिहेवियर ऑफ एन एनिमल, does it remains definite with every being around him? If it is, then animal self is operating more than selecting and testing, or they are only selecting few people, they are only selecting some environment. In case of human being, if human being gets educated, then you see the difference, whether in all the situation human being can remain in harmony or not. Their example, they lost the cell phone, right? But harmony was there. Harmony was there, isn't it? If you don't get food, but if you have this clarity, what? The food is not required. Do you eat food? You will find that if the animal doesn't get their ahar, they feel very uncomfortable. This is not the case with you. Human being, start doing this observation. Do I have something more than selecting and testing? Analyzing, comparing, desires, images, this natural acceptance. Am I knowing something or not? Can I understand something or not? Do these observations. The other question.
Make point. Sometimes we also observe that animals behave as like human ways. इसलिए थोड़ा सा difficult हो रहा था क्योंकि we expect that he is an animal, he don't have that consciousness or the power of imagination and analyzing things, but he sometimes he shows. So therefore we call it as an animal behaves like a human way, like a human being. Sometimes he does some things which are exceptional, not related to animal order, like he is reacting like a human on particular front. Sometimes we also have observed that the animals saved lives of unknown people also in those things. So therefore I was not comfortable for that point. ठीक है, तो इसलिए पूछ रहा था दूसरा कुछ.
I know.
Not all animals. Sometimes the animals.
I know. Okay. So question है क्या? हाँ, बताइए.
मॉर्निंग में मेरी सेवा रहती है 6 to 6:30 चाय बिस्किट की, तो जब मारी बिस्किट होते हैं ना, वो डॉग आता है, स्ट्रे डॉग, आई डोंट नो दैट डॉग डजंट नो मी, लेकिन बिस्किट चाहिए, मतलब मारी बिस्किट चाहिए, बाकी और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, और जब तक नहीं मिलेगा तो वो घूमता ही रहेगा आसपास. तो उधर क्या, कैसे हम रिलेट करेंगे?
देखिए, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना, व्हाट, अभी इसको थोड़ा सा ओपन कर लेता हूँ. ये जो नेचुरल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स है ना, ठीक, इसको भी ओपन कर लेता हूँ अभी. नाउ द टाइम हैज कम टू ओपन द नेक्स्ट कॉलम. अभी तक मैं वो केवल वो आई वाज क्रिएटिंग दैट बैकग्राउंड. अब उसके साथ नेक्स्ट कॉलम और ज़्यादा अच्छी तरह से ध्यान में आएगा. लेट मी ओपन अप दिस नेक्स्ट कॉलम, ओके, एंड लेट मी आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू यू. ये बिस्किट जो है, ये डॉग का फूड है क्या? ओके, वेरी गुड. राइट, ये डॉग का फूड है ही नहीं. जो डॉग ह्यूमन बीइंग के कांटेक्ट में आते हैं, वो ह्यूमन बीइंग based on their imagination, they treat the dog. Right? मैंने तो ये भी देखा है कुछ घरों में वो कुत्ते ने कपड़े भी पहने हुए हैं, राइट? अब हम देखेंगे कुछ घर में कुत्ते ने कपड़ा पहना तो हम कहेंगे कि अरे वो कपड़े भी पहनना चाहते हैं, वो कपड़े से उनको सुख मिलता है, राइट? अब ये तो हम इमेजिन कर रहे हैं ना सब कुछ, ये हम इमेजिन कर रहे हैं सब कुछ, करेक्ट? वो हम सारी चीजों को इमेजिन कर रहे हैं. See, this food is important for the animal. If you look into the animal, the maximum response of the animal goes with the four things. What? Food, sleep, fear, sex. Only these four things. Food, sleep, fear, and sex. All these four things is definite in animal or it's not definite? Food, their food habits are definite. Their food timings are also definite. Correct? Their sleep timing, definite. Their sex timing, definite or indefinite?
Definitely.
You would not see animal does the sex throughout the year. It's only the time of the reproduction. Okay? Only that selecting and testing is happening, not imaging is happening. So the animal has no power of imaging about the sensual pleasure. Deriving pleasure from the sex, it is not there in animal. That is the reason during this time only you will find the dogs comes together. This time of the year. इसके बाद में you would find dogs never comes together. Though the female and the male dogs live in the same house or in the same colony on the same street, but they would never indulge into the sex once that season goes. Does it happen with human being? Season हो तो भी, season नहीं है तब भी, है ना? सुबह भी, दोपहर में भी, रात में भी, दिन भर, 24/7, right? Why this is happening? Because these desires are there in human being. This analyzing and comparing is there in human being. The need of to be happy is there in human being. Correct? This is there because the self has realized to higher activity in human order. In the animal order, the self is there, right? The self is there, but the self is not realized to that higher activity. Because the self has not potential, then it would do only those things. But the human self has the potential to understand the whole existence. This is the difference, right, between animal self and the human self. But then, keep reflecting on it. Look into these natural characteristics, and again I'll take up your questions. Because now the questions are coming from this column. The natural characteristics of physical order is composition and decomposition.
सर हम लोग एक अलग स्पेसीज हैं, ह्यूमन बीइंग, एनिमल से एक अलग हैं. हम लोग उनकी सेल्फ की हम लोग इतनी गारंटी कैसे ले सकते हैं कि वो ऐसे ही हैं, उनमें इतना ही हो सकता है? क्योंकि हम एनिमल तो है नहीं कि हम बिल्कुल वही बराबर सोच सकते हैं. हम ह्यूमन हैं, हम ह्यूमन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अपने आप की पूरी एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं.
आपने इतनी गारंटी कैसे ली कि एटम के अंदर 3 चीजें, प्रोटॉन, इलेक्ट्रॉन, न्यूट्रॉन? अब तो एटम है ही नहीं. आप ऐसी गारंटी कैसे लेते कि पेड़ ऑक्सीजन बाहर फेंक रहा है?
कई बार साइंस के फैक्ट चेंज होते रहते हैं ना सर.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना, हम कैसी गारंटी लेते हैं कि पेड़ ऑक्सीजन को बाहर निकाल रहा है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को अंदर ले रहा है? क्योंकि स्टडी करिए. ये स्टडी है या नहीं है? राइट? ये स्टडी है. ये भी तो स्टडी है ना. जब हम स्टडी करेंगे तो समझेंगे, राइट? अभी कम से कम हम इतनी गारंटी ले पा रहे हैं या नहीं ले पा रहे कि मैं सुख से जीना चाहता हूं, मैं सम्मान से जीना चाहता हूं, इसकी गारंटी है या नहीं आपको? क्यों है? क्यों हो रही है अभी? क्योंकि आप अभी स्टडी कर रहे हो, राइट? तो जितना मैं स्टडी करूंगा उतनी ही मेरी वो जो गारंटी है मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग में बढ़ती रहेगी, राइट? और इसी तरह से धीरे धीरे आई विल डेवलप माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑन फिजिकल ऑर्डर, बायो ऑर्डर, एनिमल ऑर्डर, ह्यूमन ऑर्डर। इन सब की जब तक मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलप नहीं होती ना, तब तक मैं हार्मोनी में नहीं जी सकता। मेरे to ensure the continuity of harmony within, I need to understand the whole nature because I am the part of the nature. ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग के सिवा मैं हार्मोनी में नहीं जी सकता। So on the day one, what I said, understanding, which means understanding the harmony at individual, family, society, nature, और इसके बाद में existence। ये सब जब अंडरस्टैंडिंग मेरी डेवलप होती, उसके साथ ही आई विल बी एबल टू लिव इन द कंटिन्यूटी ऑफ हैप्पीनेस एंड प्रॉस्पेरिटी। ठीक है? दैट्स द रीजन द अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड। इन द फिजिकल ऑर्डर, कंपोजिशन एंड डिकम्पोजिशन इज हैपनिंग, करेक्ट? 2 molecules of hydrogen, 1 molecule of oxygen, composition. When this composition is happening, there is one reality. Between this hydrogen and oxygen, decomposition happens. It forms a different reality. फिर वो H2O नहीं रहेगा, right? वो H2O नहीं रहेगा। वो H2 के साथ में O जो है, वो O निकलकर नाइट्रोजन के साथ में कंबाइन हो गया, तो फिर वो H2O नहीं रहेगा। क्या हो रहा है? इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ फिजिकल, दिस कंपोजिशन एंड डिकम्पोजिशन इज हैपनिंग, करेक्ट? क्या ये कंपोजिशन भी कंटिन्यूअस है क्या? तो देयर इज नो कंपोजिशन कंटिन्यूअस इन टाइम, देयर इज नो डिकम्पोजिशन इज ऑल्सो कंटिन्यूअस इन टाइम। ठीक है? इफ यू लुक इनटू दिस बायो ऑर्डर, this composition and decomposition is there, but the bio order also has nurturing and the worsening as the characteristics. So bio order has got these 2 characteristics. What? Either the bio order nurture or it's worsen. The same bio order can be nurturing for some order and worsening for this other order. ठीक है? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, बीटरूट इज नर्चरिंग फॉर यू और नॉट? इट इज वर्सनिंग द आयरन, राइट? इफ द बीटरूट जूस, इफ यू पुट ऑन द आयरन रॉड, it is worsening the iron rod, rusting is happening. So the same beetroot is worsening for the physical order, nurturing for the human body. So if you look into the bio order, it has got nurturing and the worsening as the natural characteristics. Right? जैसे वो क्या कहते हैं हम लोग उसको, धतूरा, hypomia, right? It's worsening for human being. It's a poisonous, but it is nurturing to the animal body. Animal body eats धतूरा, उनके लिए वो मेडिसिन है, हमारे लिए वो जहर है. So if you look into this pranic order, the decomposition and composition is there, plus nurturing and worsening is there. In animals' natural characteristics in the body, composition, decomposition, nurturing and worsening. In the self of animal, these two things are there as the natural characteristics. What? Reality and non-reality. Right? Animals are either cruel or non-cruel. For example, tiger is a cruel animal. Cow is a non-cruel animal. But if you see the self of human being, the composition and decomposition is, the body of the human being, the composition and decomposition, nurturing and worsening is there in the body. The body is getting nurtured, the body gets worsened, right? At the level of self, there is a potential for perseverance, brevity, and the generosity. So this is not there in the human self. What? Cruelty and non-cruelty. It is there only when the human self operates with the lowest activity of our own self. So what is that lowest activity? That activity is of animals, selecting and testing. So that is the reason human being behaves cruel and non-cruel sometimes. But then do you want to be cruel? You don't want to be cruel. What you want to be happy, you want to live with the feeling of relationship. So as there is a potential of understanding in the self, there is also potential of perseverance, brevity, and generosity. What is the meaning of perseverance? The meaning of perseverance is, I am living with the feeling of relationship with the other. I am trying to facilitate this understanding in other, but the other may have difficulty in understanding. But still, I am there for the other. Right? धीरता, धीरता का अर्थ क्या होता है कि दूसरे को समझने के लिए समय लग रहा है, लेकिन मैं अपने धैर्य को खो नहीं रहा, मैं उसके साथ में संबंधपूर्वक जी रहा हूं, उसको समझाने का प्रयास कर रहा हूं. इसको कहते हैं धीरता. अगर मैं ये मेरी धीरता खो गया तो क्या होता? इरिटेट हो जाऊंगा. राइट? वो उसके इंडिकेटर है. So we have potential for perseverance. I can realize to this potential and I can live with the perseverance every moment. Similarly, brevity, bravery, वीरता. वीरता का अर्थ क्या होगा? दूसरा अगर गुस्से में है और आप भी गुस्से में आ गए तो क्या वीरता है? वो थोड़ी वीरता है. वीरता का अर्थ ये होता है कि दूसरा चाहे जितना भी गुस्से में हो, मैं अपने में शांत हूं, मैं अपने में स्थिर हूं. ये वीरता है. वीर की निशानी क्या होती है? जीतना. राइट? जीतना ये वीर की निशानी है. जीतने का अर्थ क्या होता है? आप अगर गुस्से में आ गए, मैं भी गुस्से में आ गया, हमारी जीत हुई या हार हुई? क्योंकि हम दोनों के संबंध से जीना चाहते और हम विरोध से जी रहे, तो वो तो हार है. जीतने का अर्थ ये होता है कि संबंध बने रहे. इसका मतलब जीत है. तो संबंध में कभी हार है ही नहीं. संबंध में क्या है? केवल जीत है. जब हम संबंध से जीते हैं तब. So this is the meaning of perseverance. What's that meaning? The bravery. What's that meaning of bravery? The other may have a lot of preconditioning and sensation. The other may have irritation and opposition. But I am there, living with the feeling of relationship unconditionally and continuously with the other. Ye veerata. This is the meaning of bravery. The meaning of generosity, udarta, is I am ready to invest my body and I am ready to invest myself for the self-transformation and societal transformation. Right? So, the readiness to invest your physical facilities, the readiness to invest your body, and the readiness to invest yourself for the transformation within and the societal transformation, this is the meaning of generosity. So human self has the potential of perseverance, bravery, and generosity, but to realize this potential, I need to realize the potential of understanding in the self, which means the development of right understanding and right feeling. If this thing does not happen, then there is possibility that I may keep operating only on the basis of selecting and testing, and I may be a cruel. But this is animal instinct, right? This is the natural characteristics of animals. So are you able to see the difference between animal self and human self?
सर एक पूछ सकती हूँ, because I'm just trying to understand, because bravery की और शौर्य की हम बात कर रहे हैं, but जब हम military level पे अगर देखते हैं, तो वहाँ पे अगर ये definition हम उस angle से सोचते हैं, या maybe they are doing it some maybe in a different way.
See, we want to live in society or we want to live in battlefield? But where are we living today? As an individual or as a family, have you identified our goals and the common goals? Our goals are different. Our goals are conflicting. Now, if the goals are differing and the goals are conflicting, which means we will be fighting. So the battlefield is not there only on the border, but the battlefield is there in the educational institute too. The battlefield is there in the home also. The battlefield is there in the state also, street also, right? If we are living in the battlefield, then this thing will happen. Protecting of your things, protection of your physical facility. To protect your physical facility, if you are doing something, okay, right? अगर कोई मेरे घर में आकर कोई चोरी करने जाएगा, तो मैं क्या कहूँगा? आप भाई ले ले, चले जा, ऐसा कहूँगा? मैं ऐसा नहीं कहूँगा, right? See, I want to live with the feeling of a relationship. लेकिन कोई अगर मेरे इस गाल के ऊपर लगाए ना, तो मैं मेरा दूसरा गाल कभी भी उसके सामने नहीं करूँगा. मैं उसका हाथ पकड़ूंगा और उसको पूछूंगा कि आर यू इन हार्मनी और डिसहार्मनी? कम से कम इतना तो मैं करूंगा. मैं वही कह रहा हूं, देखो मैं वही कह रहा हूं, कम से कम उतना तो मैं करूंगा. क्यों करूंगा? मैं पता है मैं क्यों कैसा ऐसे क्यों इतना कॉन्फिडेंस से क्यों कह रहा हूं? क्योंकि अभी तक मेरी जिंदगी में ऐसा कभी भी नहीं हुआ है कि कोई दूसरा आदमी आया जिसके बीच में मेरा कोई हिस्ट्री नहीं था, कोई बैकग्राउंड नहीं था, और वो सीधा आके उसने मुझे तमाचा लगाया. कभी भी नहीं हुआ है. वो दूसरे आदमी ने जब भी तमाचा लगाया है ना मुझे, तो मेरा अपोजिशन भी उसके साथ में था, उसका भी अपोजिशन मेरे साथ में था, उसके चलते वो होता है. ऐसा कभी नहीं होता. तो उतना तो समय मेरे पास है ही ना. मैं कम से कम उसको पूछ ही सकता हूं ना कि भाई तू हार्मोनी में जीना चाहता है या डिसहार्मोनी में जीना चाहता है, संबंध पूर्वक जीना चाहता है या विरोध पूर्वक जीना चाहता है. ठीक है. अब वो जो प्रोटेक्शन करना है वो तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है हमारी, उसके साथ में हम प्रोटेक्शन करेंगे, राइट? अभी क्यों प्रोटेक्शन करने की आवश्यकता पड़ रही है? बिकॉज वी आर फाइटिंग. बिकॉज इवन इन द 2024 we as a world, we as a society, we as a family have not able to decide what do we want, war or peace. अभी हम सोचते ही नहीं ना. मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, वॉर चाहिए, पीस चाहिए, इसको हम तय नहीं कर पा रहे. राइट? ये हमारी डिसीजन हुई कि पीस के साथ में जीना है. तो जब वो डिसीजन होगी ना, तो उसके लिए पीस क्या है ये हम समझेंगे और सबकी पीस के लिए काम करेंगे. अभी क्या हुआ है, हम जो पीस के लिए भी काम करते हैं ना, वो भी कुछ ना कुछ बाहर की एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं. जब तक मैं अपने में पीस को रियलाइज नहीं कर पाऊंगा, तब तक मैं पीसफुली जी नहीं पाऊंगा. तो ठीक है, हम वॉर के लिए भी तैयारी करें, लेकिन हम पीस के लिए भी तैयारी करें, ताकि धीरे धीरे वॉर ना हो. राइट? धीरे धीरे वॉर ना हो. अभी की कंडीशन बताऊं मैं क्या है? The two continents are fighting with each other or not? Yes. Yes. The two countries of the continent are fighting with each other or not? Yes. Right? So we are fighting with our neighbors. The two different states of the same country are fighting with each other or not? Two different districts of the same states are fighting with each other or not? Right? The two different talukas of the same districts are fighting with each other or not? The two different villages of the same talukas are fighting with each other or not? the two different colonies of the same village are fighting with each other or not? The two neighbors living in the same colony are fighting with each other or not? The two people living under the same roof are fighting with each other or not? And that one individual, he is fighting within him or not? So this is not the issue of continent. This is not the issue of countries. This is not the issue of state. This is not the issue of district. This is not the issue of colony. This is not the issue of neighbor. This is the issue of human being. What makes a country? The human being living in the country makes the country. Right? If this human being has not understood or realized the potential he has as a human consciousness and operating with the animal consciousness, how can we expect that there will be a peace in the society? That's the reason we need to work on the human education. So the more and more we work on the human education, we will help our students, particularly we will help ourselves to realize our potential, and then we could also help our students to realize their potential. Then only the world will be peaceful. But for this, these efforts are required. Without efforts, the peace will not be there in the world.
Respect to this, like if there will be any thief in your house, what will happen? There was in last week there was case happened in Mumbai. Narayan Surve was one of the poet of Marathi literature. Okay, and he wrote many poems on laborers, like labor workers. So one thief entered his home. He is already passed away. One thief entered his home. He actually accumulated everything, and then he came to realize it's like he taken everything back to him, TV and all that things, and he came to know that ये तो नारायण सुर्वे का घर था. It's like he realized that मैंने गलती की है. He took everything and gave back to him once again. He placed everything on his place, and he wrote one letter. Sorry, I did a mistake. This was happened last week.
बिल्कुल. जब आसपास के लोगों को लगता है ना कि आप समझदार हैं, तो आपको हेल्प ही करते हैं, है ना? आपको हेल्प ही करते हैं. लेकिन उसके लिए मेरे जीने में वो समझदारी हमेशा होना चाहिए, वो आश्वस्त होना चाहिए. लेकिन होता है क्या ना, बार बार मेरे जीने से वो आश्वस्ति नहीं रिफ्लेक्ट होती है, तो लोग नहीं हेल्प कर पाए. ठीक, बताइए, आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं?
Sir, I just wanted to ask that we are talking about the pets. So, what do you think means in the pets' love, we are exploiting them, we are killing their, or you can say disturb their harmony, or torturing them?
We'll talk about it. Next content. The next content is on that. ठीक है? Natural characteristics, okay? On the next slide, answer to your question is there. Now let us look into the innateness. Innateness का अर्थ क्या होता है? जो धारा हुआ है, जो धारणा है, right? धारणे का अर्थ होता है innateness. The innateness of physical order is existence. It exists in the reality, exists in a definite order. So physical order exists, correct? If you look into the innateness of pranic order, existence is also there and the growth is also there. Correct? The growth is there in bioorder or not? Growth is there in the bio. If you look into the animal order, existence and the growth is there in the body, and the animal has the will to live. Have you seen any animal with the will of dying?
Suicide.
Suicides, committing suicides?
लव ब्रेकअप हो गया, सुसाइड कर।
एनिमल की बात करो।
आई एम रेफरिंग टू एनिमल।
सुसाइड नहीं होता है, बट सर वो जब उसका जो ओनर होता है या जिसने उसकी केयर की होती है, वो अगर चला जाता है तो वो ज़्यादा दिन सस्टेन नहीं करता, ऐसा ऑब्जर्व किया है। तो मे बी कि वो नहीं जिंदा रह पाता।
देखिए एक सिंपल सी बात है, एक सिंपल सी बात है, एक सिंपल सी बात है, राइट? एक सिंपल सी बात है, क्या बात है?
त्यांनी सर्कल तर हलवू पाहिजे.
नहीं,
वाइड शॉट घेऊन.
The animal operates largely on only 4 things. What? Food. If the animal operates largely only on the 4 things, food, sleep, sex, and fear, then the animal would like to live. Would like to live.
सर एनिमल्स के बारे में एक बात मेरे दिमाग में घूम रही है बहुत देर से। कई सारे एक्सपर्ट हैं, जैसे डॉग्स हैं यहाँ पुणे में हैं, फिर पंजाब में चले जाओ वहाँ भी डॉग्स हैं, तो ये भौंकते हैं, इनमें भी कुछ भाषा होती है या ऐसे ही है बस? पुणे वाले मराठी में भौंकते हैं।
सही बात है।
Hello. Sir, we after some time, when animals live their life by the age, they themselves used to live their soul and body separately. वो भी naturally होता है या हम ऑब्जर्व करते हैं कि कुछ एनिमल्स ऐसे होते कि एट द टाइम ऑफ एंड दे विल बरी देमसेल्व्स इन।
एक मिनट, अभी 2 लोग 3 लोग एक साथ बात कर रहे हैं, मुझे एक की आवाज सुनाई देगी।
आपण असं म्हणतो की
नहीं, आप बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
I also observed that in my village, rivers type small streamline was there of water. A river like the river था, and lot of animals I found their bodies beside of that water line, streamline जो हुई थी water. So I asked to my grandfather, so he also said that when the birds realize that their end is close, they will come beside rivers and their life. Body will left there and they will like that. मेरा belief था ऐसा कि then also I keep thinking that I read somewhere also कि some animals they do leave their body and they will means.
It's not some
like,
animal.
Means.
Yeah, it's not some animal. It's every single animal. And it's not some human being.
Just thinking it because बाकी animals का पता नहीं होता है.
मैं
They are in forest.
मैं अभी आंसर कर रहा हूँ, राइट?
सर जो मैंने पूछा उसका आंसर नहीं मिला।
वही आंसर कर रहा हूँ मैं, है ना? वही सब चीज़ों का आंसर कर रहा हूँ, वही सब चीज़ों का आंसर कर रहा हूँ। इसीलिए हमें ऑब्जर्व करना होगा। क्या ऑब्जर्व करना होगा कि कुत्ते की एक प्रजाति जिसको महाराष्ट्र में है, जैसे लैब्राडोर है, और दूसरा पंजाब में है, वो लैब्राडोर है। वो दोनों को भोंकते हुए हम 10 बार 15 बार रिकॉर्ड करें और सुने कि वो पंजाबी में भोंक रहा है या मराठी में भोंक रहा है, फिर पता चलेगा नहीं वो तो केवल भोंक रहा है, राइट? वो तो केवल भोंक रहा है। लेकिन एक बच्चा है ना, एक बच्चे को भी ऑब्जर्व करें हम। अब एक पंजाब में है और एक दूसरा मराठी में है, महाराष्ट्र में है। अब वो बोलता है तो मराठी में बोल रहा है या पंजाबी में बोल रहा है? जब आप ऑब्जर्व करेंगे तभी जाकर वो सेल्फ के पोटेंशियल्स कहाँ तक है, कितने रियलाइज होते हैं, क्या एनिमल सेल्फ में एनालाइजिंग है, कंपेयरिंग है, इमेजिंग है, ये सारे ऑब्जर्वेशंस तो करने होंगे। और किसे करने होंगे ऑब्जर्वेशंस? आई नीड टू ऑब्जर्व। आई एम रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू योर क्वेश्चन that what you have said, that some of the animals take the decision of leaving the body. I am responding to that question, not only some of the animals, but all of the animals. And not only all of the animals, but all of the human beings takes the decision of leaving the body. This is your decision. This is the decision of the self. Right? Because the body is an instrument, the body cannot decide. So you decide to get associated, and you also decide to get dissociated. Right? The self is doing it. Okay. Now I'm coming to your question. If this animal wants to live, correct? And if you are guaranteeing their want of living, this was your question. Am I doing right or wrong? You are doing right. Correct? You are doing it right. Because they want to live. And you are helping them. You are creating conducive environment for their living. So you are doing right. Okay? Now let us come to the human self. If you look into the body of human being, the existence and the growth is there. But the innateness of human is will to live with happiness. So this is a big difference between the realizations of the consciousness in animal and the human. For the human being, only living is not important, but living with happiness is important. If that happiness is not being guaranteed, that the human being takes the decision to take suicide. And this is very common examples, right? Almost on daily basis, you will see minimum 10, 15, 20 commits the suicides. Because what is our innateness? Our innateness is to live with a continuous happiness. So for the animal, survival is the most important thing. They want to survive. But for the human being, survival is the least important thing. Living is the most important thing. What do you need to survive? Physical facility. That is the least important thing for us. You could see number of cases on daily basis. The material of survival is more than enough required. You have your name, you have your fame, you have your fan clubs, you have your followers. But that happiness is not there. If that relationship is not there, the human being does not want to carry with the body. Who is deciding this? The self is deciding, right? So it's always self, it's always me who take the decision of getting associated with the body or getting disassociated with the body. But this is the innateness of human being. This innateness of human being can be fulfilled by right feeling, right thought, and right understanding. This is the role of education. What is the role of education? To prepare the students for the fulfillment of their innateness. If I am imparting this education, then this will to live with continuous happiness will be fulfilled. I will be able to live with human consciousness, which means with perseverance, bravery, and generosity, my potential will be realized. Okay? So look into the inheritance now. So one more column to get more idea about this 4 order. The inheritance of physical order is based on its constitution. So the conduct of any material is based on its constitution. And this conduct is definite or indefinite? Very definite. The conduct of iron in India, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in Japan, in America is same. Or the iron of Japan behaves different than the iron of India? No. It is definite, right? Because this conduct is based on its constitution. Okay? whatever the natural air is there in this hall, ये एयर के साथ में कभी ऐसा हो रहा है क्या कि दिस साइड ओनली द पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर सिटिंग फ्रॉम द पुणे, आई एम अ लोकलाइज्ड एयर, सो आई विल फ्लो ओनली ऑन दिस डायरेक्शन. हाँ, नो, आई विल फ्लो ओनली ऑन दिस साइड. ऐसा होता है क्या? नहीं. लेकिन पार्टिसिपेंट्स कैसे कैसे बैठ रहे हैं ना, उसको आप ऑब्जर्व कर लीजिए. वो अपने अपने प्री कंडीशनिंग के साथ में किसके साथ बैठना है, कहाँ बैठना है, आपको दिखाई पड़ेगा कि डे 1 पे जो आपका आस्वादन हुआ है ना, उसी के आधार पर बहुत सारे लोग ने सेलेक्टिंग आज तक भी कर रहे हैं. चेयर भी कुछ लोगों की नहीं बदली है, गद्दा भी कुछ लोगों का नहीं बदला है, पार्टनर भी कुछ लोगों के नहीं बदले हैं. राइट? इनडेफिनेटनेस हुआ ये. मैं वही कह रहा हूं ना. ये किसके आधार पर हो रहा है? ओनली सेलेक्टिंग एंड टेस्टिंग. मेरे लिए जो फेवरेबल है, राइट, मेरे लिए. देखिए अब यहां पर भी बैठने के लिए पॉसिबिलिटी थी, जिसको भी मैट्रेस के ऊपर बैठना है, पॉसिबिलिटी क्या थी? जो मैट्रेस के ऊपर बैठा वो हर मैट्रेस के ऊपर जाकर बैठ सकता था. पॉसिबिलिटी थी या नहीं थी? मैं जिनके साथ में बैठा हूं तो मैं हर एक के साथ में बैठ सकता था, ये भी पॉसिबिलिटी थी. बट देन on the day 1 session 1 we have selected something based on our previous testing. तो जिनकी भी previous testing में सामने बैठना था वो सामने आकर बैठ गए, जिनके previous testing में पीछे जाकर बैठना था वो पीछे ही जाकर बैठे. राइट? टेस्टिंग थी वो पहले की. based on the testing we select, based on the testing we select, right?
कम से कम सबके साथ बैठते इधर उधर.
but in terms of material, the physical order, it is based on its constitution. Similarly, if you look into the plant, it is based on the seed, right? That is how we identify mango as a mango tree. Why? Because the conduct of mango is definite. ठीक है? आपने आम के पत्ते को हाथ लगाने के बाद में उसके पत्ते सिकुड़ जाते हैं क्या? But there is a plant called touch me not, right? If you touch the touch me not, you will find that contraction. It is based on the seed. Have you seen that babulka tree is following the sun? But the sunflowers follow the sun. Definite. Based on the seed. Interesting बात आपने अगर ऑब्जर्व की तो, if in the sunflower there are 10,000 plants of the sunflower, you would see all the 10,000 plants follow the sun. You would not see 1 minus 10,000. You would not see 1 minus 10,000. There are 60 participants sitting in this hall. You will see that only few are looking at me. Are you able to see this difference? Otherwise, we get very confused. We get confused. No, that Chewing ka plant, that touch me plant also has got feeling. Feeling का part नहीं है वो definite है वो. Set pattern है. So whenever there is a set pattern, which means there is no feeling. If the pattern is changing, which means there is a feeling. Right? Feeling changes. You have feeling, you don't have feeling. With that, the things changes. So if you look into this pranic order, their inheritance, Anushangita, is based on the beach. And the beach what you have, the plant you will get. If you look into the animal order, their Anushangita is based on the breed.
जो लोग गार्डनिंग का शौक रखते हैं उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने एक्सपीरियंस शेयर किया है, तो उन्होंने बताया कि अगर वो प्लांट्स को मोहब्बत से टच करते हैं तो उनकी ग्रोथ अच्छी होती है. ऐसा उनका एक्सपीरियंस उन्होंने शेयर किया है गार्डनिंग वालों ने.
सही बात, सही बात. जैसे आपने कभी एक्सपीरियंस किया है पता नहीं है, राइट? शादी में जब डीजे होता है ना, बहुत हाई वोल्ट पे चलता है डीजे, तो जो डीजे चलता ना, उसके स्पीकर के आप थोड़े से पास में खड़े अगर रहेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि आपका शरीर नहीं हिल रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी कपड़े हिलते हैं। क्यों हिलते हैं? बस, इट्स सो सिंपल, राइट? द वाइब्रेशंस, द वेव्स, और ये मटेरियल है, राइट? तो इसका मतलब वो डीजे के साथ में कपड़ा डांस कर रहा है, ऐसा नहीं होता। हम क्या देखते हैं, अरे नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो कपड़ा डांस कर रहा था, कपड़े में फील आ गया मेरे, है ना? वो कपड़े के भी सॉन्ग अच्छा लगता है। अब मैं तो उसको चाहे जो भी कहूँ, बट रूल क्या है? रूल ये है कि वन मटेरियल और सेकंड मटेरियल में क्या होता है, ये कंपोजिशन डिकम्पोजिशन एज ए नेचुरल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हो रही है, ठीक है? तो प्लांट इज ऑल्सो मटेरियल, इसमें ग्रोथ हो रहा है, वहां पर एक पर्टिकुलर फ्रीक्वेंसी के साथ में, जैसे कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट के बारे में बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं कि वी हैव कंडक्टेड वन एक्सपेरिमेंट एंड व्हाट दैट एक्सपेरिमेंट इज, 100 people every day, two different plants located at 2 different kilometers, like 1 kilometer distance was there. 100 people every day have done this experiment. 100 लोग क्या करते थे, हर रोज सुबह शाम रात में, कुछ वो 90 डेज का एक्सपेरिमेंट चला था। वो 200 लोग हर रोज 3-3 टाइम, 100 लोग जाते थे एक प्लांट की तरफ, बाकी 100 लोग जाते थे दूसरे प्लांट की तरफ। वो लोग नहीं बदले। एक क्या करते थे, एक ग्रुप एक प्लांट को जाकर खूब गाली देते रहता था 1 घंटा, राइट? दूसरा ग्रुप जाता था, वो दूसरे प्लांट के साथ में मोहब्बत वाली बातें करता था। अब उन्होंने ये ऑब्जर्व किया कि जिस प्लांट को वो गाली देते थे उसके पत्ते का रंग बदल गया, जिस प्लांट को मोहब्बत करते थे उसके पत्ते का रंग फ्रेश रहा। सिंपल सी थिंग है ना, द फ्रीक्वेंसी, राइट? द फ्रीक्वेंसी मैटर्स और नॉट, राइट? वही है, आप जब गुस्से में हो तो जो फ्रीक्वेंसी है, और जब आप हार्मनी में हो वो जो फ्रीक्वेंसी है, दोनों फ्रीक्वेंसी में चेंज आएगा। अब वो दोनों फ्रीक्वेंसी में चेंज आएगा तो प्लांट के ऊपर उसका एक इम्पैक्ट अलग अलग रहेगा। ये इम्पैक्ट क्यों हो रहा है? बिकॉज दिस कंपोजिशन एंड डिकम्पोजिशन इज हैपनिंग, राइट? दिस कंपोजिशन एंड डिकम्पोजिशन इज हैपनिंग।
सर जो सीड्स में हाइब्रिडाइजेशन और ये सब बायोटेक कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक दिस इज नॉट
आते उसके तरफ, उसी के तरफ आ रहे हैं अभी धीरे धीरे, राइट?
तो इंसान को डाइलिफाई कर ले, सब कुछ सीखने की कोशिश
उसी के तरफ आ रहे हैं। If you look,
There is a book by R. The Secret and the Power. In that, the same thing they have written. So there are frequencies in the universe, and if we think positive, we catch all positive frequencies, and whatever positive we have, think. For example, suppose if I think I will not be late today to the office, and then we carry that thought, and definitely we reach on time or before time.
वही तो बात है ना, the inheritance of the human being is based on the education and sanskar. If I am thinking to go to the college on time, right, which means I will plan to go to the college on time, then only you will go, right? So my thoughts are getting converted into an action. If I have that thought, action is there. If I do not have that thought, action is not there, right? So human conduct is not based on the breed. ह्यूमन का कंडक्ट उसके ब्रीड के आधार पर है क्या? जो वंश है वैसा उसका व्यवहार है, ऐसा है? एनिमल का कैसा है? जो वंश है वैसा उसका व्यवहार है। ह्यूमन बीइंग का है क्या? So much of confusion we carry, right? We think that a person belongs to my vansh are good, the person not belongs to my vansh are not good. Even the vansh I belongs to, if the people are not working on their understanding, they are not good. Correct? They are not good. So our conduct is not based on the breed. Neither our conduct is based on our seed, nor on constitution. जिसके जीन्स है, राइट, जेनेटिक स्ट्रक्चर्स के अनुसार हमारा बिहेवियर होता है क्या? अगर जेनेटिक स्ट्रक्चर्स के अनुसार बिहेवियर होता तो जीन्स चेंज नहीं होते हैं एक पर्टिकुलर बॉडी के जिसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं आप, राइट? इसका मतलब ग्रैंडफादर जैसी बिहेव करते थे वैसे फादर पे भी करना चाहिए. बॉडी इज ओनली, बस. मेरे तरफ देखने के बाद में आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि मेरी मदर की, मेरे फादर की बॉडी कैसी होगी. अनुमान लगा सकते हैं, है ना? उनका रंग लगभग कैसा होगा, उनकी हाइट कैसी होगी, अनुमान लगा सकते हैं. उनकी आंखें कैसे होंगे, अनुमान लगा सकते हैं, राइट? उतना ही रोल है वहां पर. The inheritance of human being is based on the education and sanskar. So what kind of education you get, accordingly your sanskar develops. Sanskar, which means the practice of living, and you live accordingly. Just yesterday, Mahesh Bhaiya has given this example. In our classroom, 60 students are there. The same teacher is teaching to all the 60 students, but the grasping is the same or different? जैसे आज सुजाता जी ने अपने रिफ्लेक्शन में बताया कि डॉक्यूमेंट्री को, वीडियो को देखने के बाद में हर एक व्यक्ति के अपने अपने विचार हैं. वही डॉक्यूमेंट्री देख रहा है, लेकिन हर एक व्यक्ति के टेकअवेज अलग अलग है, राइट? वो क्यों है? बिकॉज व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन आई हैव, व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ इमेजिनेशन आई हैव, बेस्ड ऑन दैट इमेजिनेशन माय संस्कार्स आर गेटिंग डेवलप्ड. दो ट्वीन है, राइट? कोई है इसमें ट्वीन है जिनको, ट्विन बेबीज आपने कभी ऑब्जर्व किए होंगे कभी ट्विन्स को? कितना टाइम रहता है डिफरेंस दोनों में? कुछ सेकंड्स का, राइट? कुछ सेकंड पहले या कुछ सेकंड बाद में जन्म हुए हुए बच्चों का भी जो एक ही माँ के गर्भ से निकले हैं, बिहेवियर में पूरा बदलाव दिखता है. क्यों दिखता है? जेनेटिक फीचर्स आर द सेम, उसमें बदल नहीं होता है. दे लुक्स वेरी आइडेंटिकल. कभी कभी तो माँ कंफ्यूज होती है ना, कि ए आया या बी आया, राइट? तो माँ खुद कंफ्यूज होती है. शरीर के रूप में वो इतने सेम दिखते हैं, लेकिन फिर उनका विचार इतना अलग अलग क्यों होता है?
एजुकेशन
The way they have experienced the world and their approach to understanding is different.
अरे माई वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन, इफ दिस टू बेबी कुछ सेकंड्स के बाद में जन्म ले रहे हैं, राइट? 1.5 साल 2 साल एक ही परिवार में है, करेक्ट? दोनों को भी एक ही चीजों को, इमिटेशंस को मिल रहा है. जब पिताजी बिहेवियर कर रहे हैं तो दोनों के सामने एक ही जैसे कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे? माँ भी बिहेवियर कर रहा तो दोनों के सामने एक जैसा कर रहा है, राइट? सारी चीजें उनको एक जैसे मिल रही है. फिर ये दोनों की थॉट्स में चेंज क्यों आता है?
बॉडी सेम है लेकिन सेल्फ अलग अलग है ना सर. बॉडी में
देखिए मैं वही कह रहा हूँ. अरे देखिए एक सेकंड, आप ना वो बड़े बच्चे की तरफ मत जाइए, क्योंकि बड़े बच्चे की तरफ जाएंगे ना तो आप लॉजिक लगाएंगे. क्या लॉजिक लगाएंगे? कि अब 10 साल बच्चे ने सीखा है तो अलग अलग सीखा. मैं 10 साल की बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं तो कर रहा हूँ 1.5-2 साल के बच्चे ट्वीन है.
सेल्फ तो अलग अलग है सर. बॉडी इवन दो इट कैन बी आइडेंटिकल बट
सेल्फ अलग अलग है. इसका मतलब क्या है?
जिस तरह से वो चीज को समझ रहे हैं, अंडरस्टैंड करने का कैपेसिटी वो डिफरेंट है.
जिस तरीके से ग्रास्पिंग का
तरीका है
वो डिफरेंस है. वो कहाँ से आया ग्रास्पिंग का डिफरेंस तरीका? शरीर के जन्म के साथ या उससे पहले भी? वेरी गुड। मैं आपसे यही तो जानना चाहता था, यही तो जानना चाहता था ना मैं, कि शरीर के जन्म के साथ अगर सेल्फ का जन्म हो रहा है तो फिर तो डेवलपमेंट सेम ही होनी चाहिए।
पहले से ही कुछ है जो अलग
पहले से उनके
बहुत सिंपल सी बात है ना, डेवलपमेंट तो सेम होनी चाहिए, फिर डेवलपमेंट सेम क्यों है, सेम क्यों नहीं है, राइट? आई एम थ्रोइंग सम क्वेश्चंस, देन वी टेक ब्रेक में, ताकि आप खूब डिस्कस कर पाए इनको। कुछ क्वेश्चंस को थ्रो कर रहा हूं। एक क्वेश्चन ये हो गया, राइट? तो क्वेश्चन इज क्लियर। हम तो ट्विन की बात कर रहे हैं ना, एक घर में एक परिवार, एक सब कुछ मिला, लेकिन फिर भी दोनों के थॉट, दोनों के बिहेवियर अलग दिखते हैं। ठीक पे बात हो रही है। दूसरी बात ये हो रही है कि सेल्फ के साथ ही, बॉडी के साथ ही अगर सेल्फ है ना, ये दोनों जन्म ले रहे हैं एक ही साथ, तो कभी आपने बच्चों को ऑब्जर्व किए होंगे, मे बी 3 years, 4 years child, 4 years child, the way they talk, the content they have you observed sometimes that their clarity is much more than the clarity of maybe a 60 years old, 70 years old?
Yes.
अगर इसको मैं केवल क्वेश्चंस को छोड़ रहा हूँ, क्वेश्चंस को छोड़ रहा हूँ ताकि आप उसको रिफ्लेक्ट कर पाए। क्लैरिटी अबाउट द लाइफ, द बच्चा विच आर नॉट एक्सपोज टू एनी कंटेंट, बट द क्लैरिटी ऑफ द लाइफ। ओके। तीसरी बात यह है कि कभी आपने इस बात को ऑब्जर्व किया है कि वन चाइल्ड इज बॉर्न इन वन टाइप ऑफ फैमिली, लेट अस से फॉर एन एग्जांपल, in that family nobody follows music, nobody follows music, right? But this child born, and when his body organs gets developing, he starts playing music, और उसका जो म्यूजिक का ज्ञान होता है, वो म्यूजिक का ज्ञान चौथे, पांचवें, छठवें एज में जब आ जाता वो, तो बहुत सारे जो ट्रेन्ड म्यूजिशियंस होते हैं, उस ट्रेन्ड म्यूजिशियंस के जैसी इसका म्यूजिक का ज्ञान होता है। ऐसे कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशंस आपके आसपास, परिवार में, सोसाइटी में, समाज में, टीवी के ऊपर कहीं आपने देखे अगर होंगे, तो वो क्या होता है, क्यों होता है? ये सेल्फ और बॉडी दोनों एक साथ ह्यूमन बीइंग के रूप में जन्म लेती है, या द सेल्फ इज कंटिन्यूअस, एंड व्हेन वी से द सेल्फ इज कंटिन्यूअस, व्हिच मींस द कंटिन्यूअस इन टाइम, द एक्टिविटी ऑफ द सेल्फ इज कंटिन्यूअस इन टाइम और नॉट, the activity of the body can be continuous in time or not, you know, इस क्वेश्चंस को अभी रेस करते हुए we'll take a break. After the break we'll continue with the discussion.
उस टाइम जब वो प्रेग्नेंट हैं 3 महीने या 4 महीने के हिसाब से मान लीजिए, तो उस टाइम में उनके अंदर एक सेल्फ है या 3 सेल्फ है? अगर मान लीजिए वो ट्विंस हैं, को बर्थ करने वाली हैं या सिंगल को बर्थ करने वाली हैं, तो उस टाइम में उनके पास एक सेल्फ है या 2 सेल्फ है उनके अंदर?
कितने महीने का है?
मतलब प्रेग्नेंट कंडीशन में 3-4 महीने।
ठीक से बताइए कितना है?
4 मंथ्स अज्यूम कर लीजिए सर।
एक ही सेल्फ है मदर का केवल।
5 months. Beat heartbeats.
हाँ, लेकिन ये क्वेश्चन अगर ये होता कि बेबी उम्र में है, क्वेश्चन अगर ये होता कि बेबी उम्र में है और एज 4.5 है, तो फिर मेरा आंसर ये होता कि हर एक बॉडी के साथ में एक सेल्फ एसोसिएट, ठीक, फिर हर एक बॉडी के साथ में एक सेल्फ एसोसिएट। लेकिन वो मदर में 3 सेल्फ नहीं है, मदर के बॉडी में 3 सेल्फ नहीं है। The mother is the coexistence of self and body, and the 2 babies which are there in the womb are also coexistence of self and body. So mother has only herself, 1 self mother का है, दोनों सेल्फ वो बेबी के हैं। If that baby is 4.5 months.
सर अभी कुछ टाइम पहले आपने बताया था कि ट्विंस हैं, दोनों का भी सेल्फ अपनी जगह सही है, मीन्स दोनों का ही जन्म एक ही जगह पे हुआ है, 1-2 मिनट के डिफरेंस में हुआ है, फिर भी वो 2 बेबीज अलग अलग हैं। तो अभी मैं अपने यहाँ पे फैकल्टी से डिस्कस कर रहा था, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, या फिर हमारे भगवत गीता में भी है कि आत्मा मरता नहीं, आत्मा अमर है। तो वो जो सोल होगा जो एक बॉडी को छोड़ के दूसरे बॉडी में एंटर करेगा, और वो जाते वक्त अपने साथ कुछ तो ले जाएगा दूसरे बॉडी में जिसने अभी बॉर्न किया है, और उसके वजह से जो सोल जो उसके पहले लाइफ में जो था वो लेके चला गया आगे, उसके वजह से ये बिहेवियरल डिफरेंस होंगे। क्योंकि लाइफ में हमने ऐसे पढ़ा है या फिर केस स्टडीज देखे कि 8 साल का बच्चा जो महाराष्ट्र में है और वो बंगाली बोलने लगा, वो पूरा उस साइड का स्टोरीज वगैरह बताने लगा कि मैं उस टाइम वो था और मेरी डेथ इसी वजह से हुई, और जो ये फैक्ट चेक किए तो ये सही निकले। तो भगवत गीता में भी लिखा है कि सोल ट्रांसफर होती है, कैन नॉट बी डिस्ट्रॉयड, एंड वाइल जाते हुए वो कुछ तो अपने पुराने लाइफ वाला अपने साथ नए बॉडी में ले जाएगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। या फिर मुझे मुझे ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग अपने एक फैकल्टी से मिली, तो मुझे ये सही लगा। आपको वेदर इट इज राइट और रॉन्ग,
आप ऑब्जर्व करो।
आई थिंक इट इज राइट सर,
जो भी आपको लगता है ठीक है, आप ऑब्जर्व करो। मैं इसीलिए तो क्वेश्चंस को छोड़ दिया। अब मैंने ये नहीं कहा, आपने क्या कहा अभी, देखिए स्टार्टिंग आपकी ये थी कि मैंने कहा, मैंने ये नहीं कहा। मैंने क्या कहा कि आप उसको ऑब्जर्व करो, क्या ऐसा होता है, ये पूछा। मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि ऐसा होता है, राइट। आई डिडंट से दैट ऐसा ही होता है, आई सेड डू ऑब्जर्व, राइट। व्हाट यू से is one boy born in Maharashtra got totally exposed to the Maharashtrian family who speaks Marathi, but then he started speaking some other language. ऐसा होता है या नहीं होता है उसको आप ऑब्जर्व कीजिए।
सर अभी आपने बताया कि 4.5 months अगर हुआ है तो सेल्फ, जैसा आपने अभी कहा, तो एनाटॉमिकली कुछ डिफाइन कर सकते हैं इसको, लाइक सेल्फ का?
इट्स वेरी सिंपल थिंग ना, राइट। हम मेडिकल साइंस को भी देखिए, जहां पर भी बेबी का अबॉर्शन लीगल है, तो वहां पर आपको पता चलेगा कि 4.5 months पहले ही आप अबॉर्शन कर सकते हैं, उसके बाद में नहीं कर सकते।
सर उसका फिजियोलॉजिकल इम्प्लीकेशन तो ये है कि इट मे बी रिस्की फॉर द मदर, दैट इज व्हाई 4.5 months के पहले किया जाता है, जिसको एमटीवी बोलते हैं।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि अब ये सारी चीज़ों को देखना होगा इस आधार के ऊपर कि ह्यूमन बीइंग इज ओनली बॉडी और ह्यूमन बीइंग इज द कोएग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ सेल्फ एंड बॉडी, राइट। ये देखना होगा उसको, कुछ जब पता चलेगा कि इस तरीके से रूल्स कुछ सोसाइटी के भी है। I mean, it's not only the legal rule, it's not only the medical rule, but these are the beliefs of the society also. There are a lot of society who believes कि after 4.5 months आप ना करें, कंटिन्यू करें बेबी को, अगर वो क्यों चाहते हैं, ऐसे क्यों करते हैं, वही तो क्वेश्चन है ना हमारे पास में। And the more and more we do the observations of this kind of things, we'll able to draw certain conclusions on it. See, हमारा कंफ्यूजन कहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ था कि मैं शरीर ही हूँ, वेदर देयर इज कोएग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ सेल्फ एंड बॉडी। अब मैं सीधा सीधा अपने को नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ। अब ये तो बहुत ऊपर के क्वेश्चंस हैं, राइट, बहुत ऊपर के क्वेश्चंस ये। मैं जितना अपने में ऑब्जर्व करना शुरू कर दूंगा, विद दैट मोर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ माई सेल्फ, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स। So that's the reason I'm asking you, keep doing the observation. If you have any questions, you can ask the questions, right? But then do the observation. Some of the questions which you are asking, if they are not the part of the syllabus of UHV, I will make it very sure. And I'll say that this is not the part of UHV, but I'm trying to answer to it. So the answer I'm giving is not the UHV's answer. But because you have a question, I'm answering to it. Right?
Can we say that self is eternal and
and self keeps changing dresses, means bodies, and birth and death are different stops.
Okay. Self and the body. Correct? This coexistence is human being. So when we say the coexistence, which means this is a different and this is different. Right? ये ऐसा नहीं है. This is not the coexistence, this is combination. Then you can't separate it. Right? The coexistence is there, which means these two units are always separated. Even at this moment, the self and the body are the two different things. At this moment also. Right? You are not the body. But the self and the body is not the self. But the self is different and the body is different. Okay? All this imagination is taking place in the self. Correct? Now, this material has got formation and deformation, composition and decomposition. It follows the rules of material. This is gone. Are you there or not? You are there with your imagination. Correct? Now with this imagination, you are associating with the new body. So all that development which has happened is there. And from there you will continue. Right? In this material, the development is not happening. Why it is not happening? Because if there is a composition and decomposition, तो इसमें क्या हो रहा है? चेंज हो रहा है. इसमें क्या हो रहा है? परिवर्तन हो रहा है, रूपांतरण हो रहा है. तो जहां पर भी परिवर्तन है, जहां पर भी रूपांतर है, जहां पर भी चेंज है, उसे विकास नहीं कहते. विकास किसे कह सकते हैं? ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. So this transformation is linear, right? So with this you are associating with the body and you are transforming and taking up to the level of completeness of understanding.
So with this approach, there is now serious confusion with me. Suppose that I was related with human body, then human body has left, there is no coexistence, but that I which is eternal still is having some sanskar which were there in human body. Now it is quite possible that
the sanskar were there in the self.
In self, right? So self is having that. Now it is quite possible that when next body will be associated with I, that may not be human body. That may be in animal order now also. But since that I is having already human sanskars, even if animal body is attached, that consciousness should be there. Otherwise, in that incarnation, I will be governed by body then. Yes or no?
Okay. Done.
That's what my confusion.
Yes, done. Right. What conclusion we draw in the first session of this workshop? Are you living with animal consciousness or human consciousness? Right? I have this human consciousness, but I am living with animal consciousness. Which means what? I am operating with only selecting and testing. Only selecting and testing. So consciousness is of human, but I have not realized yet the complete potential of human consciousness. Okay. ठीक है? This is very clear to understand. Then, once I develop myself to little bit of thoughts, little bit of analyzing, little bit of comparing, once I'm able to have the desires of happiness, I start thinking about myself in a sense, what will be the good for me, what is not good for me, what will be the good for my family, what is not good for the family, for the society, which means what is happening, I am realizing to my higher level of activity, right? Once I start realizing to my higher level of activity, then I will never take the decision of having animal body. The reason, in the human body, when I get associated with the human body, this instrument is so sophisticated and the brain is fully developed. So with the fully developed brain and the sophisticated instrument, I can develop within myself. Then the confusion will not be there. At very initial stage of my journey, there is the possibility that from animal to the human and human to the animal. But that is very, 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 very initial stage. But once I have developed my sanskar to a little level, then this possibility looks very rare. But again, this is just, we can do this observation. Like, if I am understanding the importance of this body, right? Why do I will have the desire of getting into the animal?
But then is it like the self can choose body for him?
Of course, it's your decision.
Your decision.
It is your decision.
Sir,
एक मिनट. Let's go one by one. Let's one by one.
एक point add करना चाहता हूँ भैया. Even parents are selected by the born babies.
Yes.
It is up to that extent.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I mean, why to go to the parents, right? If I'm selecting this body, right? If I'm selecting this body, it means like I'm selecting the body, right? It's my decision to get. See, let's do some of the observations, right? Let us do some of the observations when we are associated with the body now. How we take the decision. You can draw some guess and some idea about how you will take the decision to connect and disconnect, right? Jesse, for example, if you go to catch a bus on the bus stop, the bus station, right? You want to go to Mumbai, and there are 5 different buses going to the Mumbai. Who is taking the decision of sitting into which bus?
Sir.
Me.
Right.
I am choosing the vehicle. If there are 5 vehicles available. And based on whether I want to go fast, I want to go slow, I want to go travel through the ghat, I want to travel through the plane, I want to travel through AC, non-AC, all these decisions I am doing it, right? So I am taking the decisions. I take the decision of getting associated with the body.
सर 3 कंफ्यूजन है. पहला सर ये कि अगर कोई सेल्फ 80 साल तक किसी बॉडी में रहा और उसने एक एक्सीलेंस की स्टेट अचीव करी फॉर एग्जांपल, और फिर से वो नई बॉडी में शिफ्ट हो रहा है बच्चे की फॉर्म में, तो हम लोगों ने देखा है कि बच्चा ठीक है, कुछ बच्चे थोड़े से एडवांस होते हैं, ज़्यादा मैच्योर होते हैं, बट उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग फिर भी एक बच्चों ही वाली होती है. तो अगर कोई एक्सीलेंसी के बाद दूसरी बॉडी में जा रहा है तो उसकी तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग एकदम छोटे बॉर्न बेबी में बहुत ज़्यादा दिखनी चाहिए, लेकिन वहाँ तक एक लिमिटेड ही दिखती है. इन जनरल केस. सर मैं पहले तीनों पूछ लूँ.
एक क्वेश्चन को लूँगा.
ठीक है, ओके.
आपका कंफ्यूजन बढ़ेगा. एक क्वेश्चन को लूँगा. अब क्वेश्चन क्या है कि this cell had traveled through a journey of understanding, has reached to almost state of an excellence, okay, and the bodily journey finished. Now this self is getting associated with the new, right? Have some observation. Do you have some examples, your own examples in the history of the human being, that some human beings have reached to the state of realization at an early age of the body? Let us say 30 years, 28 years, 20 years, 16 years, right? If these examples are there and you have this example, what does it indicate? What does it indicate? In this bodily journey, I am 60 years old, I am 70 years old, I am 80 years old, but not having so much of clarity, so much of confusion is there. But then how come this particular realized being, enlightened being, reached to the state of salvation, whatever the name you can give. I'm giving the name, the completeness of right understanding. How come someone has reached to the completeness of right understanding at the age of 16, at the age of 28?
Where that is total different journey.
सर वो जितने सालों से हमारी ये दुनिया चल रही है, अगर हम तब से काउंट करें और तब से पहली बॉडी जो छोड़ी थी वो एक राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग तक पहुंच गया था, फिर दूसरी बॉडी पे, फिर तीसरी बॉडी पे, और ऐसे हज़ारों बॉडी आ गई, तब तो मतलब बच्चा पैदा होते के साथ ही राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग के साथ पैदा हो जाना चाहिए था सर. मतलब अगर उस हिसाब से हम लेके
दूसरे क्वेश्चन की तरफ आते हैं. पहला क्वेश्चन क्लियर हो गया?
ठीक है सर, ये पहले का ये पार्ट था. दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है,
ये पहले का पार्ट नहीं है
सर, ये मेरा एक तरह से ये पहले का ही पार्ट था सर.
मैं आपको इसीलिए मैं उसको डिटेलिंग कर रहा हूँ. देखिए मैं आपको डिटेलिंग कर रहा हूँ. योर फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन वाज वेरी डिफरेंट. नाउ योर सेकंड क्वेश्चन व्हाट यू आर आस्किंग, that if I am taking so many births, right, so many bodies, then by today every self has to be born with the right understanding and right feeling. This is your second question, and this is very different than your first question. Very different. It is not the part of the first question. See, it's not how many bodies you are getting associated, but it's that how you are working within your own self. This process of development is not automatic. It is not depends on how many births you have taken. There is the possibility that someone may reach to the state of realization with very less number of body birth. Someone may not reach to the state of an excellence by even taking number of body. Why? Because unless I take that travel within, I would not reach to this state. If I am able to aware of my every single thought, every single desire, every single expectations, then only I will be reaching to this state. Who is going to realize? Is the self is going to realize. What the self is going to realize? The self is going to realize the whole existence. It's the self is realizing. This realization is possible only by traveling within, and not by traveling outside. So there is a possibility, I may take body after body, but if I am not even aware of my own desire, my own thought, my own expectations, even 2 minutes in a day, continue होते रहेगा ना. How many times एक पूरे मिनट में कितने सेकंड हम अपने प्रति सजग होते हैं? सजगता की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, कि कितने सेकंड्स मुझ में क्लैरिटी के साथ में दिखता है कि मुझ में क्या चल रहा है. अब इतना अनअवेयरनेस अगर है मेरा, तो समय तो लगेगा. विल टेक टाइम. अब थर्ड क्वेश्चन.
सर, जैसे सपोज दो सेल्फ हैं और दोनों को एक ही बॉडी चाहिए, तो उनका फैसला कौन कर रहा है कि मैं ये वाली बॉडी लूंगा या मैं ये वाली बॉडी लूंगा? दूसरा ये कि सर अगर सेल्फ को बॉडी चाहिए तो इस तरीके से तो बहुत हद तक पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल में रहनी चाहिए थी कि मतलब इतनी बॉडी है, इतने सेल्फ हैं, इतनी बॉडी आएंगी, इतने सेल्फ उसमें चले जाएंगे. तो ये पॉपुलेशन का वेरिएशन जो आ रहा है, तो ये सब मल्टीपल.
बढ़िया. I'll give you some inputs to your first question. Okay? I'll keep your second question for the next session. Because now what is happening, see what is an interesting thing. When I was talking about human being, you had questions related to the family. जब मैंने फैमिली शुरू कर दिया तो आपके सोसाइटी के क्वेश्चंस पूछना शुरू कर दिए. जब मैं सोसाइटी शुरू कर दिया तो आप नेचर के क्वेश्चंस पूछना शुरू कर दिए थे. अब मैं नेचर को बात कर रहा हूँ, अब एग्जिस्टेंस के क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं. राइट? सो आई विल गिव एन इनपुट टू द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. सेकेंड क्वेश्चन आई विल कीप इट फॉर द एग्जिस्टेंस, बिकॉज दैट क्वेश्चन इज फ्रॉम द एग्जिस्टेंस. द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट इफ द टू सेल्फ want to take up one body. Right? आज भी वो होता ही नहीं होता. You are doing it today or not? Even today you are doing it. The two people try to encourage one house. right? Both the people puts their right on the same house. They say that this is mine, and that is the reason they go to the court of law, right? Because both of them are claiming that this is my house. So there is a possibility when you want to associate it with the body, there could be a possibility that the two self will try to, get associated with the body. The one who is stronger will get associated. जो वीक होगा उसको ढकल देगा वो.
सेल्फ में भी स्ट्रॉन्गर वीकर.
अरे भाई जो स्ट्रॉन्गर है वो दूसरे के ऊपर डोमिनेट कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा आज.
सर वो बॉडी वाइज कर रहा है ना सर.
भाई वही देखिए ये कौन डोमिनेट कर रहा है, सेल्फ कर रहा है या बॉडी कर रहा है.
बट एक्सप्रेस तो बॉडी वाइज कर रहा है ना या फिजिकल फैसिलिटी वाइज.
देखिए वो एक्सप्रेशन तो हो रहा है राइट, लेकिन ये डिसीजन किस में हो रही है.
सर बट सेल्फ को बॉडी और फिजिकल फैसिलिटी की मदद लग रही है तब वो डोमिनेट कर पा रहा है.
यही कह रहा हूँ डोमिनेट.
दो सेल्फ हैं तो उनमें तो बॉडी और फिजिकल फैसिलिटी है ही नहीं ना सर.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि डोमिनेट कौन कर रहा है उसको अगर आप ध्यान से देखिए जाइए तो पता चलेगा कि जो डोमिनेशन इज देयर इन द इमेजिनेशन, राइट. और जो इमेजिनेशन के साथ में जो भी देखिए बात क्या हो रही है, अभी एक घर है और दो सेल्फ है. अब जो ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग होगा अगर ये फाइट में उस बॉडी के साथ में एसोसिएट कर लेगा.
सर सेल्फ में कैसे डिसाइड हो रहा है कि कौन स्ट्रॉन्ग है वीकर है, क्योंकि अभी जो हम लोग दुनिया में देख रहे हैं उसमें सेल्फ जब डोमिनेट करना चाह रहा है तो वो फिजिकल फैसिलिटी या बॉडी की मदद से कर पा रहा है उस काम को. मैडम एक चाय की और जरूरत है.
Is this the part of UHV, this self-incarnation theory?
That's what I say. That I am giving some answers to your questions.
Getting sir, totally. But if it is a part, then there must definitely be some reference, some source to justify this information, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm. See, what I said कि अभी जितने भी क्वेश्चन शुरू हुए हैं वो क्वेश्चन यहाँ पर के है क्या? नहीं है. इसका मतलब वो पार्ट है क्या? नहीं. राइट. दिस ये आपकी क्यूरियोसिटी है, कुतूहल. जब आदमी का कुतूहल होता है ना तो आदमी कुतूहल की कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछ लेता है. कुतूहल ही होता है उसका. हाँ मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि हम कुतूहल अगर आ गया तो कुतूहल के साथ में हमारा कोई भी क्वेश्चन आ सकता है.
राक्षस ने सन्यासी का जन्म लिया है
तो क्या होता कि हम वही कह रहे हैं ना. देखो हम क्या कह रहे हैं कि व्हाट डू वी से, राक्षस ने सन्यासी का जन्म लिया राइट, लेकिन उसके किसी एक पर्टिकुलर एक्ट से हम उसको राक्षस कह दिए थे राइट. उसके किसी पर्टिकुलर एक्ट से हम उसको राक्षस कर दिए थे, लेकिन उसकी पूरी इमेजिनेशन में सी व्हाट हैपेंस, हम बहुत सारी जो स्टोरीज है ना वो स्टोरीज को किसी एक पर्टिकुलर रेफरेंस के साथ देखते हैं, उसको कंप्लीटनेस में नहीं देखते. जब उसको कंप्लीटनेस में दिखाई देंगे तो दिखाई देगा कि चलो ठीक है किसी और को लगा होगा कि इसका जीना राक्षस की तरह है, क्योंकि जो देखने वाला है वो उसको देख रहा है तो उसको लग रहा है राक्षस है, लेकिन किसी और को जब देखा तो उसको लग रहा होगा कि ये तो ठीक ठीक जिया है. डिपेंड करता है कि कौन उसको डिफाइन कर रहा है. इनफैक्ट अब जो वर्ड का है ना राक्षस, उसके लिए एक शब्द है, क्या है? दानव. दानव राक्षस को कहते हैं राइट. इसकी बिल्कुल अपोजिट शब्द क्या है? इसका अर्थ क्या होगा फिर? चलिए इसको और शब्द देते हैं, है ना, इसको और शब्द देते हैं. एक शब्द है असुर राइट. These are the different words for demon, these are the different words for devils, correct. These are the different words for so-called diluted spirits, एक सेकंड राइट. इसके अपोजिट शब्द क्या होगा? सूर. असुर के अपोजिट शब्द क्या होगा? सूर राइट. To whom do we call Surdas? No. What is the meaning of Surdas? सूरदास, which means the one who is able to see, जो देख सकता है ना, उसे कहते हैं सूरदास. सूर का दास है वो. इसका मतलब क्या है? देखने वाला है वो, राइट? जो देखने वाला है, जो देख सकता है, उसे सूरदास कहते हैं. ठीक? अंधे को सूरदास नहीं कहते. एक सेकंड, वही क्या, इतना सारा हमारा कंफ्यूजन हुआ है, राइट? इतना सारा हमारा कंफ्यूजन हुआ है. तो सूर का मतलब होता है देखना. देखने की जिसकी क्षमता को रियलाइज किया है वो सूरदास है. जिसने अपने में देखने की क्षमता को रियलाइज नहीं किया उसको क्या कहेंगे फिर? असुर, राइट? जो सुखपूर्वक जीता है उसको कहते हैं मानव. जो अपने में दुख से जीता, दूसरों को दुख करता, उसको क्या कहते हैं? तो अब देखिए कि सूर्य यहाँ है, असुर यहाँ है, मानव भी यहाँ है, दानव भी यहाँ है ना? इसी को कहा, कुछ डिस्क्रिप्शन दिए गए हैं. लेकिन when you try to understand the reality, what is the reality of Manav, what is the reality of Danav, what is the reality of human being, what is the reality of devil? So devil का अर्थ केवल इतना होता है कि the one who is not able to live with the human consciousness is devil.
The exact answer for the identical twins with different approaches. So what would be the answer?
See, identical twin with the different approaches, these two imaginations are there, right?
Different imagination, different experiences.
Life experiences afterwards.
This is natural acceptance. This is sensation. This is preconditioning. Okay? So this is case number 1, right? One of the twin. In the second twin, the twin B, this much part is realized through the natural acceptance. This much part sensation. This is preconditioning. Let us push into only 5%. Here, let us say 20%. Okay? Getting associated with body. Getting associated with body. This is the difference. This is the difference.
Apart from sanskar, there must definitely be sangat also.
Yeah, that sangat is the environment. Sangat is his environment. See what is happening. Each one of us had and have our own sanskars. Correct? With our sanskar, we came here. For the past 6 days, 7 days, what is happening? In an environment of relationship, we are exploring within ourselves. Right? Environment is playing a role. In this environment of relationship, our understanding, our exploration is happening, right, at a faster rate. So that sangat is important. That sangat is basically an environment. So environment has an important role to play. But this environment has a very important role to play till I am able to see to it that I can observe myself in any of the environment. And I create my environment. So if I am able to observe, see that this self-development is possible in any of the environment, then whichever the suitable environment is there, I pick that environment.
So sir, can we say that, for example, self, what is self? The major question is what is self? So can we say that self is effectively a conscious, this is my understanding. Self is consciousness. Now what is consciousness? Consciousness is my own thought processes, my ability to analyze, my ability to understand, my ability to learn from my own experiences, and accordingly I will be understanding, or we can say natural acceptance will be coming. So self is part of body or body is part of self. Both are coexisting together. And for example, the example of twins. So they have born with a particular genetic structure, they are born, bringing in the, but the experiences they will be having from the external world. will be different for each of them. They will be analyzing and understanding in a different way. The behavior of the parents will also not be exactly same with both the twins. They will, or it is similar, but understanding of these twins will be different. That is why their personalities have developed in a different way. So self is what I feel is consciousness. What is consciousness is again my thought process, ability to analyze, ability to understand from my experiences, society at large, and how I do analyze and how do I will say हम अपने अंदर में उसको कैसे समझते हैं, and how it becomes my natural acceptance. That sums up to self. That is according to me.
Yeah, I mean, on the day one, we started understanding this proposal of human being. So human being is the coexistence of consciousness and material. So this consciousness is the self, which has the potential of understanding, which is endowed with natural acceptance. So it's not natural acceptance is coming. It's there. Right? It's there. If I see to my natural acceptance, I can be in harmony. Because it is there. But instead of seeing to my natural acceptance, if I keep preconditioned myself by the inputs around me, and if that preconditioning is not as per my natural acceptance, then I can be in a disharmony.
So this preconditioning is coming from the society. The preconditioning is coming from the environment we are born in.
No, wait. Preconditioning is not coming from the society. I am accepting that preconditioning.
Yes, that can also.
Because when we say preconditioning is coming from the society, which means I do not have any control on it.
No, what I am trying to say is preconditioning, I am accepting that is my decision. But what I am seeing around and what people are doing, now I can choose to accept certain things, I can choose not to accept certain things.
Very good.
But what I am experiencing, what I am observing is from the society or the people or different norms, how people are behaving or how people are doing.
Very
now
good.
what I choose to accept and what I choose not to accept, that is my own
Very
understanding.
good. Very good. That's your decision, right?
Yeah, that
so
is my
each decision I do, it's my decision.
Yeah.
It's my decision. Very good.
Sir, where do this self live? Is it living inside body, or where do it live?
I think I need to open the existence now.
It's very complicated, sir.
Open करते हैं existence. Existence को open करेंगे फिर उसमें चर्चा करेंगे.
Sir, can we say that as much as we improve our today's self, the next generation will automatically improve, and then the human order will become the part of that society?
Sorry? Can you take mic?
Sir,
is there in your hand?
Sir.
Hello. So can we say that as much as we improve our today's self,
as much as
we improve our today's work today on ourselves, then the next generation will automatically improve because the self is going to choose the body.
Yes.
And then automatically the human order will become the part of all the three.
Yes.
This is the cycle.
Correct.
Sir.
Very true.
Sir.
So you made that graph, natural acceptance, sensation and preconditioning. So this graph is basically so that self sanskar. It's actually self sanskar or what? It is. No?
हाँ बॉडी का संस्कार नहीं होगा ना.
No, one sanskar is what we get from the elders or society or something. But self sanskar is something which you drawn that.
See, the sanskar which you are getting from the elder or society is also developing within you, right? So it's basically the self ka sanskar. My parents are teaching me something, लेकिन समझ कौन रहा है?
Self.
तो किसके संस्कार होंगे फिर वो?
Self.
मेरे संस्कार.
सर जो अभी एग्जांपल आपने दी मैडम को समझाने में, मान लीजिए पेरेंट्स का जो सेल्फ है उसकी जो राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग और सब चीज़ें नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस वो 15% या 20% डेवलप्ड है. लेकिन जो न्यू बॉर्न बेबी में जो सेल्फ आया है उसकी राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग या नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस 60% के अप्रॉक्स है. तब क्यों फिर ऐसा देखा गया है जब उसकी ऑलरेडी जो सेल्फ में, उसकी बॉडी में जो सेल्फ आया है उसकी 60% जब नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस और राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, तब अगर जिस घर में वो आया है और वहाँ के अगर माहौल ख़राब है, अपब्रिंगिंग ख़राब है या जो भी चीज़ें हैं, तो वो सेल्फ मतलब क्यों और ख़राब होता चला जाता है, या फिर जो है मतलब इस तरह के टेंशन्स और सुसाइड ये सब आते हैं। उसे तो ये समझना चाहिए ना कि मैं तो 60% हूँ, इनका 20 है, तो इनसे ज़्यादा मैं जानता हूँ, मुझे इन सब चीज़ों से डिस्टर्ब होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है।
बिल्कुल। तो ऐसे हर एक सेल्फ जो ऑलरेडी 60% थे, है ना, और ऐसे फैमिली में बॉर्न बर्थ उनका हुआ जहाँ पर 20% था, तो वो सेल्फ ने रियलाइज करते हुए उनके पेरेंट्स ने उनको फॉलो किया। लेकिन कब हुआ ये? अगर वो सेल्फ वाकई ही 60% है, ऐसा ही हुआ है। आप जो कह रहे हैं बिल्कुल ऐसा ही हुआ है ना। यहाँ पर भी आपकी जो कुछ एग्जाम्पल होंगे रियलाइज बीइंग के, तो आपको दिखाई देगा कि उस रियलाइज बीइंग ने अपने में जब वो स्टेट को रीच किया, तो उनके पेरेंट्स ने ही उनको फॉलो करना शुरू कर दिया। ऐसा ही होता है, ऐसा ही होगा। लेकिन ऐसा कब होगा? अगर वो 60% है तो ही होगा। ऐसा ही होता है, ये नियम है, राइट। जिस तरीके से ये नियम क्यों है? बिकॉज द इनहेरिटेंस ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग इज बेस्ड ऑन द एजुकेशन एंड संस्कार। इट्स नॉट बेस्ड ऑन द ब्रीड, इट्स नॉट बेस्ड ऑन द सीड, इट्स नॉट बेस्ड ऑन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। इसमें जितना डेवलपमेंट है, इस डेवलपमेंट के साथ में ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन में जाएगा ये, जैसे उनका एग्जाम्पल था, क्वेश्चन था, राइट। तो अभी इस बॉडी के साथ में मेरी जितनी भी डेवलपमेंट हुई उसी को मैं कैरी करूंगा, उसके साथ में मेरा एजुकेशन संस्कार, उससे मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़ती रहेगी। इस तरीके से एक मानवीय परंपरा बन पाएगी, द ट्रेडिशन ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग। जी
सर, सेल्फ जो है ना बॉडी चूज करता है खुद वेयर टू गो, तो सेल्फ को इतना तो पता ही होता है सर कि तू गरीब घर में जा रहा, तो वहाँ क्यों जा रहा है?
बिल्कुल ठीक है।
सर सारी लाइफ डिस्टर्ब होती है। अगर प्रोस्पेरिटी है तो वो ठीक से जी पाएगा, और नहीं है तो उसे खाना खाने में भी दिक्कत होगी, तो क्यों जा रहा है वो?
मैं वही कहता हूँ, देखिए ये जो क्वेश्चन है ना, इस क्वेश्चन को अगर किसी ने मान लिया कि पैसा ही सब कुछ है, तो वैसे घर में डिसीजन लेता है, वहां चले जाता है, लेकिन वहां पर जाने के बाद में भी सुखी नहीं रहता हूँ।
वो सुखी वहाँ भी नहीं रह पाता ना, एक मिनिमम लेवल तो चाहिए।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, वहां जाने के बाद में भी सुखी नहीं रहता वो तो हमने मान के रखा है कि प्रॉस्पेरिटी है परिवार में तो आदमी हैप्पी रहेगा। वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा उस प्रॉस्पेरिटी को एंजॉय करता रहता है, सुखी नहीं होता। अब वो सारे कंफ्यूजन पे हम डिसीजंस ले रहे हैं।
सर वो तो ये सीख लेगा, आप पढ़ा दो उसको आने के बाद।
हाँ जी,
ये तो वो सीख लेगा बाद में, पैसा भी नहीं आएगा उसके पास।
बराबर।
एक मिनिमम लेवल तो चाहिए उसे, खाने पीने के लिए चाहिए। रोड के साइड में पैदा हो गया, उसको कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा होगा।
सर अगर हम लोग जब से अगर दुनिया बनी है तब से देखें और जनरेशन पे जनरेशन जो आए जा रही हैं, और अभी आज भी अगर ये सारे मसले हैं, मतलब आज भी अभी मैक्सिमम या 99% मेजोरिटी में अभी राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं आई है, तो एक सेल्फ जो एक बॉडी में रहती है वो मुश्किल से 60 साल 70 साल ऐसी बॉडी की लाइफ अगर हम अज्यूम करते हैं, और अगर जब से दुनिया बनी है आज तक वो राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं आ पाई, 20% 25% कुछ ऐसे ही चल रहा है आज भी मामला, तो मतलब एक जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मेरी सेल्फ मेरी बॉडी में 60-70 साल जो भी रहेगी, तो उसका बहुत ही कम परसेंटेज ऑफ डेवलपमेंट हो पाएगा एक बॉडी में, क्योंकि अगर जब से दुनिया चल रही है तब से आज तक सेल्फ अगर पूरी तरह नहीं डेवलप हो पाया है, राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग 100% नहीं आया है, तो मतलब एक बॉडी में जब वो रह रहा है तो सिर्फ 1% 2% ही वो डेवलप हो पा रहा है। क्या ये अज्यूम किया जा सकता है सर?
डिपेंड करेगा कि आप अपने में कितना ध्यान दे रहे हैं। अपने में ध्यान देंगे तो डेवलपमेंट ज़्यादा होगा, अपने में ध्यान नहीं देंगे तो 1% क्यों 0% होगा। आप जैसे पहले थे वैसे ही शरीर को काट लेंगे, अगले ही शरीर आएगा वैसे ही काट लेंगे, उससे कम नहीं होगा, कम नहीं होगा, तो जितना है उतना बना रहेगा। इतना उतना बना रहेगा। जब भी आपका ध्यान जाएगा फिर अपने में काम शुरू कर देंगे, अपने में काम शुरू कर देंगे तो 1% भी हो सकता है, 10% भी हो सकता है, 100% भी हो सकता है, वो तो डिपेंड करेगा। लेकिन उसके लिए काम तो अपने में करना है। अब मेरे अगर प्रश्न ये बने रहे ना कि अब ये सासू माँ को कैसे ठीक करूँ, ये डीन को कैसे ठीक करूँ, ये बच्चे को कैसे ठीक करूँ, है ना, गया मैं। क्यों गया? अब तो अपने में तो काम होने ही नहीं है। अब मेरा प्रोग्राम सब कुछ क्या है? दूसरों को सुधारने का। अब ये दूसरे को जब मैं सुधारने जाऊंगा तो अपने में तो कोई ध्यान ही नहीं। हो सकता है कि 1 2 3 4 10 15 25 100 शरीर ऐसे निकल जाए, उसके बाद में कहीं ध्यान जाएगा, फिर हम काम करेंगे।
सर मतलब आपकी बॉडी में जो सेल्फ है वो जिसे भी मिलेगा आगे जाके वो सीधा 95% से ही स्टार्ट करेगा सर। फिर
किसे मिलेगा? वो तो मैं हूँ, वो दूसरे को थोड़ी मिलेगा। देखिए ये बात, वो तो बात बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है ना। दूसरे को कैसे मिलेगा? वो तो मैं हूँ, राइट? एक सेकंड क्या है ना, ये सारे जो कंफ्यूजन है इसको देखिए। मैं हूँ, मैं कंटिन्यू करूंगा, ठीक है, मैं हूँ, मैं कंटिन्यू करूंगा। ये बात अगर ध्यान में आ जाए ना, ये मैं हूँ, मैं कंटिन्यू करूंगा, ये बात अगर ध्यान में आ जाए तो फिर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन भी ध्यान में आता, और तब ये ध्यान में आता कि मेरे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन में हवा कम से कम उतनी ठीक होनी चाहिए या नहीं कि जिससे मेरी बॉडी सर्वाइव कर पाए।
सर
ये जो मैं नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए कर रहा हूँ, इसका मतलब किसके लिए कर रहा हूँ?
सर ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि आपको बॉडी की जरूरत,
मैं आंसर कर रहा हूँ, आ रहा हूँ आपके क्वेश्चन की तरफ भी आ रहा हूँ, है ना, राइट? तो जब हम कहते हैं ना कि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, तो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का अर्थ यही होता है कि ये हमारे जो एस्पिरेशन है ये कंटिन्यूस क्यों है? कभी सोचा हमने कि क्यों मुझे कंटिन्यूसली लगता है कि समाज में एक व्यवस्था बने रहे? क्योंकि मैं हूं, है ना, निरंतर हूं, राइट, निरंतर हूं। अभी आपके क्वेश्चन की तरफ आते हैं, ठीक? मैं फिर से कह रहा हूं कि मैं कुछ आंसर्स कर रहा हूं क्योंकि आपके क्वेश्चंस निकल के आ रहे हैं, यहां पर कुछ नहीं है उस स्लाइड्स पे, ठीक? अब इनका एक क्वेश्चन निकल के आया कि शायद आप शरीर ही नहीं लेंगे, पॉसिबिलिटी है, कब पहुंचने के बाद, complete after completeness of right understanding, I may, you may, each one of us. When I say I, which means self, right? May have two choices. क्या choices है? One, to take the human body. If a realized being takes the human body with a purpose. क्या purpose होता है? दूसरों को, सबको उनके रियलाइजेशंस में हेल्प करे, जिसको कहा जाता है इनकारनेशंस। इनकारनेशन किसे कहते हैं? The one who have reached to the state of realization and has taken a decision of getting associated with the human body to help the other. So that is called incarnation. दूसरा क्या होता है? I may not take the decision. लेकिन उसका क्या होगा फिर? उसके लिए एग्जिस्टेंस की डिस्कशन को अभी ओपन कर लेते हैं, ठीक है? क्योंकि आपके बहुत सारे जो क्वेश्चंस है वो क्वेश्चन एग्जिस्टेंस से लेकर आ रहे हैं यहाँ तक, ठीक है? कुछ देर के लिए हम अपने क्वेश्चंस को रोके। ओके, अभी हम जो बात कर रहे हैं ना, रियलाइजिंग एग्जिस्टेंस एज कोएग्जिस्टेंस, तो अभी हम लोग, नाउ वी आर टेकिंग अप आवर डिस्कशन टू द कंप्लीट ऑर्डर। नाउ वी आर टेकिंग अप द डिस्कशंस टू द एग्जिस्टेंस, ठीक है? ये नेचर, हाउ बिग दिस नेचर इज, some assumptions are there now. All the systems, all the galaxy, all the moon, all the sun, ये सब कुछ जो है वो है नेचर। Now the question comes, where is this nature? तो प्रकृति कहाँ है? Where is the nature? Understanding these things, which means realizing the existence as coexistence. Okay? So if you look at this existence, it means exist plus essence. Exist means is or to be, essence means harmony. So there are two things. Harmony is and to be in a harmony. So in this session, we'll try to understand what is the meaning of harmony is and what is the meaning of to be in harmony. Okay? If you see this existence is in the form of coexistence. Units submerged in the space. So how this existence is? Existence is in the form of coexistence. Units are submerged in the space. Any question here? अस्तित्व सह अस्तित्व के रूप में है, शून्य में संपृक्त इकाइयां है. अस्तित्व सह अस्तित्व के रूप में है, शून्य में संपृक्त इकाइयां. The existence is in the form of coexistence, units submerged in the space. Let us try and understand this. The whole existence. Let us try and understand whether this existence is a mystery or it's a reality. Right? If it is a mysterious, then I cannot understand it. Which means the development of completeness will not be possible. But if it is reality, if it is definite, I can understand it. So the existence is definite. It is in the form of coexistence. It is ever present. And what does it mean? It means the units are submerged in the space. So there are two realities in the whole existence. There are two realities in the whole existence. The one reality is the space and the other reality is units. Is there any other thing you see in the whole existence? There are two realities in the whole existence, you know. The one reality is the space and the other reality is units. Is there any other reality in the whole existence?
Time.
Continuous.
Time is always in reference with something, right?
It is
That's
continuous.
not the human understanding. We perceive in a way of, we always see in the form of reference. But time is there.
What do you mean to say time means what?
The way we see it, it's like a carpet of space and time.
Yeah. What the time would means to you?
It's a kind of dimension.
Dimensions of what? That's what I'm trying to understand. What is the concept of time for you?
Like we have a space, what we can see, we humans can see three-dimensional space. In the same way, time is also a kind of dimension where one can move, a species can move, but we human don't have ability to roam around on that dimension anywhere. We just can exist there.
Okay.
That's why we are just able to see a reference of it.
Okay. Take it. So keep it open now. Right? We'll have it. Yes.
I said it's continuous.
This is continuous. This is continuous. Yes. This is ever present.
Space is continuous.
Right? This coexistence is ever present. ये नित्य वर्तमान, ये ever present. ठीक है? So the existence is in the form of coexistence. Units are submerged in the space. I'll go more slow और धीरे धीरे जाता हूँ. ठीक है? Let us try and understand the space and the units. So these are the units, the nature, right? Each of these units is limited in size. ठीक है? The size of the unit may be small or big, bigger in front of the other in comparison with the other units. But no matter how the unit is small or the big, the size is limited. Like one of the smallest unit which is known to us is atom. Size is limited or unlimited? Limited. One of the biggest, unit which is known to us is our solar system. Our solar system is 1 unit, right? So the size is limited or unlimited? Limited. It's bigger, but it is limited, right? The size of the sun, the size of the moon, the size of the body, the size of the tree, the size of chair, the size of every unit is limited. Limited in space. But if you look at the space, it is all pervading. It is continuous. So wherever there is a unit, there is a space. If there is no unit, there is a space. ये हमारे पूरा जो गैलेक्सी वो कहाँ है? स्पेस में. What is there beyond our galaxy? Space. Another galaxy. What is there between the two galaxies? Space. So galaxy, the galaxy itself in the space, space, another galaxy, that another galaxy also itself in the space, space, another galaxy, galaxies after galaxy, and each of these galaxies are submerged in the space. So if you see the space is endless. The space is all pervading. The space is continuous. Space is everywhere. Something which is everywhere has no shape. Correct? The unit has a shape. The space has no shape. So in this unlimited, all-pervading, continuous space, every unit is submerged. Atom is submerged in the space or not? Yes. Earth, tree, your body, you. So where are you? You are in the space. Where is your body? You are in the space. The body is also in the space and you are also in the space. Right? The body is also in the space and you are also in the space. And this is ever present. This is our present. Is this okay? Any question here?
सर स्पेस का एंड या स्पेस का अभी तक ये नहीं पता एंड या स्टार्ट या कुछ
कंटिन्यूअस है वो, एवर प्रेजेंट है, नित्य वर्तमान है. ये जो अस्तित्व है ना, ये अस्तित्व नित्य वर्तमान है. इट इज कंटिन्यूअस. It is continuous. The space is continuous, and all the units are submerged in the space. Right? Now I'll come to your question. When we say this unit, right, the units are submerged in the space. Does it mean that the space is only around the unit?
No, inside the
It's inside the unit too. For example, the space is inside the unit, inside the atom. So inside the atom there is proton. And the proton is revolving. Electron is also revolving. Neutron is also revolving. Correct? That's one thing. Number two, if you look into the whole body, functions are contractions and expansions. So each cell is contracting and each cell is expanding. So are you able to see that every single cell of the body is submerged in the space, and the body is also submerged in the space? Correct? So every matter, every particle is submerged in the space. So what this body is, it's basically the collections of cells, and each of the cell is submerged in the space. Have you seen the MRI of the complete body? Or the X-ray of some organ of the body? How does it look? It looks cells. And that all these cells together makes organ. These organs together makes a system, right? This is your external appearance, right? This is the form of your body. But if you see that X-ray, you will find that every single thing is in the space. Are you able to see it? Right? So where is your body? Where are you? Where am I? Where my body is? Are you able to see that we are related to each other? And we are not only related to each other, but we are related to every single unit which exists in the whole existence. Relationship is. Relationship is. If I understand, I'm happy. I'm in harmony. But if I perceive that the relationship is not there, we are not related to each other, my perception and the reality are not matching with each other. So whenever my perception does not matches with the reality, that creates the contradiction, and that contradiction is disharmony. Okay? Now take this into it. If you look into the space has no activity. The unit has activity, and the units are active. Right? So your body is active or not? Are you active or not? Are you active or inactive? Active. Continuously you are active, right? Continuously you are doing the activity of desire, thoughts, expectations. This imagination is continuously happening in you. So you are also active continuously. Activity is happening in you. Your body active. The activity is happening in the body. But when we see the cells, the space has no activity. So now are you sleeping, sitting on the mattress, chair, or in the space?
In a broader perspective, definitely space.
You are sitting on the mattress in the space. Correct? You are sitting on the mattress in the space. Because every single particle of your body is in the space, and every single particle of the mattress is also in the space. So the mattress is also in the space, your body is also in the space. So you are not sitting on the mattress. You are sitting in the space. Right? Right, bacha? Are you sitting on the mattress or are you sitting in the space?
In the space. Without gravity
Floating right now.
Are you able to see that you are floating?
Understand. We are not able to see, but we are able to understand that we are not.
Yeah. Are you? Sorry?
Maybe you are working for eating us from floating, otherwise.
Are you able to see that you are not on the mattress, but you are in the space?
सर ये बताओ ऐसी दूसरी धरती कहाँ है?
पहले इस धरती पे तो हम समझे। अब क्या हो रहा है ना, हम इस धरती पर है, इस धरती पर हम अपने आप को समझ नहीं पा रहे, दूसरे धरती के बारे में सोच रहे हैं। पहले ये तो देख ले कि इस धरती पर क्या हो रहा है।
सर
लेट मी, मेरा क्वेश्चन पेंडिंग है, आपका क्वेश्चन भी लेता हूँ, लेकिन मेरा क्वेश्चन पेंडिंग है. आर यू एबल टू सी दैट यू आर फ्लोटिंग?
सर ये हमें सेल्फ के हिसाब से सोचना है या बॉडी के हिसाब से?
दोनों. आर यू एबल टू सी योर बॉडी इज फ्लोटिंग? Are you able to see that your body is in the space?
Yes.
If your body is in the space, which means it is floating, right?
Yes.
हाँ यस
सर एक हद तक सेल्फ के हिसाब से डाइजेशन हो जा रहा है.
जैसे कार में बैठे पूरी कार चल रही है वैसे ही हम इसके अंदर बैठे हैं फ्लोटिंग इन द स्पेस. We are never again on the same point in our life. We are only
Acha, tell me, the earth is floating? Sun is floating? Galaxy is floating?
Yes.
Right? All the objects you see are floating. Why they are floating?
They are in space.
Because every single unit is in the space. Why you are not getting this feel? You are not getting this feel because the earth has got gravitational force. So because of the gravitational force, you are not getting the feel that you are floating. If you want to get a feel that you are floating, go on the moon. You will find that you would not be able to walk on the surface of the moon. Why? Because you are in the self and your body is in the space and your self is also in the space. आप तो अर्थ के रेफरेंस में देख रहे हैं ना, लेकिन पूरे रेफरेंस में देखो, गो बियॉन्ड द ग्रेविटेशन फोर्स ऑफ द अर्थ. हमने कम से कम कुछ टीवी पे तो देखा है ना, लोग घूमते हैं वहां पर ऐसे उड़ते हैं, राइट? पंख तो नहीं होते, राइट? पंख तो नहीं होते, विदाउट फेदर्स, वो फ्लोट करते रहते हैं केवल. दे फाइंड वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू सिट. वो चाय का कप भी ऐसे उनको उड़ते रहता है, वो भी उड़ते रहते हैं चाय के कप के पीछे, राइट? फिर वो कप को कुछ पकड़ लेते हैं. ऐसा कोई देखा ही नहीं देखा टीवी के ऊपर, राइट? अब ये टीवी के ऊपर देखा, ये केवल मूवी में देखा या जो लोग वहां पर गए थे उनका वीडियो हुआ और वो वीडियो को देखा? वही कह रहा हूँ, अगर वो वीडियो को देखा, मूवी की तो बात छोड़ दीजिए, वो तो इमेजिनेशन है, आदमी का इमेजिनेशन है, वो उसमें तो कुछ भी देख सकता है. लेकिन वो वीडियो पे अगर आपने देखा है तो आपको कुछ अनुमान लग सकता है. क्या अनुमान लग सकता है? कि द बॉडी इज ऑल्सो इन द स्पेस एंड द सेल्फ इज ऑल्सो इन द स्पेस.
ये कुछ ऐसा है जैसे कार में बैठे हम, कार का रही है तो हमें वो कार के अंदर की चीजें रिलेटिवली स्टेबल दिखती हैं. जब हम उससे बाहर देखेंगे सब कुछ मूव कर रहा है. वैसे जब हम इसके स्पेस अर्थ के उसमें हैं तो हमें लगता है सब कुछ
quite natural that
बस में बैठे हुए लोगों को when they think that they are stable and but they are acquiring the speed of themselves like that.
so we know that the earth is moving, sun is moving, every planet are in a galaxy. For they and each planet has gravitational force. तो हमें जैसे यहाँ बैठे हुए आपको लगता है सबको, हमें लगता है that we are stable and not moving. वैसे ही स्पेस में जितनी भी गैलेक्सीज है, जो भी है, we cannot find its end or limit. So we think that this is unlimited, that is continuous. तो वो भी शायद मूव होता होगा, या तो there may be some activity is going in a space, we are unable to figure it out, and we assume that it is stable and rest of the things are moving, all galaxies. We'll talk about it.
सर अगर स्पेस एंडलेस है और हर यूनिट स्पेस में फ्लोट कर रही है तो दो यूनिट्स के बीच का फिर डिस्टेंस कम और ज़्यादा क्यों नहीं हो रहा? फॉर एग्जांपल सर, मेरे से जितनी दूर पे ये स्टेज है और या फिर तो अगर सब चीज़ें ही फ्लोट कर रही हैं तो वो डिस्टेंस में भी फ़र्क आना चाहिए ना सर?
आते उसके तरफ भी आते. ठीक है, ये बात ठीक है. ओके, अब इसको थोड़ा सा देखते हैं. देखिए आप दोनों के भी क्वेश्चन, राइट? इफ यू लुक इनटू द स्पेस right, has no activity, but the units are energized. The units are energized in the coexistence. Units are energized in the space. The self is energized. Activity is happening. What kind of energy you are providing to the self? Energy.
क्या एनर्जी लेता है सर सेल्फ?
The body is energized, right? What kind of energy you are providing to the body? Food. Okay. From where the food is getting energized?
Nature.
From where this nature is getting energized?
Space.
Solar system.
Sun. Yeah. From where the sun is getting energized?
Sun.
Helium, hydrogen, fusion, right? Helium, hydrogen, fusion, creating energy. That's the reason the sun is getting energized, right? That's the reason the sun is getting energized. It's simple, right? But the next question, if the fusion is happening, it's also activity.
Yes, it is also activity.
It's also activity. How come that fusion is happening? So are you able to see that every single unit which exists in the whole existence is energized in the space? Are you doing anything for that? No. Let's have this clarity. You are not doing anything for every single unit which is energized in the space. Number two, your question. Every single unit is self-organized in the space. Have you done anything for the self-organization of the molecule?
No.
Of atom? The earth is self-organized or not?
Yes.
The sun is self-organized, right? Look at such a huge earth, right? It's a big, big, big earth. But this big earth revolves around its axis and also revolves around the sun. Are you doing anything for that? A small seed, when I go to the other side, I always see that banyan tree is there on the other side. Well, the seed of the banyan is so tiny that on the tip of the needle, minimum 10 seeds can be accumulated. It is such a tiny seed. Germinating, becoming sapling, and becoming such a huge tree. Are you doing anything for that?
No.
No? Have you done anything for your body to be born? Have you done anything for your body to be born? Have you done anything? Have you done anything for yourself to be in this existence? Have you done anything for yourself to be in this existence? So much of over-evaluation we do, right? It's because of me only all these things are happening. Are you able to see that this is self-organized?
सर सारा सब कुछ सेल्फ ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है, बस एक जहाँ ह्यूमन बीइंग रहता है वो डिसऑर्गेनाइज्ड।
क्योंकि आप अपने में सेल्फ ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं हो रहे ना, वो आपका समस्या है, वो एग्जिस्टेंस की समस्या नहीं है, राइट? देखिए इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग्स क्या है कि मुझ में भी सेल्फ ऑर्गेनाइज होने के लिए नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस बना हुआ है। अब वो मेरा इशू है, क्या इशू है कि मैं अपने नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस को नहीं देख के मैं अपनी दुनिया भर की बाहर की चीजों को मानता हूँ। अब ये मेरा इशू है।
सर जब स्पेस और नेचर ने हर चीज को ऑर्गेनाइज फॉर्म में बना रखा है तो ह्यूमंस को ही क्यों नहीं बनाया सर?
वो है ना, मैं अभी उनको तो वही तो आंसर किया ना। क्या आंसर किया? देखिए ये सीड को भी फूटना पड़ेगा ना, तब जाकर वो पेड़ बनता है, राइट? वो सीड जब फूटेगा तभी जाकर वो पेड़ बनेगा ना। आदमी में भी देखा जाए तो व्यवस्था तो है, क्या व्यवस्था है? सहज स्वीकृति आदमी में बनी हुई है। अब वो आदमी को अपने में वो सहज स्वीकृति को देखना होगा, वो अंदर अपने में देखना, सहज स्वीकृति को देखना, उसको छोड़कर हम दुनिया भर की बाहर की चीजों
सर
को
ये
देखते हैं।
चॉइस क्यों दी गई? मतलब अगर हर चीज़ ही मतलब जो उसकी एक्टिविटी है उसके अकॉर्डिंग ही वर्क कर रही है, सब ऑर्गेनाइज फॉर्म में, तो ह्यूमंस के साथ ही ये चॉइस क्यों दी गई?
ह्यूमन के साथ में भी चॉइस नहीं है, ऑर्गेनाइज फॉर्म तो ह्यूमन बीइंग का है, राइट? आप में एक सेल्फ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, अब वो आपका इश्यू है, कॉन्शियसनेस का आपके इश्यू है। क्या इश्यू है? कि आप में जो बना हुआ है आप उसको नहीं देखते हैं, आप दुनिया भर की बाहर की चीजों को देखते हो, वो आपका इश्यू है। इसमें अगर देखा जाए तो कोई डिस्टेंस नहीं।
अगर इस लाइफ में सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन हो गया, फ्रॉम वन गैलेक्सी कैन आई गो टू अदर गैलेक्सी?
If you want, you can. Right? I mean, you are in the space. See, there was a question. I'll respond to that question also. Where are you now? Space. When you will get, even today, you are different and the body is different, right? The body is also in the space and self is also in the space. Now, what is happening? Only this body is going through the formation and deformation and decay. You are there. Are you able to see that you are not coming from anywhere, you are not going to anywhere? You are there. You are there in the space.
So let's take for that we are in space, that is fine. But now this earth is having finite life. Even this entire solar system also have finite life. Once this solar system will be destroyed, then what will happen to all self like us?
Yeah. See, that is what I answer to his question, right? I have shared that input. Can I go to the different solar system? He asked the same question, correct?
But then this is very, not global, universal. Then right now also it might be quite possible that the self associated with this universe or maybe this galaxy, right now also might be some of them might be going somewhere else in galaxy and taking birth there or something like that.
That's what I answered to his question. Don't your science even, right? Don't your today's science have captured the aliens? If the scientists are talking about the aliens who comes from the different planets, right? If the scientist talks about the aliens who come from the different planets, which means there are some consciousness, human consciousness, maybe a human form, is living in a different earth. You know, we are not the only earth. Yes. There are many earths. Yes, so sir. There is a possibility that some of the earth which exists in the whole existence may have a conducive environment for the nature. See, what is required for the human being? These three things. These three things makes a conducive environment for the human being. Physical order, bio order and animal order. If there is any earth which is existing and having these three things, there is a possibility. But if these three things are not there, can the human beings will be there? No.
मैटर एंड नॉन मैटर ये दो चीज़ें हैं, मैटर और नॉन मैटर, इनका कन्वर्जन में आपसे भी कोई
हम ह्यूमन बीइंग की बात कर रहा हूँ, ह्यूमन बीइंग की बात कर रहा हूँ. Self can travel through, right? Self can travel through. But when it comes to the human body, associations with the human body, for the survival of the human body, these three orders are required. Physical order, bio order and animal order. So all those earths where these three orders are existing, there is a possibility. I mean, if they are existing, right? If there is any earth which is existing where these three orders are there, then there is a possibility that the human being is living on that earth also. But where that earth is also in the space. Where our earth is also in the space. Every single unit is submerged in the space energized in the space and self-organized in the space. Okay?
सर मुझे अभी भी ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है कि स्पेस में है और फ्लोट हो रहे हैं. सो जब भी अभी जब सोते हैं तभी ऐसा लगता है कि वी आर फ्लोटिंग.
एक मिनट यहाँ पर आइए, यहाँ पर आइए ना, आइए ना,
आपको लॉन्च करेंगे.
आइए आप यहाँ पर
कौन सी विंडो चॉइस
ऐसे यहाँ से आकर यहाँ से घूम कर दीजिए जाइए तो ऐसे जाइए ना, यहाँ से आइए.
मैम फील करो क्या फ्लोट.
अब यहाँ से घूम कर नीचे जाइए, यहाँ से घूम कर नीचे जाइए और फिर आप जहाँ पर रहा है वहाँ जाकर बैठिए.
यही हो गया फ्लोटिंग.
अब बताइए कि आप वहाँ से उठकर ये यहाँ चलकर सब यहाँ से जाकर वहाँ पर जाकर बैठ पाए, ये क्यों हो पाया? क्योंकि शरीर आपका गद्दे के ऊपर अगर होता तो आप तो उठ ही नहीं पाते, राइट? If your body is on the mattress, you would not be able to leave the mattress. But you left the mattress, you walk here and there, because the mattress is also in the space and your body is also in the space. This floor is also in the space. So basically, you were walking in the space on the floor, right? लेकिन वो बहुत सूक्ष्म है, हमें हमारी शरीर की आंखों से हम उसको नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं, राइट? वो इतनी सूक्ष्म है कि उसको हमारी शरीर की आंखों से हम उसको नहीं देख पा रहे हैं. जैसे हमारी शरीर की आंखों से बहुत सारी चीजें हैं ना यहाँ पर, उसको भी हम नहीं देख पा रहे हैं. तो जितनी भी शरीर की आंख की क्षमता है उतना दिखेगा, लेकिन who is the seer? The seer is the self. So when I develop this ability, who is going to see this? Who is going to realize this? It's not the body is going to realize. The self is going to realize the whole existence. So when I develop my capacity of seeing the things, seeing such a sukshma things, minor things, the stubble things, subtle things, then only I'll be able to see to it. Okay? Look at number 3. Thank you for that. Priya ji, thank you for walking. The third thing, recognizes its relationship and fulfill its relationship with every other unit in the space. Are you able to see that every single unit which exists in the whole existence recognizes its relationship and fulfill its relationship with every other unit in the space? Is there any unit which doesn't recognize its relationship and fulfill its relationship with other unit? जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल ये बिल्डिंग क्या है, पूरा एक एटॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर ही है ना, एटॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर ही है. ये पूरे बिल्डिंग में एक एटम है और ऐसे बहुत सारे एटम्स हैं, बहुत सारे एटॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर हैं. सो दैट वन एटम which is the part of one atomic structure of this building, and these several atomic structures have made the brick. And then let us say some millions of bricks are there, right? So that one atom who constitutes the atomic structure of the brick has recognized its relationship with every single atoms of this building or not? That is how the building is there. Right? That's how the building is there. This building is participating in the making of Pune city. Pune city in India. India on the earth. And the earth in the whole existence. So this atom is recognizing its relationship with every other unit in the space. Are you able to see to it? Right? Are you able to see that every single unit is related and connected with all the unit which exists in the world, in the space. Are you able to see to it? Correct? If I'm able to see to it, I'm in harmony. If I'm not able to see to it, I feel lonely. Loneliness is not being able to see the relationship, not being able to understand that I am related and connected with every single unit in the whole existence. I feel lonely. But if I have this clarity that every unit is related, connected, participating, fulfilling, I always have that feeling of relationships. Is this every unit which exists in the whole existence is participating for this organization or not? Yes. Right? And this organization is a harmonious, participating. So the participation in the larger order for this self-organization is basically the value. Right? If I am able to understand my participation towards myself, towards the body, towards the family, towards the society, towards the nature, towards the whole existence, with this understanding, I will be able to participate. And when I participate, I live with the value.
सर जैसे आपने कहा एवरी यूनिट इज़ कनेक्टेड एंड इन रिलेशनशिप, और फिर आपने इस बिल्डिंग के एग्जांपल दी कि इसका एक एटम दूसरी यूनिट से, दूसरा यूनिट तीसरी यूनिट से, इस तरह से पूरा कनेक्टेड है और इस तरीके से ये बिल्डिंग भी बनी हुई है. तो जब हर यूनिट हर किसी से कनेक्टेड है, रिलेशनशिप में है, तो मान लिए सर इस बिल्डिंग की एक यूनिट अगर दूसरी वाली बिल्डिंग की एक यूनिट से अपना रिलेशनशिप फाइंड करे तो और वो उसके साथ कनेक्ट होना चाहे तो फिर ये बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स हो जाएगी.
मटेरियल ऑर्डर में फाइंडिंग की पोटेंशियली नहीं है ना, तो कैसे फाइंड करेगा वो? हाँ, लेकिन इस बिल्डिंग से दूसरे बिल्डिंग के बीच में आपने ब्रिज से कनेक्ट अगर कर दिया तो दो बिल्डिंग कनेक्ट होंगी. तो दो बिल्डिंग कनेक्ट हो रही है, इसका अर्थ क्या है कि यू आर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग सम कनेक्शंस बिटवीन दोस, दिस फिजिकल कनेक्शंस यू आर मेकिंग इट. बट इफ यू लुक इनटू द स्पेस, द यूनिट्स इटसेल्फ आर कनेक्टेड टू ईच अदर. They are connected to each other. They are related to each other.
That means every cell is connected to one and one.
Every self is related and connected with every other self. See, if this relationship is not, तो फिर तो हम 7वें दिन में एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड फील ही नहीं करते थे. But this relationship is what has happened in the past 6 days. We are trying to identify that relationship. So like yesterday, मुझे लगता है कि 10:30 तो हो गए होंगे, वो टीवी हॉल से आवाज ऊपर आ रही थी, है ना, सेकंड थर्ड फ्लोर तक आवाज आ रही थी 10:30-11 बजे तक. क्यों हो पाया ये? Because that relationship is, we are related and connected. Now we started understanding the relationship, we started recognizing the relationship. That's it.
Self is non-matter, sir, yeah, is it matter? Self is a non-matter or matter?
अब करेंगे उसके बारे में बात. ठीक है यहाँ तक. अब थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़े. ठीक है. अब एक डिसीजन ले लीजिए कि इस हॉल को आज, अभी सभी लोग एक डिसीजन ले लीजिए. क्या डिसीजन ले लीजिए कि इस हॉल को आज लंच के लिए 1:15 को छोड़ना है. ठीक है, 1 बजे नहीं छोड़ना है. कब छोड़ना है? 1:15 को. ये डिसीजन ले लीजिए, क्योंकि 1 बजे बच्चे भी वहां पर होते हैं और हम लोग भी जाते हैं, तो बच्चों के लिए भी बैठने के लिए जगह नहीं होती है, हम लोगों को भी बैठने. उनका 1:30 तक लंच खत्म हो जाता है. 1:15 को अगर हम ब्रेक कर ले तो वहाँ पहुँचने तक 1:20 होगा. बच्चों का बहुत सारा खाना हुआ होगा, हम भी बैठ पाएंगे, आराम से खाना पाएंगे. तो एक डिसीजन ले लीजिए कि 1:15 तक बैठना है. ठीक, चलिए ठीक, थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ते हैं अभी, है ना, थोड़ा सा डिस्कशन को आगे लेते हैं. This existence is in the form of coexistence. Units are submerged in the space. The space is unlimited. Space has no activity. The units are limited. Activity is there. Now, when you look into these units, there are two different types of units. Okay? The one unit is the unit of material, and the other unit is the unit of consciousness. तो दोनों भी यूनिट है या नहीं है? The body is there and the self is there, right? So the existence has got the two reality. What? Unit and the space. But these units are divided into two types. Which type? Material unit and the consciousness unit and the space. Right? So, these are the three realities now. Reality number one is material, reality number two is consciousness, reality number three is space. So, I need to understand all these three. I need to understand material, I need to understand consciousness, and I also need to understand the space, which means the coexistence. If you see this material, only recognizing and fulfilling is taking place in material. Deformation, formation, composition, decomposition, right? This material is temporary, correct? The material is impermanent. So material's world is the world, the temporary world. If you look into the consciousness, correct? So, ये जो नित्य है उसे भी समझना, जो निरंतर है उसे भी समझना, और जो अनित्य है उसे भी समझना, राइट? ये तीन संसार है, ये तीनों को भी समझना है. जो नित्य संसार है उसको समझना, जो निरंतर संसार है उसको समझना, और जो अनित्य संसार है, so the world of the ever present world, the continuous world, and the temporary world. So the temporary world is the world of material. The continuous world is the world of consciousness. And both these worlds are submerged in the space. यहाँ तक ठीक है? Any question? Yes.
Sir, now consciousness and consciousness is continuous. Now my question is a bit different, but related to consciousness. If two things happens to us on the same day, one is happy and another is bit in grief. So my emotions are mixed emotions. If the grief is there in my family, my own family, then I will not be able to congratulate for good thing, the other thing which has been happened. So that is my state. But if the grief is not immediately my family, it is a bit further. So I will express both the emotions for both these situations. Right? So consciousness is same, myself. But in two different situations, I am able to represent two different feelings. So how this can be explained?
Yeah, it's happening because the lower level of the consciousness is getting operated by the preconditioning and sensations. Okay. The higher level of the consciousness is always invariant. So if I am getting operated by the lower level of consciousness, then that indefiniteness will be there. But if I am operating with the higher level of consciousness, then there will be a definiteness in my behavior. So if the two things are happening almost on the same time, then I will be able to see that this material, anyway it's a temporary. The consciousness is continuous, right? And somebody has achieved something. I can remain in harmony, I will also congratulate. and I'll also do whatever I want to do here. See, what is trouble today, when we don't understand this temporary world and the continuous world, and we assume that I am the temporary, I am the body, then the moment somebody's body, the self depart the body, I feel very unhappy, and I may carry that unhappiness for years and years. But if I get this clarity that I am the self, I am the consciousness, the other is also consciousness, the body is a material, the material is temporary, I am in this space. What is the meaning of it? It means I am in the space. Correct? When I am associated with the body, I am in the space. Not associated with the body, still in the space. You are in the space, right? So we are in the space and we are submerged in the space. We are related and connected to each other. That relationship is there. So no one is going anywhere. But this is what, my own preconceptions and the preconditioning, I feel that somebody has gone. Why somebody has gone? Because that the body is not there. So this preconditioning that I am the body and the other is body, but when I am able to see this reality, that the material is temporary, the consciousness is continuous, and the space is unbounded in time and space. So in this unbounded time and space, these units are submerged. The material unit and the consciousness unit. Now let us bring the same discussions on one slide. Whatever we have discussed for the past 7 days, right? This is what we have discussed. What we have discussed? That there is a coexistence of self and the body as a human being, right? We discussed about the family, society, this is the nature, and this is the whole existence. So this existence in the form of coexistence, units are there, the space is there, the units are submerged in space. These units are material and consciousness. So this material unit is temporary, right? Only recognizing and fulfilling is happening at the level of material unit. Let's say physical order, atom, right? Atom to molecule, molecule to molecular structures, molecular structures to lump. So all these stars, planets, satellites, lump. This fluid in contact with the material forms cells. So cells to cellular structure, cellular structures to plant, plant to animal body to human body. If you look into this world, this is cycling. So there is no development. Right? This is cycling. This consciousness in associations with the animal body forms an animal order. The consciousness in associations with the human body forms a human order. Right? And this is the whole existence. Correct?
सर जैसे एक सेल्फ ने दूसरे सेल्फ के बीच में रिलेशनशिप फाइंड कर लिया. सपोज सर जैसे मेरी मदर कोविड में एक्सपायर हो गई फॉर एग्जांपल, तो एक सेल्फ का दूसरे सेल्फ के साथ रिलेशनशिप है. अब अगर उन्हें कोई बॉडी लेना है और अगर उन्होंने एक रिलेशनशिप फाइंड कर रखा है, तो वो कोई ऐसी बॉडी क्यों ना लें जो मतलब जो मेरी बॉडी के पास बॉडी है, ताकि जो है एक रिलेशनशिप मेंटेन बना रहे. मतलब मेरे घर में जो दूसरे लोग हैं उनकी बॉडी में क्यों नहीं आए.
समझ गया क्वेश्चन को. देखिए आज भी देखो, राइट, विथ बॉडी जो हम मूवमेंट करते हैं, तो जनरली हम कहाँ मूवमेंट करते हैं? जो जगह हमारी नोन है, सेफ है, सिक्योर्ड है, ऐसी जगह पर हम अधिकतर समय मूवमेंट करते हैं नहीं करते? जैसे लेट अस से योर हाउस एंड योर कॉलेज. ठीक, वो कॉलेज को जाने के लिए 10 रास्ते हैं. अब ये 10 रास्ते में से 3 रास्ते आपको सेफ लगते हैं, 7 रास्ते अनसेफ लगते हैं. वो जो 7 roads which are unsafe are closer. in distance. But then don't you take that longer distance? क्यों? वो अपना environment है, वो safe environment है, ठीक है? यही होगा. पता नहीं, like again I am saying, observation वाला part है ये, right? मैं ये again, because the question has come, I am answering to this question. It is not there. Right? मैं decision कैसे ले सकता हूँ? मैं डिसीजन ऐसे ले सकता हूँ कि जो मेरे लिए अपने लगे ना, एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट है, मैं उसी एनवायरनमेंट पे वापस आ जाऊँ. लोग कहते हैं, मुझे पता नहीं है ये होता नहीं होता, लेकिन लोग कहते हैं कि दादाजी घर में वापस आ गए, नानी घर में वापस आ गई, राइट? अभी मेरे अपने घर का किस्सा बताता हूँ. माय एल्डर ब्रदर, ही लेफ्ट हिज बॉडी 1.5 years ago. ठीक है? अब my bahu, you know, she is pregnant. Now भाभी जी has started saying that कि हो सकता है कि भैया वापस आ गए. पता नहीं आएंगे भी नहीं आएंगे, राइट? एक डिसीजन कैसे लेता आदमी, उसको अगर सोचा जाए तो हो सकता है कि आ जाएंगे. बिकॉज कौन डिसीजन ले रहा है? डिसीजन हम ले रहे हैं. कुछ लोग ऐसी कहानियां बताते हैं. अब देखिए, ये तो केवल ऑब्जर्वेशन का पार्ट है. कुछ लोग क्या बताते हैं कि अरे ये बच्चा ना वो बिल्कुल दादाजी की तरह ही जी रहा है, वो ऐसा ही था, इसका दादाजी ऐसा था, ये भी ऐसा ही है, बिल्कुल उसमें कोई चेंज ही नहीं है, वही संस्कार को पूरा लेके आया है. यू नो, व्हेन वी से लाइक दिस, व्हाट डज इट मीन्स? लेकिन मैं अगेन आई एम सेइंग दिस, यू नो, डोंट अज्यूम एनीथिंग. You ask the question, I am sharing some inputs on it. Do some sort of verification.
Sir, I have one question. आपने बताया कि जो सेल्फ है, इवन दो क्योंकि हमारा बॉडी मटेरियल है, वो टेम्परेरी है, वो चला जाएगा, लेकिन सेल्फ और हमारा सेल्फ जब बाहर निकल जाएगा, स्पेस में आ जाएगा, और क्योंकि मैं भी
स्पेस में आ जाएगा, स्पेस में ही है.
हाँ, मतलब क्योंकि मैं भी स्पेस में हूँ, और किसी पर्टिकुलर आदमी का अगर बॉडी डिकम्पोज हो गया, टेम्परेरी था वो, तो स्टिल आई विल बी इन रिलेशनशिप विद हिम और हर, राइट? सर, इनिशियली जिस समय सेल्फ और बॉडी कोएग्जिस्टेंस में था, तो आई वाज इन लव विद हिम, राइट? टू लव हिम I was caring for him because I have a feeling for his body. Now his body is temporary, it got decomposed. Now how can I love him? But you are telling me you can still be in relationship, and to be in relationship we have to be in love, like love for all. तो ये कैसे होगा सर, जब बॉडी टेम्परेरी थी, बॉडी खत्म हो गई, सेल्फ है.
This feeling there in the self or in the body?
Feeling means care, right?
No, the feeling there in the self or in the body, right? The self has feeling, so self will continue to have this feeling. Now when it comes to care, the body is required.
Yes, sir.
So the feeling of care is possible only with the human being. Only with the human being. But the feeling of guidance is possible without the body. The feeling of guidance is possible without the body. But for the feeling of care, the body is required.
भैया कभी ऐसा स्टेज आ सकता है कि सेल्फ सोच ले कि बस इनफ इज इनफ, आई हैव रीच्ड दैट कंप्लीटनेस, ना इस अर्थ पे ना कोई और अर्थ पे, तो कहाँ जाएगा साल्वेशन?
तो कहाँ जाएगा? जहाँ है वहीं रहेगा.
नहीं, उसका कोई एक, जैसे कि बर्थ लेता है तो अर्थ पे आएगा, नहीं लेता है तो फिर कहाँ है? स्पेस में ऐसे ही रहेगा.
देखिए, अब भी हम स्पेस में ऐसे ही है, अर्थ पे है, इसका मतलब क्या है? अब स्पेस में ऐसी है.
नहीं, एग्जैक्टली माय पॉइंट इज, इफ यू आर नॉट टेकिंग rebirth or you are not taking another body, any other place or anything, you are in a stage of completeness. That's a final full stop.
Yeah, you are in the state, you have reached your destination, the goal is being realized.
Okay, that destination can be called as?
Yeah, the goal is realized, right? That goal is realized. Completeness of right understanding, it can be, right? Reaching to the state of an excellence, कह सकते हैं. Realization within कह सकते हैं. Enlightenment कह सकते हैं. Salvation कह सकते हैं. All the different names are there, right? But all these different names are indicating the same state. And what that state is, the completeness of right understanding within.
So the fundamental purpose of self is to reach completeness.
Correct.
Correct understanding.
सी अब किसने पूछा ये क्वेश्चन? बढ़िया, देखिए मोक्ष को ये कहा जाता है, मैं वापस उनका प्रश्न है इसलिए आंसर कर रहा हूं, राइट? मोक्ष को ये कहा जाता है दुख से मुक्ति, फ्रीडम फ्रॉम सैडनेस। उसके बाद में क्या करेंगे आप? नहीं, दुख से मुक्ति का अर्थ सुखपूर्वक जीना नहीं होता है। आप दुख से तो मुक्त हुए, लेकिन जब सुख को समझेंगे तब निरंतर सुखपूर्वक जिएंगे, राइट? जब सुख को समझेंगे तब जाकर सुखपूर्वक जिएंगे। और वो सुख को समझने के लिए जो अभी भैया जो बात कर रहे थे ना कि कंप्लीटनेस ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग विद इन, ये जब होगा तब माय गोल इज बीइंग रियलाइज्ड। तो दुख से तो हम मुक्त हो रहे हैं। दुख से मुक्त होने का अर्थ ये नहीं है कि मैं सुखपूर्वक जीऊंगा।
हेलो,
आगे बढ़ो।
सर।
यस
Sir, it may not be related over here, but I just have one incident. I was working in Navi Mumbai. I was living there for 2 years. One of the person where we were having our food, so there was a girl who came to live with them for a few days. After few days, she started behaving differently. Exactly after 7 to 8, she started speaking with the voice of a man that was very strong from his personality. So they thought that ते लागून झाले वगैरे, ते पकडले वगैरे, goes same that. So what I correlated was that the person what we are inside self, body lives and self remains. So when he comes at 7, they means if they don't speak with him, then he starts shouldering, crowding, throwing that. And if you sit with him and start speaking, he starts speaking. He comes exactly for 1 hour only. And when he comes and he says that I have a friend, he is in this corner, his name is this. If you go further, I have a friend, someone, he is this, his name is this. So he was speaking about other self, they were present in the areas and they took his name, what happened to him. They visited police station. He told that I was moving with a bike and I had an accident. His marriage was fixed. He was in that feeling. He died in that, and he remains. He was wishing that he will take that girl with him. So they went and they inquired that what he was speaking about himself. That was exactly same. His birthday, everything, his phone number. He told everything. Everything was correct. And what I feel that is one self will keep it out. He was speaking about different selves. Those where he was saying that when I come, I meet him, he is very unhappy. And what he speak about that self, that was true. So just I was thinking that this self and correlated with that self will remain and body will vanish.
Correct. And that is what is happening. But even when you are in coexistence, you are in the space, and when you are not in the coexistence with the body, still you are in the space, right? So you are there. Let me go a little ahead. Look at this. All this yellow thing, this is all in harmony, correct? So what is this all in harmony? The whole world of material is in harmony, correct? All these galaxies are in harmony. इसमें कुछ इशू है आपको दिख रहा है? Is this in harmony or disharmony? Organized or disorganized? Very organized, right? Very organized. ये कितना है? ये पूरा है. और ये पूरा कैसा है? Organized है. मैं अभी आपको एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ. But this is not an example. Bold and clear. I'm repeating. मैं अभी आपको एक example दे रहा हूँ, but I cannot give this example because I'm trying to give an example of the space. So something which is continuous, you can't give the example of it. Okay, but just to make you understand, ये पूरा अगर देखा जाए ना, जैसे you start visualizing the length and the width of the Pune, okay, then length and the width of India, the length and the width of the whole world, ठीक, ये let us start with the earth only, ये जितना बड़ा अर्थ है उतना बड़ा आपके पास में एक ड्राइंग पेपर है, ठीक, उस ड्राइंग पेपर पे एक छोटे से पेन से आप जब पॉइंट लगाएंगे तो जो पॉइंट जितना दिखता है उतना पूरे अस्तित्व में हमारी पृथ्वी है, राइट। एक बैक्टीरिया की तरह आपको एक पृथ्वी दिखाई देगी हमारी। वो बैक्टीरिया भी अगर देखा जाए, पृथ्वी भी देखा जाए तो अपने में हार्मोनी में है, बाकी सब कैसा है, ये हार्मोनी में है, राइट। वो अर्थ पे दिस थ्री अदर ऑर्डर्स आर एग्जिस्टिंग, द मटेरियल ऑर्डर, द बायो ऑर्डर एंड द एनिमल एंड द बर्ड ऑर्डर। दिस अदर ऑर्डर विच आर एग्जिस्टिंग on the earth are also in harmony. The body, my body is also in harmony. Now only part is remaining, and that has to be happened in the cell, by the cell. कौन सा part बाकी है वो? The self development. And for that there is a provision. And what is that provision? The natural acceptance is there. That natural acceptance is there. So I just need to look into my natural acceptance, and I need to work on my natural acceptance continuously, so that I will also be in a harmony. Right? Isn't it amazing? इतना बड़ा सब कुछ ऑलरेडी हार्मोनी में है, ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है, उसके लिए मुझे कुछ करना नहीं है। केवल एक छोटी सी बात करनी है मुझे। क्या छोटी सी बात करनी है कि मेरे अपने प्रति सजगता के साथ में मेरी अपनी मान्यता को देखना, सभ्यता को देखना, सहज स्वीकृति मुझ में बनी हुई है। केवल मुझ में जो सहज स्वीकृति बनी हुई है उसी को ही अगर मैं देखते रहूं, काम करते रहूं, तो मैं अपने में हार्मोनी में रहूंगा। अपने में हार्मोनी में रहूंगा तो ये जो पूरा जो अस्तित्व है, इस अस्तित्व में मेरी अपनी जो भागीदारी है, उस भागीदारी को मैं कर पाऊंगा, ठीक। और ये होना है सेल्फ में। तो अभी जो ये लोअर एक्टिविटीज से मैं ऑपरेट हो रहा हूँ, गवर्न हो रहा हूँ, मेरे हायर एक्टिविटीज को जब मैं इनिशिएट करूंगा, राइट, when I'll be able to see to my higher activity, then my lower activity will get operated by the higher activity, which means my natural acceptance. So what we have discussed in this particular session, let me sum up before we go for the break. Existence is in the form of coexistence, it is ever present. Every unit in the existence is related with every other unit in the existence in mutually fulfilling manner. The synergy is incentric to the coexistence. Harmony is inherent in the coexistence. I do not have to create it. I do not have to construct it. The only role of me is to realize this coexistence, this harmony, which is there. So for this, I need to do these two things. Number one, to understand this inherent harmony, coexistence in the existence. And number two, to live accordingly. So what do I need to do? I need to understand this. Based on understanding, I will be able to live with it. This is the only role.
सर दो क्वेश्चन है। जो मेमोरी है, जैसे हम याददाश्त बोलते हैं, वो किसका पार्ट है? बॉडी का पार्ट माना जाएगा या सेल्फ का पार्ट माना जाएगा? ये पहला क्वेश्चन है। और दूसरा ये कि सर जो सेल्फ है उसे जब कुछ एक्शन लेना होता है तो एक बॉडी या मीडियम की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, उसके थ्रू वो उस एक्शन को एक्सप्रेस करता है। तो क्या कभी सेल्फ इतनी भी पावरफुल हो सकती है कि बिना बॉडी या मीडियम के ही वो एक्शन ले ले, जैसे कि पैनॉर्मल एक्टिविटीज़ या घोस्ट और इस तरह की जो बातें आती रहती हैं? तो ये दो क्वेश्चन है।
वो एक ऑलरेडी तो क्वेश्चन हो गया। Your second question has he has already shared the input, but anyway, ये दोनों क्वेश्चन को इनपुट शेयर करते हुए ब्रेक फॉर द लंच, राइट? तो पहला क्वेश्चन क्या था? मेमोरी का, मेमोरी वाला क्वेश्चन। अब मेमोरी को किस सेंस में ले रहे हैं उस पर डिपेंड करेगा, राइट? लेकिन जनरली ये जो मेमोरीज है ये तो सेल्फ का पार्ट है, राइट? ये तो सेल्फ में बना रहता। इसीलिए क्या कभी कभी आपके साथ में ऐसी होता है, अपने साथ में ना, दूसरे का छोड़ दीजिए, किस्से कहानियों को छोड़ दीजिए, क्या कभी कभी आपके साथ में ऐसे होता है कि कुछ चीजें बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली आपको दिखती है, कोई जगह, कोई लोग, कोई बर्तन, कोई कपड़े, राइट, जिसको आपने इस बॉडी में कभी भी देखा नहीं है लेकिन बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली दिखता है। अगर ऐसा होता है तो कहां से दिख रहा है? तो मैं मेमोरीज को कैरी तो कर ही रहा हूं, है ना? उस मेमोरी के प्रति जब मैं अवेयर हो जाता हूं तो मुझे दिखने लगना शुरू हो जाता है। लेकिन वही है, ऐसा होता है नहीं होता है उसको तो ऑब्जर्वेशन अपने में करने की बात है, ठीक है? दूसरी बात यह है कि क्या कोई उतना स्ट्रांग हो सकता है, राइट? सी, दोनों भी चीज में पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव, ये दोनों भी सेंस में उतना स्ट्रांग हो सकता है। जैसे दिस फीलिंग्स, मैंने उनसे बताया था, उनको रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहा था, क्या नाम आपका? केयर और गाइडेंस, निशान, राइट? उनसे मैंने रिस्पॉन्ड किया था कि टू फुलफिल द फीलिंग ऑफ केयर द बॉडी इज रिक्वायर्ड, माई बॉडी इन द अदर्स बॉडी, बट फॉर द गाइडेंस may not require. Why? If I am on a very higher level and some realized being is there, the self of the realized being may not be connected with the body. So anyway, the relationship is between self and self. So self and self can directly get connected. So the self of the realized being may provide me a guidance if I have that capacity and capability to get that guidance. That is possible. अगर हम कुछ वो थोड़ा तंत्रा के बारे में देखेंगे ना, तंत्रा, ब्लैक मैजिक काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, राइट? इट्स अ साइंस है, इट्स अ साइंस, राइट? वेदर दैट साइंस इज गुड, इट्स साइंस, दैट साइंस इज नॉट गुड, वो तो डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन होगा। तो उसमें ऐसी बहुत सारी प्रैक्टिसेस है, यू नो व्हाट काइंड ऑफ प्रैक्टिसेस आर देयर, कि making oneself to govern the self of the other. So it is possible, right? It is possible. आज भी अगर देखा जाए तो ये हो ही सकता है। क्यों हो सकता है? Because every single unit is related and connected to the other unit, and this space is transparent. Because of that, one unit have impact on the other unit. That impact is there. See, the sun is having impact on the earth. So the impact is there. If this impact is there, then there is a possibility that one self may dictate over the other self. हो सकता है।
सर एक तो हो गया डिक्टेट करना अदर सेल्फ को, एक हो गया कि
परेशान करना, वो सारी बातें,
चेयर्स हिल जा रही हैं और डोर्स खुल जा रहे हैं अपने आप, ये सब भी हो सकता है क्या?
नहीं, मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, ये जो डिक्टेट करना है, ये सारी बातें तो हो सकती है, राइट? ये सारी बातें तो हो ही सकती है। इतना तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि ऐसे हो सकता है, सेल्फ के लेवल पर डिक्टेट करना ऐसे हो सकता है, ठीक?
सर, मुझे भी कुछ पूछना है।
अभी हम सोच रहे थे ब्रेक करें, चलिए।
It is related to his question, that's why I'm asking. So as I said, I lost my father last year. So many times I see dream, and I found that he is near me, and I can feel his touch, and I am hugging him, and I am crying, and I am saying, come back, and then like we all, our family, our brothers, sisters are sitting, and I only can see him, feel him, but others are not able to see. It is happening in my dream many times. So it is due to what, the memory we are carrying, or
Yeah,
self,
see, if it is happening in my dream, that's what you said, then I need to observe, number one, am I dreaming about it? Which means, is it going in my imagination? Okay? This one observation I need to do. Number two, am I able to see my relationship with others? And because of that relationship, I am having this, thoughts in me, right? Number three, that is this only, as you said, I am only able to see, the other is not able to see, the kind of dream. So is this only going in my imagination because I am focusing more on it, because I am not able to see that reality? And what that reality? The material is also in this space, consciousness is also in the space, it is ever present. But if I'm not able to see the reality, then I may, when I'm saying I'm come back, it means I'm thinking that the body has left and may come back with the body. But if I'm able to see that the relationship is there, so it is there, right? Then I will not feel sad about it. I would not have desires, kind of desires that come back with the same body. There's a possibility that I may invite him to come back with some other body. So there is a possibility. But the same body is not going to come back. Right? If all these things are going in me, then I need to observe whether it is my imagination to whom I am getting aware when the body is parked in the night and I said dream. Okay, what is basically the dream? It's going on in your imagination, right? And you are getting aware of it. That's the only step. Okay? So what we say, this coexistence. Coexistence is there. For the past 7 days, this is the only thing we tried to communicate with you, and this is the only thing we are trying to understand within ourselves. What is that? Coexistence. Right? So I need to understand this coexistence and this harmony and live accordingly. For that, understanding is required. For this understanding, education is required. So if we have this education, then the teacher who are imparting this education will take the efforts for the development of this understanding, and they will also help students in the development of their understanding, so that the self's goal will be realized, and by realizing the self's goal, each one of us will be able to live with the coexistence and in harmony, unconditionally and continuously, right? Because this is unconditional and continuous. Are you able to see that every single unit is related and connected with the other single unit? That is the reason you have natural acceptance for love. What is the feeling of love? The feeling of being related to everyone. It is there. That's the reason you are naturally acceptable, right? Look at the whole existence. By understanding this whole existence, I can be in harmony within. So the whole existence is in the favor of my harmony or not? ये पूरा अस्तित्व मेरे सुख के अर्थ में है या नहीं है? इसी को कहा जाता है विश्वास. This is the meaning of trust, right? The whole existence is in the favor of my, happiness, harmony. I just need to understand it. Now we'll take a break. After the break, we'll continue.
Namaste. So we have just completed that module 4. From module 1 to module 4, that much sections has been get completed, and the content of understanding. So what the content that need to understand, so that has been covered up to this model 4. Then after this one we'll go for the model 5, where the conduct, what would be the conduct of the human being, for that one we'll go. But before that one, for this session, we'll just try to explore this fact. Now we know about these values, isn't it? And being a teacher, how one should be there in a classroom. Now also, here we are, but we are here as a co-explorer. We are not here for the just explaining anything. We are not here for the teaching you anything. But here we are here to share what the information is available along with us, and then along with you, we are exploring it. So we are the co-explorers here. And the same fact that should be there while delivering the sessions on this universal human values. Otherwise, what happens when we are going for the sessions for any technical course, what we are doing, हम जो भी टेक्निकल कोर्स लेते हैं तो हम क्या करते हैं, फॉर एनी टेक्निकल कोर्स वी आर द इंस्ट्रक्टर, है ना. So rather than the instructor, can we be a facilitator, can be a co-explorer for this course, isn't it? And we'll see how it would be. So these are some of the points that has been mentioned from our side. You can just take it this point, you can add your point, but ensure that you are the co-explorer while interacting along with the student with this content. And for this one, we are just trying to elaborate how to share the values. So the first thing is that, is it clear that that student is there? The student is there in the college for what? क्या लगता है स्टूडेंट कॉलेज में आते हैं किस लिए आते हैं? So the first preconditioning along with us that the student is there in a college for a job, for a placement.
Ultimate goal is physical facility.
That is also precondition. Then you should able to get. Then one. Then can you just observe within yourself what type of the preconditions are there with us itself? So from the last 7 days we are here. We are always mentioning to observe within. So to be aware at each and every moment, and to be aware at each and every moment what is going in. So what exactly we have to observe, what our desires are there, what the thoughts are there, what are the expectations. So we should be aware at each and every moment, and for that one, whatever the decision has been taken, that is from my side, and I am responsible for that decision. Can you observe this fact? Now also, being a facilitator, because now you went through this course, and so the college may give you the responsibility to along with this course, along with the students. Then if you are having this preconditioning, the students are there for the job or the placement or physical facility or marriage, then what will happen about this UHV course or with these values? So the first thing we should intact along with the intention of everyone. So we should be intact along with the intention of everyone. So we should be intact on the intention of the student also. The students are here for what? They want to be happy. So they doesn't know from which means they are going to be happy. They doesn't know from which means they are going to be happy, and that's why they are having that assumption, they are having that preconditioning by getting a good job, by getting a placement, by getting some dash dash dash, they may become happy. Means by having a job, they may get the good salary. By salary, they may get the good money, and then through physical facility, they may go for that happiness. But the intention wise, can we be at one point? Can we with that one point? They are here for the happiness. So being a co-explorer, we should able to see along with our students that they are here, okay, they are here in the classroom for what? Happiness. For the happiness. So yes, then they may have that preconditioning. They may have the preconditioning through the job, through the placement, through some marriage, through something X, Y, Z. They may go for this happiness because I think 2 days back we had that one session where Umesh Bhaiya told you to get the answer, you should have the question that is why, and ultimately the last answer that will be flushed towards this happiness, and that is the intention. So the intention wise, everyone is. So you are also seated here for what? For a degree, for a certificate. So, and if we go at the end, then again that will be get the answer. Yes, you also want to be in happiness, and for that one, you are here. So, and for that one, we should get that answer why, and then we should able to touch the intention part. So, if we are touching with this intention part, then we can have the communication. Otherwise, if we are having our whole focus on the competency, then we cannot have that interaction, we cannot have the communication. So the first and most important part while going for any session, so I am not talking about this UHV, but for any sessions, if you are going with this intention, yes, they are here for the, suppose for the technical courses, if you see that, if you can have within you, yes, they are seated here for the lectures and they want some information, they want some skill, then see what type of the session will be there. The same thing for this universal human values. If we are intact along with that intention, along with that student, yes, the students are here for the happiness and they want to, the next part is that they want to understand. So not only they want to understand, they can understand also. So we can't say that way, they are getting this contents or not, they are understanding it or not. But so the students are there, they want to understand that fact, they can understand. But now the problems might be there, and that problems is what in terms of the competency. So they may have the competency level, and that competency level may vary. Okay, and that is what the feeling of trust. What is the trust? What is the trust? To intact on the intention, and just check it with respect to the competency. And the moment I'm having that feeling of trust, then I will be there along with the student for that cooperation, collaboration, and the coordination. So I will be there along with the student for this with this content. So this is the first and most the things that should be there along with the teachers, along with us. So whenever we would like to deliver such type of the content, then we should intact along with this feeling. Then do we have such type of the feeling? So the first, then you can go with the practice. So before entering into the classroom, just have a pause for 1 minute or something. Just recall this content, recall this, yes, I would like to enter into this class. And for that one, I have to just concentrate on the intention of every student. So I should focus on the intention of the student. So I know that the intention of everyone is the same, and what is it? So to be happy. And then just enter into the class, and then you just start that discussion. And then you can see the way you can interact along with the students. Will it okay? The first part?
Sir, I want to share one experience. Can I? Presently now I am KJ Somaya, so it is been 14 years. Before that I was working in some another organization. So there for engineering one student was there, I still remember his name, Ashish. But when he enrolled for second year, I think for direct diploma admission, and he had white hairs here in the front, only this much of part white. So because of that, all other his classmates used to make his fun and all, and he had no friends. So he ended with feeling of sadness and something kind of not feeling like to sit into the class. So one day I observed him and I called him. Then he himself told me that I have no friends, so what to do? So I asked him why you want friends and for what purpose you have come over here. So I told him, I guided him in a proper way so that he came out of that sad phase of life, and he realized that I have come here for studies and not for making friends or to impress somebody else. So I just did it normally, but then I realized after maybe 10 to 12 years, there is a industry institute interaction sale in that college. I am not part of that college, but he has been called as an industry expert over there. So he's working in Reliance now, and he has been called an industry expert. So in that industry institute interaction, there were all management peoples and all higher authorities were sitting, and in that meeting he just took my name and that madam helped me to come out of that situation, and I will never ever forget that. And because of her guidance and support, I could reach this stage. So that is what he told in that meeting, and that I came to know after a long time. My friends told me. So this was the share. I want to share this. So it's not about guiding project or something else. I just guided through how to move on and take up the challenges so that he can live his life happily, even if others are making his fun, and he has to ignore and he has to concentrate on his things. So that I did it, but then I was not knowing that he will be appreciating me like this.
सर जब भी अपने कॉलेज की मैं बात करता हूँ, मुझे एक बात याद है, क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी, ऐसा नाम का भी एक सीरियल था।
आज हम सब लोग फैकल्टी है, लेकिन एक जमाना था कि जब हम भी स्टूडेंट हुआ करते थे। तो जब मैं स्टूडेंट था ना, मैं मेरे कॉलेज का नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, लेकिन ऑनेस्टली मेरे को ये फील होता था, साला ये जेल है कि क्या? अगर क्लास में छींकते तो भी साला ओरल रख देते थे, इधर उधर देखना भी प्रॉब्लम, जरा इधर उधर घूमो वो सीधा स्टैंड अप, व्हाट्स योर नेम, दैट्स इट, मैटर इज क्लोज, ओरल बैक, क्या करें? तो ये जो मन में था ना, यार समथिंग इज नॉट राइट, लेकिन बोलने पर भी पाबंदी, बोलने के तो चारों ओरल बैक। तो जब फैकल्टी बनाना, तो डेफिनेटली ये जो चीजें मेरे साथ हुई, मैं ये नहीं चाहता कि मेरे बच्चों के साथ हो। जब भी मैं अपने क्लास में जाता हूँ, 11 साल हो गए, 11 साल से चल रहा है, अगर कोई बंदा कोई बच्चा डिस्टर्ब कर रहा है, तो मैं उसको सीधा हंसा, यार अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है ना, आराम से आप बाहर जाओ, चाय पी के आओ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, आपका अटेंडेंस लग चुका है। अगर मैं ऐसे बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मैं आपसे गुस्सा हूँ। डोंट वरी अबाउट द ओरल्स, कोई टेंशन मत लो, सिर्फ आप आराम से, हाँ सिर्फ एचओडी के सामने से मत जाओ, वरना वो मेरे को बुला लेंगे। तो उसको मेरे ऊपर एक ट्रस्ट आता है कि यार ये बंदा है, सही बोल रहा है, तो ट्रस्ट होता है उसको। और बाद में मेरे पास एक तो पेज हमेशा रेडी रहता है मेरे सब्जेक्ट के लिए। मेरे सब्जेक्ट में से ये चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट हैं जो आपके लाइफ के लिए, ये नॉलेज आपको आगे जाने के लिए जरूरत है। सो मेरा सबमिशन मत करो, ये 4 जो चीजें आप पढ़ लो, समझ लो, आपको नहीं समझ आता तो मेरे पास मैं समझा दूंगा। सिर्फ मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट आपको ये है कि ठीक है, आप अपनी तरफ से कर लो, जो बाकी बच्चे पढ़ना चाहते हैं उनको पढ़ने दो। मैं उनको ये लिटरली रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ बच्चों को, तो इससे एक ट्रस्ट होता है। एंड सर टू बी ऑनेस्ट ना, बाकी के क्लास में अगर अटेंडेंस आउट ऑफ 70, 50 हो, मेरे क्लास में तो कम से कम 67, 2 या 3 ही बंदे एब्सेंट रहते हैं और वो आई डोंट नो, उनको मुझे ऐसा लगता है मैं उनको उनसे हार्ट टू हार्ट कनेक्ट, कभी उनको हार्श नहीं बोलता, फ्रीडम है, सिर्फ आपको ये करना है जो आपकी लाइफ में ये बोलता हूँ।
सर जैसे आप अभी जो हम लोगों को गाइडेंस दे रहे हैं कि अगर हम लोग अपने कॉलेज में जाके यूएचवी कोर्स पढ़ाते हैं तो थोड़े से क्या डिसिप्लिन मेंटेन रखें, तो इसमें सर जो फैमिली इम्प्लीकेशंस आएंगे उसको कैसे टैकल करना पड़ेगा वो मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ। फॉर एग्जांपल अभी हम लोगों ने इस कंटेंट में पढ़ा कि प्रॉस्पेरिटी मतलब जितना रिक्वायर्ड है उससे थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा अगर है तो प्रॉस्पेरिटी की फीलिंग है। अब घर में इस तरह का कल्चर है उस बच्चे के कंपटीशन कंपटीशन कंपटीशन, ज़्यादा पैसे। अब कल को उसके पेरेंट्स किसी जॉब के लिए उसे तैयार करना चाह रहे हैं, वो पलट के बोल देगा नहीं सर, नहीं अब्बा बहुत है मेरे पास जितना है, मुझे इससे ज़्यादा की नहीं चाहिए। दूसरा सिनेरियो कि वो किसी कंपटीशन में उसे करना चाह रहे हैं और वो कंपटीशन के अगेंस्ट घर पे जाके बात करने लगेगा कि नहीं मुझे कंपटीशन में नहीं पढ़ना, क्या ज़रूरत है इसकी। थर्ड जो ये लास्ट वाला था इसका कंटेंट, सेल्फ और बॉडी और सेल्फ स्पेस में और सेल्फ दूसरी बॉडी में, इस तरह की जब बातें बच्चा घर पे जाके करेगा तो हो सकता है उसके पेरेंट्स फिर हमारे पास आ जाएं कि ये क्या पढ़ा रहे हो, क्या बोलना है, ये बच्चा तो बिल्कुल वहीं का वहीं रुक गया है, कुछ इसमें क्रेज़ और स्पीड कुछ दिख नहीं रही है। इस तरह की चीज़ें अगर आती हैं तो उसे कैसे हैंडल करना है?
आपने 3 क्वेश्चंस ले लिए।
इस तरह के और भी सिनेरियोज हो सकते हैं कंटेंट के अकॉर्डिंग।
हम एक
क्वेश्चन,
हाँ
सर
पैरेलल क्वेश्चन
नहीं सेम क्वेश्चन है।
हाँ
In my college, the class is higher class in terms of income because most of the students are from very rich background. So अभी ये थोड़ा मुझे ना बहुत डर लगने लगा है कि मैं वहाँ तक उन तक कैसे पहुँचूँ। Means I have already taught them essence of Indian traditional knowledge, graphology and all that, forensic science and all that. But now UHV as a whole, how I am going to, because they have already done the induction for first year, and now I am going to take OE is there now, and 65 students are there, and the class is already, it's a different, it's like western suburb, Mumbai, Andheri, and Juhu West. So I'm finding difficult over there. It's like how to, I'm not going to convince them as the it is going to be proposal.
मुझे लगता है ना कि 7 दिन जो हमने बात किया है ना, हमने ये कभी बोला नहीं कि आप कुछ मीन्स यू शुड नॉट गो फॉर द अर्निंग एनीथिंग, है ना, बट वी आर ऑलवेज टेलिंग यू दैट कि कहाँ तो कहीं तो भी रुकिए आप. So just have, because the prosperity is what is the definition of the prosperity? These are the feelings of what? Having more than what required. So we are not saying that you don't go for the job. We are not saying that way. Go for the job, but आपका कुछ तो भी होगा requirement. So your requirement might be the job of 6 lakh, 8 lakh, 10 lakh, 20, 30, कुछ तो भी limit होगा. So you can be there with what you want, that is your requirement at this stage. We know that because they are doing only for the happiness, but they should be there along with that. Suppose 10 lakh job, and if that student is getting 10 lakh job, and if his friend is getting job of 12 lakh, then what are the feeling of that student? So we are there for the student. Okay, just find out what is your requirement. Find out the requirement. Don't go with the comparison of the others. Go with the comparison with yourself. Go comparison with yourself. Have a competition within yourself. And for that one, you can be there. We are not saying that you don't go for the competition. So the competition will be there along with ourselves. So if I am getting the, if my requirement is up to 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs or something, go for that one. But forward that job is there, later on we will think over that one. So here we are not mentioning that don't go for that job or just restrict yourself, but here we are just putting up one point that if the student should know what are the requirements are there and what type of the requirement that needs are definite. There are the specific needs are there, and these are the definite one. that is one part. And second one is that the physical facility and then the happiness, these are the two different things. So you will never get the happiness with the physical facility. You just work for the physical facility. We are not saying that don't work for the physical facility, because here also Umesh Bhaiya is also mentioning that okay, you have to be there. You have to be there for this prosperity, but you should be here for the happiness. So don't mix it up. So you can work for this prosperity. You can work for the happiness. So we never say that you only do for this one. And now we may have that thought process. If the student may think, okay, they are only talking about this one. What about this one? And that's why our session started with this one. Our session started with this mutual prosperity. So only we have to propose there. What we have to propose? The physical facility, the requirement, these are the feelings. So first try to find out how much requirement is there, and for that one go for the physical facility. And again, if your student is earning without any labor, without any hard work, then what you think? If our student is working and if they are getting money without any hard work or without any labor, then so we have to just put up these points. Okay, you have to be there. You should work, and for that work you will get the money. But without less work and more money, that mentality, that preconditioning is not good. So here, that's why whenever we are there along with the student, don't go with the teacher. Don't go as a teacher, because when you are going as a teacher, they will never listen. You can just mention that this is what a proposal. You just put up this word. This is the proposal, and you just try to explore this fact. Okay. So, and when we say the proposal, it is up to that student to accept or not. But before that one, you also mentioned that you just keep yourself as an open one and try to verify this fact. And so the students, they are always there for the verification. So the students, they are always there for the verification with such type of fact. So we have seen that one. The students are always coming up with this question. So that is our preconditioning that okay, the student may not be there and they want that the jobs and the placement, and then why they will listen. So that's why we are saying that when we are going for this content, go as a co-explorer. So as a co-explorer means from the first session itself, you can start with this session, with this sentence, okay, this is the proposal from my side. I am also exploring for this proposal. You please try to explore this content. So it doesn't mean that the content, whatever the content has been placed here, you have to accept as it is. Okay, and that's why while answering these questions, when we are having that 2 credit course or the 3 credit course, we are not expecting the answer which has been written into this PPT and the notebook. We are not expecting that answer. We are expecting the answer what he is thinking about. So even though that answer is not matching with the reality, okay, because that is what the thought process, and that thought process has come out. So the first thing is that thought process that should come out, and then we can be there along with the students. So this is not the course of that just mugging up and then just writing on the answer book and then getting that. It is not that far. And that's why with this course, we have to be there as a co-explorers. We should be there along with the student. And when I say that we should be there along with the student, means it is a proposal. It is a proposal with the student, accept, not accept. Without that one, we should say that okay, you should be open for the verification. And when he or she is open for this content, and for many cases, it doesn't. So we doesn't need to provide the answer for the question, because whatever the answer has been given from my side, it is not your answer. So you should get that answer within you. So what we are providing here, we are only just guiding you to achieve the answer within you. Otherwise, we will never provide that answer, and that is the same case for the student. The student should get the answer within themselves. Then that is their answer. Then that will be their answer, and for that one we should be there. And that's why the first line has been mentioned कि we should be a co-explorer with this country.
वन क्वेश्चन सर, अभी ये मेरे कॉलेज के करिकुलम में नहीं आया है कोर्स, बट अगर सपोज आगे आता है और ये 3 क्रेडिट का कोर्स आता है और हम हर कंटेंट को इसी तरह शुरू कर रहे हैं कि ये एक प्रपोजल है, ये सही गलत हम नहीं कह रहे, इसे आप खुद वेरीफाई करिए, और अगर ये 3 क्रेडिट का कोर्स आता है और इसके एंड सेमेस्टर के एंड में फिर मुझे इसका कुछ एग्ज़ाम भी लेना पड़ेगा, एग्ज़ाम में मैं कुछ क्वेश्चन दूंगा, बच्चा कुछ आंसर लिखेगा, तो जब ये प्रपोजल की फॉर्म में है, खुद ही से आपको जज करना है सही है गलत है, तो बच्चा कुछ भी आंसर लिख के मैं उसे कैसे गलत कह सकता हूँ जब मैं हर बात को प्रपोजल की फॉर्म में ही बोल रहा हूँ, तो मैं किस बेसिस पे उसे मार्क्स दूंगा?
हमने देखिए लास्ट 10 साल से हम ये कोर्सेज बहुत कॉलेजेस में, ऑलमोस्ट मुझे लगता है कि 400 कॉलेजेस में दिस कोर्स इज रनिंग, ऐसा हमने अभी तक एक भी आंसर शीट देखी नहीं है कि वो बच्चा कुछ भी लिखा है। ये हमें ऐसा लगता है कि बच्चा कुछ भी लिखेगा। अभी हमारी कॉलेज में 4 साल से कोर्स है, मैं हर साल मैं वो आंसर शीट देखता हूँ, वो बच्चा वो आंसर लिखता ही है। वो हमारा मुझे लगता है प्री कंडीशनिंग्स है, कुछ अजम्पशंस है बच्चों के बारे में कि वो ऐसा कुछ भी लिखेगा। बट हमने तो अभी लास्ट 10 साल से यही देखा है कि बच्चे बहुत ही अच्छा लिखते हैं। मीन्स what are the points they are mentioning that are very good points related along with this content. तो हमें ऐसा क्यों लगता पता नहीं है, हमें ऐसा लगता है कि बच्चा कुछ भी लिखेगा, बट अभी MCQ
सर मेरा भी मानना ऐसा है, बच्चा कुछ भी नहीं लिखता है। माय एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ 1 ईयर ऑफ 100 मार्क्स पेपर इज देयर, बच्चे अच्छा ही लिखते हैं एंड दे आर रिफ्लेक्टिंग देयर ओरिजिनल एग्जांपल, दे कनेक्ट विद दिस कंटेंट एंड दे राइट देयर ओन एग्जांपल्स देयर व्हिच आर वेरी गुड टू।
इसलिए तो मैं कहता हूँ भाई जी, मैं कहता हूँ कि the students are very good, the contents are needed to the parents and the teachers.
सर वैलिडेट कैसे करेंगे?
सर मैम क्वेश्चन बस इतना है कि जो कंटेंट बच्चे ने लिखा सही गलत या बिल्कुल नहीं क्लास में आया, बस एग्जाम वाले दिन आके उसने लिख दिया, तो जब हम हर कंटेंट को प्रपोजल की फॉर्म में ही दे रहे हैं तो हमें क्या राइट है कि वो जो लिख रहा है उसे हम सही बोलें या गलत बोलें? जब हम उसी से कह रहे हैं कि आप ही को वेरीफाई करना है, हम कैसे उसको कम या ज़्यादा मार्क्स देंगे फिर? मैडम वो कुछ भी लिख के आप मतलब कैसे उसे जज कर सकती हैं कि इसका वेरिफिकेशन सही है इसका गलत है, जब आप प्रपोजल की फॉर्म में उस कंटेंट को दे रही हैं?
देखिए
वैलिडेशन कैसे करेंगे? वैलिडेशन
देखिए कल दीदी ने उनका क्वेश्चन पेपर दिखाया था ना, उनका एक क्वेश्चन पेपर दिखाया था, उसमें एक क्वेश्चन था ऐसा कि फिजिकल फैसिलिटी से क्या आप सुखी हो सकते हैं, है ना? जस्ट एक्सप्लेन दिस फैक्ट विद दिस, just explain from this physical facility are you going to be happy or not, ना 5 मार्क का एक क्वेश्चन था। तो मैडम दीदी ने वो एक लिखा भी था उनके इसमें, और एक क्वेश्चन पेपर भी था और उनके आंसर भी थे। तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि बच्चा कुछ ऐसा अलग ही लिखेगा, वो लिखता है, इतना अच्छा लिखते हैं बच्चे, तो मुझे लगता है ना कि वी शुड एबल टू एक्सप्लोर व्हाट द फैक्ट्स दे आर राइटिंग इनटू दैट।
Sir, we have to develop a question paper by applying that Bloom's taxonomy.
Yeah.
So then there will be a validation as well as, no?
Yeah, analysis part is there. Analysis is there. You can go with this, explore.
मैंने जो क्वेश्चन किया था कि अगर बच्चा आ ही नहीं रहा है और एग्जाम के दिन आके वो लिख रहा है, then like
तो ये फिर एक दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है कि बच्चा नहीं आएगा, तो फिर you should have the one-to-one interaction along with the student. Why the student is not coming? So being a teacher, then we are having a different role. So then we should have that role along with the student, and then one-to-one we should have the interaction. What is his problem or her problem? Why they are not coming into the class? So we'll go with this second point.
Sir, I want to answer. Last year we have taken that UHV. In my college I have taken, and how I assess the student or how I took the test is I divided 100 marks question paper in 3 parts. The first part what we have done is a group discussion, and we have given any topic to students related to UHV, and we asked them to discuss among themselves and as a part of group discussion. And based on that we can mark them or we can give them grading. Because everybody will put in their own points. And second was we have given something to prepare a presentation. The students will be preparing presentation based upon their understanding. And there we can see what they have, whether they have understood the concept or not.
So in my college, we doesn't have the summative examination, formative. So formative means what? So we have given what the Didi has mentioned about that one. They can go with this presentation, group discussion, and then we are asking them to visit at one place and just to see. Suppose for the society, they should see what type of the society they are seeing and their observation. So there are a lot of ways by which we can examine the student. It doesn't mean that they should write down the answers, the question and the answer. So, and
MCQ is simple to prepare, उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा problem नहीं होता है.
so, suppose if you are asking this question only, either one wants to be happy or not. So you can have the questions, but if we are having the doubt of the intention of the student in this way, then how we can be there along with the student?
So we have that ICA part. Madam saying no, कि presentations is, but 100 marks paper will be there.
So the 100 marks is divided into 3 parts. 25 marks for presentation, 25 marks for group discussion, and 50 marks for MCQ.
So we have some different patterns. Means like we have ICA, that is M1, M2, and 50 marks ICA, and then 50 marks is question paper. Like that is means like 100 marks, that is scaled down to 150 then. So that is going to be like open-ended questions that we are supposed to ask by applying the Bloom's taxonomy. Then there will be some different validation.
Now also we are giving the open-ended questions. So what type of the answers we are expecting?
Sir, I mean, that's fine that students will write correct or he may be baffled or something like that. But then, as Madam suggested, that we are having MCQ type of question answer. So there only one answer is correct, rest we are maybe choice based. So there we can have some definite thing that okay, students will go with these things only, and so that we can increase some better understanding also. If not right understanding, at least better understanding. Then we will lead towards that is different thing.
भैया मैंने यही कहा कि लास्ट 10 साल से हम ये कोर्स चला रहे हैं, ऑलमोस्ट 500 कॉलेजेस में ये कोर्स चल रहा है, अभी तक बच्चा इसमें फेल नहीं हुआ है. That's why बच्चे इतने अच्छे से पढ़ते हैं, बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ते हैं. तो ये हमें ऐसा लगता है, नहीं हमें ऐसा लगता है. So that's why the first part we started with the trust.
Sir, when it is MCQ, then it is similar to the other subjects only, where the person is only marking, he is remembering and he is just.
But at least they should remember this fact, that they want to be happy or not.
They are knowing themselves at least.
At least they should know.
No, MCQ I feel it doesn't work.
Please, but see, you should not go with the MCQ. देखिए दीदी देखिए there are a lot of pedagogies are there, lot of
Everything comes under
देखिए हम पहले से वो कैसे पढ़ाने से अच्छा है कि हम वहाँ पे बात करें कि कैसा क्वेश्चन पेपर रहेगा. बीइंग अ टीचर हम क्या बात करें पहले, वो पढ़ाने के पहले हाउ दैट कोर्स शुड बी देयर, उससे पहले हम बात कर रहे हैं कि उसका क्वेश्चन पेपर कैसा है. ये तो अपनी हालत है बीइंग अ टीचर. अरे फिर पहले हम सुनी तो लेते हैं कि क्या करना है. So the first part, and that is most important part. It is a very interesting part because we are not intact along with this first part, intention of that part, and that's why we are having this first type of the question. And then we are having this material which we tomorrow in the morning we'll have that discussion, or in the evening also we can have that discussion. All material is available. The notes are available, PPTs are available, questions are available, everything, MCQs are available, everything is available. So you can take it, you can take the help from that one, you can have your own question set. So the first part is the most important, that is the trust, and we have seen from the last 10 minutes how we are having the doubting how we are doubting the intention of the someone. Okay, so we should interact on that intention of the student. The students are here and they want to learn something. They are here for the learning itself. Okay, then once we are having that feeling, then only we can have the feeling of guidance. Unless and until we doesn't have that feeling of trust within, we cannot be there for the guidance. We cannot be there for that guidance means, so we cannot take that responsibility. So one cannot take that responsibility of that to guide the student for this content. So we can be intact along with this feeling, okay, the students are here for the happiness and for the understanding. They want to understand and they can understand. So if we are having that intact within, they are here for the understanding and they can understand. And if we are here, they can understand, then we can take that responsibility to guide. Otherwise, then the problems would be there. So just now you have seen from the last 10 minutes how we are doubting if the students can understand or not. Okay, and here we are saying that intention should be there within. The students are here, they want to understand and they can understand. So from the last 3 days, we are interacting the students of this college. We are interacting some of the students of this college and their exploration is excellent one. So tomorrow I think 3 girls will be here and they will explore what they learn or what they are having the concept of content after this UHV course. So the students are there, they want to understand and they can understand. If that feeling is there, then we can be there and we can take that responsibility for the guide. And then here we should able to ensure that definite human conduct, which one is the module 5. So will be there with the students. Okay, the student should know the content of this human conduct, and all the proposal is in terms of the co-explorer. So even though when we are along with the student, we should able to see within whatever the content is getting delivered from my side, is it getting explored within me or not. For example, if we started from that module 1 and module 2, for example, the basic aspiration is the continuous happiness and the prosperity. So while delivering this content along with the student, then I should have that the exploration within me also, being a teacher. Is it okay for me or not? So I am okay with this content or not? Because at the same moment we are in a co-explorer mode. So I should know that okay, I am also in continuous happiness and the prosperity. The moment I feel in that way, then I will be there along with the student. Otherwise,
be giving some more content. You already shared the PPT of this course. You will also be giving some more content. No? So, is there any standard reference book which we can read, follow?
That reference book is also available on that USB, and that is you can online available. PDF आप निकाल के. So यहाँ पे, if the student is able to see that the teacher is happy, motivated and eager to share, then only the student will learn. When the student will be along with you, when the student will see that the teacher is happy, motivated and eager to share, then only the student will be there along with you. Otherwise, वो भाग जाएगा. Now the responsibility is where? The responsibility lies on our shoulder. देखिए, इरिटेट आदमी क्या बांटेगा, हैप्पी आदमी क्या बांटेगा. अभी टीचर कैसा होना चाहिए, अभी सर ने शेयर किया उनका टीचर कैसा था, उनको ऐसा लगता है. हमने देखा नहीं। नहीं नहीं, अभी वो बात नहीं करेंगे। हाँ सर।
सर अभी हम इसी वर्कशॉप में देख रहे हैं कि सुजाता दीदी इज डूइंग दिस फॉर 3-4 years. Then Rajput sir, I suppose. He is doing for 5 years altogether. और आज भी वो लोग एक्सप्लोर ही कर रहे हैं. Now, do you really feel कि after this 8 days workshop, you will be able to go back and conduct sessions for students?
नहीं, इसलिए तो बोला है कि you are not conducting the session, you are there along with the student as a co-explorer. It is a journey.
No, fine. Even if it is co-exploring, but there is a lot of questions on our competence now. But whether really, I mean, just reading the contents in front of student, it will not take anything more. But it won't make any sense as well.
But then who will stand? Who will stand? Then who will stand?
So before introducing these type of courses where real expertise is needed, that we look out of the institutions, I suppose, that they should employ such people.
See, why they should employ? Why you are not there? Why should be others? Why you are not there?
No, we should take experiences first, then we can stand in front of students.
That's why so while starting with this session, sir, you can enjoy your session itself, because it is what we are mentioning here. When the teacher is motivated or eager to share, so the moment I am eager to share, so that sessions are always enjoyable. So because that contents are there, that presentations are there, okay, that one by one presentation, that one by one line, you can be there along with the student.
Can I do? I want to share one thing, or again remind one thing, that is Yadav madam has conducted that UHV subject in his college, and its effects, Umesh sir has appreciated that students were really got motivated. As madam can continue without training, without attending this UHV to FDP, then we should not have any question mark on our ability to be a teacher. So ultimately, if we will start. We will likewise positively we should thought. If anytime we would have some clarity, more clarity required, then again we can go for UHV 2, UHV 3. Exploring is again there. UHV team will be with us with the WhatsApp and morning session, etc., etc. So any queries will arise, we will positively ask you people, and we will go back positively to spread this happiness for our students in the world.
Hello sir, in continuation with his words, we didn't lack competitors in teaching subject. The subject which we are teaching right now, those are materialistic. Means I teach survey, I teach RCC design. Nothing is changing. RCC design, what I learned in 2002, same I am teaching in 2014 also. But what content we have to deliver right now, that amount of experience, what I thought, these 8 days, what I am thinking about, all my experiences, everything, that much experience is not sufficient. You are in this activity for last 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, all the days you are thinking on that. For this condition, what I should explain to the students, or what proposal I should teach, and what I can explain. That experience means, what I say, learning is something different. Subject learning is totally different. And what we have to teach over here, or what proposal we have to take in their front, that lifetime experience, sir, shared is much experience. That is because of life, because of his age. He has so much experience, and spending 4 to 8 years in this type of activity we have spent only 8 days. So that is only thing, that if you go on in this subject for much longer time, then we can be able to.
But at least we can start from now. So we'll start it now, and all the this video clips are available. For that video lectures are available, you can go through that video lectures. For example, that video lectures are available before going for that session. You can watch that video. You can just point out what are the pointers are mentioned there, and that pointers, at least that pointers you can mention along with the student, that is sufficient. So, and then we can have that discussion.
What I feel is, it's not about knowing all this thing or about experience. If we are explorer of life, then I feel we can create something nice. It's not about having excellence in this thing, or then if we are explorer, then whether 8 days we have attended or 2 days we have attended, I don't think it's gonna matter.
And that's why from the first day we are talking with this fact. What we are talking?
But we are not able to deliver. Sometimes we have less knowledge, but we know the art how to deliver. This is more important.
What I'm saying, exploration is good thing. I have started from this 8 days. What I spoke here, I have already it has gone through my life, but I was not able to correlate this and this thing. So we have to correlate so many things come together, because this has been, I will have my experience, you will have experience. What we are teaching right now as a teacher, it is fixed syllabus. It will not go left and it will not go right. Same word, same thing. One lecture PPT I will use for 10 years. But here it is not. Student will say something and I have to go with him. That will require
we will finalize this thing, because whatever he is saying and his both are correct. He is saying if my willpower is there, I can do anything. As a teacher, I can do wonders. What he is saying, first time containing technical to value, and then coming from this to this, it is very difficult, but it is my willpower which is very strong. I can do anything for the students, and that is the condition from 3 years just I am exploring. Now I can comfortably, whatever in 8 days we have seen, I can comfortably deliver this to my student with my own life example, with example of the society, everything. So they will be more comfortable if we deliver in this.
That's why in the last slide, the last sentence which has been mentioned, the motivated and eager to share. And if that is the case, then we can be there. So here we are just having that pointers. We should introduce ourselves not as a teacher for that course, as a co-explorer. Then we should be able to provide this as a proposal. Elaborate that proposal of key points about the proposal. Okay. So when I say the proposal, then we should have that ability to elaborate that one. So any content, for the, suppose we are going with this the basic aspiration, and when I say basic aspiration, and when I say it is a proposal for you, what exactly the basic aspiration, then you should be able to explore that to whom we are calling as a basic aspiration. What is the continuous happiness, and then towards the prosperity, what exactly that terms. And if we are able to that whole terms, then we can say that okay, after that one, then you can say that okay, is it not your basic aspiration or not? Okay. So everyone wants to be happy. So how much time you would like to be happy? So for that one, you can give the examples of the other values. For example, respect or the trust. So do you want that respect for hourly basis? Do you want that okay 30 minutes respect and then the disrespect or something? So some of the examples that should be provided. So that small example in the reflective questions, the dialogue question answers, and then sometimes we should provide them some time for the self-reflection. So always here we are mentioning that we explore within. Explore within, try to see within. So what to see within? The desire, the thought, then the what expectations are there. And then along with that one, if they are able to see, then after that one, these 2 sentences you can place. What is the contents, these are available in desire, thought and the selection, or we can say the with this expectation. For that content, who is the responsible? Who is the responsible and who has taken the decision? So the moment one knows that, okay, whatever the content has been there along with me, for that one I am responsible and I have taken that decision for the whole things, then I will be there to come out from that content. So if I am having some preconditioning, and if I am having that preconditioning, and if I say that, so because of X person I am having that preconditioning, then we are just targeting the other people. Rather than if we are able to see that, okay, I am having this preconditioning and for that one I have taken that decision and I am responsible for that preconditioning, then I will be there, I will have that program to come out from that one. And then we have seen what type of the program we have to touch to the natural acceptance. So the moment we can accept that whatever the things is there within me, that for that one I have taken the decision. Whatever the preconditionings are there, what are the sensations are there, for that one I am responsible and I have taken that decision, and that's why I am in that way. So if we are able to explore that fact, then the student is definitely they are there along with that proposal. So when we are putting up that proposal, these are some pointers. Give some time for the same self-reflection, then with some of the small examples, then reflective questions, dialogue or question answer. Then we can observe within ourselves also. So forward the sessions we are taking. So I want to help the other to understand or to impress or that way. But here, as we know that, okay, this is the proposal, and then I also want, being a co-explorer, I also want to see that feelings are within me or not. Then proposal plays with clarity, talking about the problem only when essential. So this is the one part. So if we are only talking about the problems, and if we are trying to give the solutions, so it will never end up. Because one problem, then the second problem, third problem, and fourth problem. Rather than the reality, if you would like to put up that reality, and in the light of that reality, then you can get the answers. So you can just verify these two things. The problems, then solution, then problem, then the solution, because there are the multiple problems. Rather than you can have the one point, that is the reality. So on that reality, then based on that reality, we are not giving the directly answer to that problem, but rather than we are supporting some of the content so that that person, that kid itself can come out from that problem. So in that way, we should be there along with the students. Then talking outside of that context, then the trying to convince. So rather than to go for that convince, that's why we are saying that it's a proposal, because convince means the student may say that okay, what you are saying, we'll accept it, but after that one there is no use of that. That's why we should be open. We should tell that student they should be open for that content and try to explore that fact. Then for the sessions, state the session topic clearly, initiate the dialogue for that one, discuss it as a series of connected key points. So the key points as a proposal, and then expand it, explain it, take a small real life examples. So while preparing this course, while preparing the lectures, then you are going through this PPT, and when you are going with this presentation, then you can have your own examples. Then you can put up that examples along with that point. So then ask the questions so that the student can explore. So when the students are answering, so there is no need to clarify with that answer, it is wrong or it is right or something. But you can say that, okay, this is what you are having your thought process, but you can just explore with this direction also. So rather than to say that your answer is wrong or right, rather than one, you can say that, okay, you can explore with this this is the way by which you can also explore, and you can see that what is the answer you are getting, it is the correct one or what we are answering getting. Then pause, give time for the self-exploration, respond to the clarification questions and observations. Then sum up that topic, give points for the self-reflection as a homework. So here always provide, just do the assignments, and also that is the one part for this checking. So for the each and every lecture, go with this assignment, just based on that topic, have that assignment with this 1 or 2 questions. The next lecture, they can come up with the answer with these assignments. So this is what exactly the shift is. So any questions on this?
So you will be sharing this PPT?
Yeah.
Can I add? This usually we also have it on Sunday morning nationwide. 1 hour session, 1 or 2 hour sessions will be there where we as volunteers who are ready to explore ourselves more. This is the first point we have to start. Means once we give a demo session, we have to answer this way these questions. Have I done this? I have to self-explore within myself. Have I taken pauses? I have given my lecture. It will be around 30 minutes to 45 minutes, not more. In that, once I finish up, then they put up this slide for us. Have we really explored? Have I taken? Given the reason why I would like to do this workshop? Have I taken breaks? Have I started the conversation? Have I taken actual pause? Was there any homework given? Did I sum up? Certain times in a flow we forget one or two things. It has usually happened, and our senior resource people, they inform us that this is where you were lacking. So if you all are part of it and you all are going to teach it, so we would like you all to be a part of this.
Saturday meetings.
Yes, Saturday meetings first, and then if you are okay in the Saturday ones, we say that you can go for the Sunday morning one. Because Sunday mornings one, it is all India. It is not regional wise. Region wise means even I made 10 mistakes. Out of 10 mistakes, I carried forward only 2 when I went for the senior ones. Means they said, my senior said, in the evening session you have done this 10, but you have improvised in the morning one. Means in the night we have to work out and then present up in the morning. This is the way we need to improve. Mala honarats nahi. This won't do. This won't do. So we cannot give an excuse that I won't be able to do. We have to start. We have to take a start. We have to work. And where we are lacking, we will understand. As sir will be going again, there are more points which will be clearing. So here you need to pay attention because now you are a teacher and you are going to be there. Today all here you are co-explorers like us. But tomorrow you are going to stand there. Right? And here you will be your students. Now what point you need to pay attention. You need to listen properly because same mistakes what we have done. We don't want that you do the same mistakes. So that's the reason this session is specially taken for teachers who are going to teach. UHV post in future now as it has become compulsory and all universities are putting in one way or the other. Maybe audit, maybe 1 credit, 2 credit, 3 credit, all credit. So now we have to start working on it. And how to take it? We cannot take as we take a technical. कुछ भी चलेगा, कुछ भी बोलोगे, क्या किसको पता चलेगा? At least our consciousness is there. And after studying 8 days, we understand our consciousness is there. Right? My body and self is there. For the self consciousness, at least we need to work on it. So please do pay attention. If you have any discussions during the breaks, you can do that. Sorry, Bhaiya, I have taken your time. I'm sorry.
We need the session for the 3 lakh teachers. Okay, for the 3 lakh teachers, almost 3,000 workshop would be there. And for the 3,000 workshop, we require the 300 at least resource person. And this is the case of one only AICT. I am just giving you the example of Madhya Pradesh. For the Madhya Pradesh, they have started this course for the school education. For the Madhya Pradesh, they started this course for the school education. For the school education, the government teachers. So there are the 3 lakhs government teachers. So forget about the private school teachers. So there only we require almost 300 resource persons. And we are only almost 30 or 40. So,
we are volunteers.
20 or 30.
Only 20 or 30 are the resource person. See the gap.
So you should be here.
You
have to be there. So here I am not giving you the proposal. Here I am not giving you the proposal.
I have accepted it and already
Yeah. Okay.
And that just we ask
Yeah. And we are doing this only for us. We are not. We are doing this for us itself. Because the more and more we are exploring within, the more and more will be there along with others. So here we'll go with this last slide. Okay. So the proposal.
That is for us.
So when we say the proposal is for what? To get the answer of what it is. Okay. So we are always having the education with these two questions, what to do and how to do. But we are always there for how to do. But here this course is regarding the what to do. So our everything, that proposal should be related along with what is it. Okay, the reality. So we should be there to define the realities. Then what is that? And when we are trying to show that reality, then we should able to tell about the roles, means the values. So when we are going for that proposal of human being, then what is the role of that human being? When we are going with this, what is family, then what is the role of that human being in a family? The same thing we have to put up each and every point in terms of that proposal, and that proposal is not for how, it is for what it is. And if you are thinking for that what is, and then we can place that proposal correctly. So place that proposal clearly, elaborate that one or two connected key points. For example, when you are going with this human being, then we are just having that point, human being is a combination of two different things. It is a coexistence of self and a body. Then you just start it from the needs. So you just put up one point, okay, can we think about the needs? So what are our needs? Then you can put up the different needs. You can have the answer from the student, okay, what are the different needs? And then slowly we can show that, okay, the clothes are required, then the shoes are required, the mobile is required. Then you can differentiate in a such way that there are the two, one side of that needs that are the limited one, this definite one, but the second one is in continuous way. For example, the respect, then the trust, so the love or the happiness. So in that way, then we should start that course, or that way we should put up that proposal. So directly, if you are providing, okay, the human being is that the coexistence of the self and the body, they will go flat. So rather than you just start from the needs, then ask the question from them, okay, what are your needs? What you can think about the needs? Then they can have the multiple their answers, and then that is our duty how to separate it, and then from that one, then we should able to get the answer. Here, these are the needs required for the body, and these are the needs which are required for the other entity to whom I am giving the name as a self. So in that way, then we can have the two different entities. So that is what the example for this human being. So place that the proposal before asking question, then discussion. Okay. So each point for that one, you should have the one key point. For just now, what I have mentioned about the human being. Okay, the needs, then the how long with the time durations, and then how the response is there, what are the activities are there, and before to put up that on the slide. So if you are having that question and if you are writing on this board, and after that one you can put up that slide, then they can correlate. Okay, what you have told, that is available here. So in that way we can be there along with the course. So asking that question, normally it should be for the self-verification.
Sir, unfold from known to known means
Which one?
the previous step. Unfold from known to unknown.
Gently unfold from known to unknown.
Which one?
Gently unfold from known to unknown.
Thank you. So what here we are trying to mention here, for example, the physical facilities.
Okay, the physical facilities are needed for what? They know, okay, it is needed, for what it is needed, for example the cloth, for what that cloth is needed. So they will never know the answer, or they will, I am not saying the never, but what the answer should be there, that cloth is required for the protection of the body. So to get that answer, so that is what the unknown thing. To get that answer, then we have to be there along with the student to get such type of the answer. Because the student may wear the different types of the cloth. Okay, so we can see that the different types of the cloth. So in a faculty's workshop, we are just talking about the cloth. Okay, वो the cloth, the फटे हुए कपड़े है ना 5,000 के मिलते हैं, but we should not have such type of the word along with the student, ना, because we should not have such type of the words along with the student because they are wearing it. So rather than we should able to put up, okay, we are wearing the cloth, but for what it is wearing? Is it for the respect? It is for the to get attracted, or is it for the protection of the body? So we should able to go with this way rather than just telling him that okay, ये पहन के क्या मिलता है आपको attention ही पाना है ऐसा. So rather than one, the answer should be available from their side. Okay, and then we can just put up that multiple key point, because what is that unknown part with the student? It is for the protection of the body. So we should be there. What they knows from that one up to what is required and what is unknown for that part. That is what has been written.
Now actually nowadays students wear clothes in such a way that the students sitting next to that have some kind of discomfort. So it's very difficult to convey also, and sometimes if I try to convey, they take it other way and they feel it bad.
And that's why we should be put up in terms of the proposal. When you can say that okay, these are the three different points, these are the three different pointers I am writing for the cloth. One is to get attracted, one is to get the respect, a third one is to get protected. So just think over this one. I am not giving you the answer. Okay, I am not saying anything for that one. You just explore within yourself. Then the student may say that no, whatever I have here, that is the correct one. But later on, they will go for the self-exploration. The same thing for the mobile, cell phone, the same thing for the multiple things. So here, rather than to give that answer, we should be there and we should able to be there along with the student so that the student will explore within. So, and for that one, we should able to do the key point. And that within that key point, some of the known key point and one is the unknown key point.
Sir, just now what madam has suggested scenario, for that proposing uniform may be a proposal? हो सकता है क्या? Proposal का बात करो.
The proposal you can put up one way.
But in the proposal हम डाल रहे हैं, pre-conditioning है ना? We can just get the proposal that the clothes are for your protection. लेकिन अब clothes छोटे हैं, बड़े हैं, तो pre-conditioning हो गई ना हमारी.
देखिए इसमें एक इस बारे में ऐसे कह सकते हैं कि इक्वालिटी में लाने के लिए with one equality you can propose it, but which type of the cloth वो भी हो सकता है. आप बताइए.
No, actually मुंबई में बहुत प्रॉब्लम होता है सर कपड़ों को लेके.
इसलिए कन्विंस करना है कि वहाँ पे हमने लिखा था.
सर, वो proposal, don't take it as a proposal which we see in management and engineering.
That is the same thing we are trying to get. What we need to do is make them understand that okay, like as Sid proposed, it may be a discussion. Let the students talk, because in a class everybody dresses up differently. Taking this example, okay, that's all. So they will understand eventually the outcome should be that irrespective of what you are wearing and what you are dressing as, the person is important. You respect each other as a person and you accept each other as a person. That should be the outcome. It's not based on dressings, because if we look at our own culture, we have changed a lot
See, that's why we are telling that dressing, see that in a cloth that is not for the respect, that is not for attracting, that is only for the protection of the body, and we have to put up this as a proposal. Didi, will
We'll have a 10 minutes bio break. Only 10 minutes. 55 we come back. 3:55 we come back. Thank you. This session's last months are for yours because where mistakes should not be done. There are do's and don'ts. Now we have brought in don'ts also because I have heard people, okay, this many times it has come when you are speaking. That should not be a part of it. That we need to take care of. So there are do's and don'ts and sir is giving the guidelines. So please do pay attention because this is a subject which you need to co-explore when you're teaching it. You need to explore every time. Watching monohot nani. Second barobar. When you go with everyone, you learn more things. Because that is what you will be keeping up. Just 10 days ago he finished and why did he come for 2? So immediately because there is a need from head.
Even I was not teaching it also. Still my desire is to learn.
The desire comes up because we need to learn what I need. We had one participant in the morning. She said 2 times she has done UHV2. This is the 3rd time. Because every time there is a new exploration. Every time there is a new learning. We have heard it so many times, but this time this is new. Okay, this example was added here. This is what we learned. This is the point which was said in this way. So every time it's a new learning. So whenever you all are teaching also, it will be a learning in itself for you also. So please do pay attention. It is not discussion among yourselves. It is to be listened to and whatever required, you can always ask Bhaiya to inform, he will explain here. It is important. These points are important for you. Please do pay attention. Bhaiya, you can carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. We'll start with this module 5. The implication of this holistic understanding. So till module 4, we are having the content of understanding. So what the content of that understanding, that the harmony at a different level. So the starting from the human being up to the existence. And now we'll see how we can be there along with this content and for what? For the professional ethics. So we'll try to explore this fact to whom we are calling as a conduct, human conduct, and then what exactly that human conduct is there, and we are always saying it is a definite one. If you remember the first session, in the first session it has been mentioned that the human being is having the indefinite conduct and that's why the problems are arising. But now we have gone through the 4 module where we gone through the concept of this understanding, and based on that one, now here we are delivering what would be the human being conduct, and here we are saying that the human being conduct is definite one. So these are the different sessions from lecture 23 to 28 for this module 5, 6 lectures with the 3 tutorials. Where the 23rd will be there along with the natural acceptance of these values. Then 24th lecture, that is for the human conduct. Then based on that one, what exactly that professional ethics, and then the strategies when we will try to implement such type of the content for this value-based life and the professions. So we went to this concept. Okay. So we are trying to understand what we are trying to understand. There is a harmony, and that harmony is there at every level. And we have seen that harmony started from human being till existence. So there is a harmony, and we tried to find out that harmony, and along with that one, then when we tried to find out the harmony at family level, then we tried to find out how that relations are getting expressed. When we recognize that relation, the recognition of that relation are getting expressed in terms of the values. Then we went to that values in terms of the feelings. So that feeling is the feeling of relationship, and for what? Mutual fulfillment. So that was the part, means we went to the understanding as well as the feeling, and that was the part from module 1 to 4. In module 5, it is for what? Here we are trying to implement or how these contents are the part of that holistic development. And for that one, so apart from that understanding, okay, so when we say that we have, here we are saying that the right understanding, and that right in understanding, what we have to understand, the harmony is there, okay. Based on that one, we can have the feelings. Based on that feelings, we are having the thought. Based on that thoughts, we are having the expectations. So thoughts, here we can see the desires also, and here after the expectation, we can have the behavior, and then the work. And we went through this concept, okay. So when we are trying to explore within, then we are trying to find out what type of the desire, thought and expectations are there. And then when we say it is based on the natural acceptance with the right understanding, what are the contents are there, the reality are there, that is the understanding. Based on that one, we can have the feelings. Based on that one, we can have the desire, thought and the expectation. Based on that thoughts, expectation, or the desire, thought and the expectation, we can have that behavior and the work. And at this level, then we can think about the what type of that behavior should be there, what type of the work should be there, and in thought, what type of the conduct is there. So here, at the level of thought, we are mentioning the principles and the guidelines for the human conduct. So here we are mentioning the what might be that principles, the rules and regulations are there that are at the level of thought, and for that one we are calling that as a ethical human conduct. And then it is getting expressed. When it is getting expressed in terms of the behavior and the work, for that means once we are having that thought with respect to that ethical human conduct, based on that one, if it is getting expressed in terms of the behavior and the work, or then we are saying it is a ethical behavior and the work. And then it combines along with that professional ethics. So we'll try to explore, open up these 2 points. One is the ethical human conduct, and second is the professional ethics. So we'll go with this, to whom we are calling as a ethical human conduct. So nowadays we are having, so before that one, so this, as you know, the whole contents are available with this YouTube along with that web page, UHV, so everything is available. So we'll go with this human conduct. Okay. So what the definition is available along with us in terms of the ethical. So when that word comes, then it is, we are always saying something wrong or right, and for that one we are saying this is the ethical. Okay. But here we are mentioning ethical for what? The content which is naturally accepted to me or for everyone. So we are saying the human conduct that is the ethical, to whom it is stated, we are stating it, the whatever the contents that are with respect to this human conduct which is naturally accepted to each and everyone. And for that one we can say it is the ethical. Okay. The second one, that the content of that ethical is what? It is in tune along with the right understanding. So here we are not providing do and don't for that ethical human conduct. It is not the you have to do this one, you have to don't go with this part. So rather than, so we are providing the concept and content for this ethical human conduct in a such a way that that will be the naturally accepted at every level for everyone. The second one, it is in tune along with the right understanding. That content that is in tune along with the right understanding, and through this ethical human conduct, through this one, it will provide mutual enrichment and the mutual fulfillment. So it will provide the mutual enrichment for the rest of nature, and it will provide the mutual fulfillment for the other human being. So we are stating here the ethical human conduct, and to whom we are calling that as the ethical human conduct, the conduct which is accepted, which is naturally accepted at every level for everyone. Then the content of that ethical human conduct that is in tune with the right understanding. The right understanding means here we are trying to find out that harmony at a different level which is there. So that contents are in tune along with this right understanding. And the third one, it is that content when it is getting expressed, then the outcome is mutual enrichment and the fulfillment. So there would be a mutual enrichment for the rest of nature, and there is a mutual fulfillment for the other human beings. And for such type of the content, for that one we are calling that as a ethical human conduct. Then such type of the ethical conduct, can we see that then it will be the definite one. Can you see this as a definite one? Because the content, if that is naturally accepted to each and every one, then we can say it is accepted to each and every one. So it will be the definite one. Then it will be based on the what are the content that are getting placed for this ethical human conduct, that is in tune along with the right understanding. The right understanding is harmony at a different level, and if these are in tune, then we can say it is also definite one. So hence this ethical conduct is also definite one, and through that one we are getting the enrichment and the fulfillment. And for this we are saying it is the ethical human conduct. And such type of the human conduct we are saying it is a definite one. So any questions on this? So just now for the module 1 to 4 we have gone through this concept, to whom we are calling as a right understanding, what are the content for that understanding. So what are the content for this right understanding? To see the harmony at different levels. And once we can find out that harmony at different level, then we have to express it. So once we are having that right understanding, once we can see that understanding, once we can see that harmony, then we have to express it. So first we can express within, that is in terms of the thought, and then we can express outside in terms of that behavior and the work.
Here in this content it is written professional ethics.
That is the next session. Now we are just verifying. This session is for this ethical human conduct, and there is a definiteness for this conduct.
Hello sir. Here. Sir, see, in professional life, there are yearly increments, there are career advancement schemes. So suppose my friend is in good terms and friend of the higher authorities. Am I audible?
You're audible.
So my friend, she is in good term and she is a very good friend and close of higher authorities. So she will automatically get everything, because whatever they are saying, even if it is wrong, they say it's right. Even if it is wrong, if
sitting on the chair, they are saying right to right बोलते हैं, तो obviously they get everything. So suppose due to some reason or due to some opposition, if I am not getting, so whether I should fight for my right, or even if it is ethical, or what means I am not understanding now. Suppose अगर कोई पर्पसली आपको खड्डे में डाल रहा है, तो हमको क्या करना चाहिए, वो मतलब
So you can have that feeling of relationship along with the others, and then you can be along with the other person. What is the reason there? So can you tell me in what way what is getting happened? So rather than in opposition, you should just try to explore this fact. You should be along with the other person, not in opposition with relation, and you can ask there, okay, I have done this much part, okay, and this is required for that promotion, but I have not been offered for that one. So you are given for the others. Then tell me what are the key points or parameters so that I will be there.
It's not exactly opposition even, sir. This is actually my personal experience which I am
So
बोलना चाह रहा था. I have worked for 10 years in a private organization. After that, joined government, and nearly things are changing the forms. Either you are in government or private. Things are nearly similar. Under such circumstances, when you are not so strong means you are not having a group of people with you, and neither you are having tuning with the authorities. So what to do? What I have done is like that. You have to make yourself strong, work properly, do your research work, increase your profile, make yourself strong. And what I did, I get out from that private organization and joined government. I made myself strong. So
yes,
that went away.
is creating conflict.
Even in government. Now my 14-year experience in government.
देखो,
There also you will get oppositions, politics, all the things. But what my guide, PhD guide has taught me, that if you are only strong, then you can go ahead. Otherwise, they will do their work. Their work is like that. They will oppose you. They will do damage to you. But if you make yourself strong, then you will go ahead. तो इसके बाद क्या होने वाला है कि आपको वो हार्टबर्न वाली फीलिंग खत्म ही हो जाएगी. Yes, obviously.
ठीक है.
उन लोगों का काम वही रहेगा, फिर वो करते रहेंगे. वो किसी और के साथ करेगा. ये तो प्रैक्टिकली मेरे गाइड ने मेरे को ऐसे में मुझे बताया है जब मैं ये था कि now they are just head to head fighting. What he was saying that it is not your work. ये वो जो लड़ाई करते हैं उन जैसे ही लड़ेंगे उनसे. आपका ये काम है ही नहीं, आप निकलो वहाँ से, आगे निकलो. तो इसका आंसर ये है, आपको अपने आप को स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाना है, नहीं कंडीशन.
Yes, I am strong.
ठीक है. Thank you.
मेरा इतना ही था.
We all are in teaching profession. So everyone, सभी ने कभी ना कभी बच्चों को टर्म वर्क मार्क दिया रहेगा. Out of 50, out of 25, anything it might be. And everyone might have faced that. After result, some students comes to you and says, sir, you gave me less mark, I was expecting much, I was doing this. Likewise, similar situation. No one can give justice to everything. We have evaluated those marks from some such criteria. So that's why we have given those marks. But they are feeling some intention in it. We have to justify them in a proper way, proper manner.
So again we'll come back with this point. ये लेक्चर में जो है ना इथिकल ह्यूमन कंडक्ट, तो यहाँ इसको हम कहते हैं कि मानवीयतापूर्ण आचरण. मानवीयतापूर्ण आचरण, ह्यूमन कंडक्ट. So in what way we should have that human conduct in a such a way that it should implement or it should be implied the mutual enrichment and the mutual fulfillment. So it will gives us the mutual enrichment for the rest of nature and mutual fulfillment for the other human beings. And for that one we are saying it is a ethical, and that is a ethical human conduct. And then here we are written is such type of the conduct that is naturally accepted to each and every one, and it will be based on that right understanding. So here we are trying to define to whom we are calling as a human conduct. So as here we are mentioning the right understanding, what we have to understand. So we have to understand that harmony at different levels. So for this model 1 to 4, we have gone through this concept. There is a harmony. We are saying it is a proposal. So again I am saying it is a proposal. Don't accept this as it is. So the proposal here is that there is a harmony, and we have gone through that harmony. Now harmony is what exactly what we have seen. There is a mutual fulfillment along with each and every entity which is there in this existence. There is a mutual fulfillment in each and every entity in this existence. So there is an interaction. There is an interaction along with each and every unit. And what type of that interaction is there? Harmonious. So there is a harmonious interaction with each and every entity which is there in this existence, and that we have studied, or that we have gone through with this model 1 to 4. Ultimately, there is a harmony in this existence, and then we have gone through that harmony at the level of self, at the level of human being, self and the body, and at the level of family with the rest of nature. And then we can find out, then we can got it that okay, everyone is interconnected. Then it is, even though it is interconnected, everyone is complement to the other. Complement means it is mutually fulfilled to the other. There is a mutual fulfillment is there. So have you got that? We can say it is a nature rules. It is a nature law. What is the nature law? So the entities are there in existence, and that is there for the complement to the others in a such a way that it is mutually enriching to others, and that is what the reality. So that we have to understood that reality, and that to whom we are calling that as a right understanding. And based on that one, then we can have the feelings, and based on that one, what the feelings are available, that feelings we can define in terms of the values. So we went through that feelings. So feelings at the level of human being along with the other human being. So for example, for the families, then we went through what type of the feelings are there. So when we feel related, when we recognize the relations, when we recognize the relation, then we can see the values, we can see the participation. So the moment I can see the other person as the father, so the moment I can recognize the relation, then I can see the values, I can see my participation along with that other person. And my participation about that other person, that is called as the values. And that values we have gone through a different 9 values that is established, and that can be expressed. So from trust up to the love, we have gone through that values. So based on this right understanding, we can have that feelings, these are available in terms of the values. So there are the multiple values are there with respect to the human being, with respect to the rest of nature. So we can see that once we can get that idea how exactly the reality is there, and that reality, based on that one, we are having the feelings. Based on that feelings, we can have the desire and the thought. So at the level of the thought, we can have the policies. How to do is at the level of the thought, because here we got it what is, this is what it is. Then how to do? So how to do, that are my expansion at the thought process. Once I am having the desire, at the level of the thought process, I am having the expansion. How to do it? So that how, that is part of, that is the policies. So these are the policies for what? These are the policies for the enrichment, the protection, and then the right utilization.
सर यहाँ पे पॉलिसी और प्रोग्राम एक ही बात है ना?
हो सकता है। नीति, पॉलिसी नीति को पॉलिसी कहना चाहते हैं।
सर जो प्रोग्राम हम बनाते हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए वो
तो पॉलिसी के अंदर हम प्रोग्राम बनाएंगे। See, here we are defining that the thought process, based on the thought process we are having the policy. What type of the policy? The enrichment of the protection of and the right utilization. The enrichment and the protection and the right utilization for what? So the enrichment, protection and the right utilization of the human being as well as the physical facility. So on the basis, so what I am having that understanding, so based on that reality, based on that one, we are having the values. So the values is the participation with the different level. Based on that one, I will have the thought process. The thought process is what? How to do it. So how to do it at a different level. So at the level of human being, at the level of physical facility, and for that one we can see these are the policies. So policies regarding the enrichment of the human being as well as the physical facility, or protection of that physical facility as well as the human being, and the right utilization of. So the right utilization of body is what? The right utilization of that human being is what? The right utilization of that physical facility is what? So all that is getting defined here. That is getting defined here. At which level? At the thought process. And the thought process is based on what? Thought process is based on my that desire, based on that feelings, which are based on the right understanding. If the everything is based on that right understanding, based on that one, I will have that desire and the thought. Based on that one, then how to do it? How to do it with respect to that human being, with respect to the physical facility. So I have to enrich, protect, and the right utilization of this entities, that is the human being as well as the physical facility. All that one, what are the things I am having at this activity? For that one, we can see it is the policy. So under this human conduct, we are seeing the part that is the inner part of self, where we can have the right understanding as well as the feeling, the thought process, expectation. Based on that one, we can have the policies, the values, the policies. So then depending upon that policies, we can have the expectation. Based on that one, we can go with this behavior and the work. And when we are going with this behavior and the work, here we are expressing it. So here we are expressing in terms of the ethical behavior, ethical work. So whatever is getting expressed here, for that one we are saying it is a character. So these are the two different ways. These are the two different ways by which we can define the human conduct. One is through this self, through understanding the activities of self, we can have the right understanding. Based on that one, we can have the thought process. Based on that one, we can have the behavior and the work. Through this behavior, we can have the mutual happiness, and through this work, we can have the mutual enrichment or the prosperity. Okay, and this will, it will gives us the universal order, okay, that human order. And the same thing, for the same thing, the other way to define this human conduct, the other way to define the conduct is what? We are having that feelings, the feelings are getting expressed in terms of the values. The thought process are getting in terms of the express, how to do in terms of the policies. And then whatever the policies are there that are getting expressed in terms of the behavior and the work. So what is there inside along with this behavior and the work, that is called as the character. So this human being, that the ethical human conduct is also defined in terms of this values, policy and the character. This is the one part. The human conduct, that ethical human conduct is also defined in terms of the self activities. So how the self activities are getting organized and what the contents are there within that self. In that way we can define that human conduct. So these are the two different views. So these are not only two different views to define the human conduct. So here we are defining that two different ways by which we can have that human conduct. Then we'll go one by one to see in detail. But any questions based on this? So the first thing, we went to this, to whom we are calling as the ethical human conduct. So one by one. So first we'll go for this first part. So this is the first view. And then we have defined this ethical human conduct is definite one. Okay. As the reality, that is a definite one. Okay. The expression is indefinite. So what we have seen that this is the part that is the P2, okay, and here if we are here only, then it is getting driven by the preconditioning. So if it is driven here, then it is driven from the preconditioning, or it is getting driven by the sensation. And if it is getting driven from that preconditioning or the sensation, then whatever the conduct is there, that is the indefinite, because it is changing, because it based on that preconditioning, it based on the sensation. But if that is on the natural acceptance, if that is based on the natural acceptance, then the natural acceptance is based on the reality, and the reality is there. If that based on that one, then whatever the conduct would be there, that will be the definite conduct. And to define what exactly that natural acceptance, here we are having the picture of that self. So here we are having the 10 different activities. So we have gone through this content. Okay. So here we are defined to whom the relations are there, to whom we should say the relations. And once we can recognize that relation, then we can recognize the participation with the other person. So to recognize the participation with the larger order, for that one we can say that is the contemplation. So once we define the relations, once we can define the relations, the relation with, so once we are able to define that relations along with the other human being and along with the rest of nature, then we can be there along with this entity. We can be there along with this entity. So when we are understanding that relation, once we recognize that relation, then the exploitation is there or nurturing is there. So that is what the part here. So that is, once we got that part, that is what the contemplation. So where we can understand, we can recognize the relations. So every entity is related, and once we can understand that relation, we can be there along with the other entities. So we can be there along with the other entity means we can find out, we can have that participation, we can have the participation with the larger order. Just take the example of that, what I have taken for the father. Okay, the moment I can recognize the relation along with the other person as a father, the moment I can recognize the relation along with that other person as a father, then I can fulfill it. And I can fulfill it means I can have that participation in terms of the values. The values are getting flow. And then we have gone through that values from first up to the law. So then based on that values, based on that one, we can have the imagination, based on that one, we can have the thought process, based on that one, then we can select it, and so, based on that one we can have the behavior. And that behavior along with that person, that will lead towards the mutual happiness. That will lead towards the mutual happiness. So once we got it, what exactly the relations are there, based on that one, we can have the imagination. But above that one, we can have to find out to whom we are calling as a harmony. So to whom we are calling as a harmony, so harmony in the nature, we have gone through that concept. So in the nature, the 4 different orders are there. Each and every entity in that order, how it is there, along with the other, that is in harmony. Harmony means what? It is so they are in a, so every entity in this order, they are there in a such a way that they are mutually enriching the others. They are mutually enriching the others. So can you find out that relation there in terms of the, so they are giving back more, they are giving more back than taking So they are giving back in a such a way that they are enriching the other entity. They are enriching the other entity. And if we got that concept, there we can say that we are getting this, we can getting the concept of that harmony at the level of nature. We are getting that concept of harmony at the level of nature. So there are the multiple entities are there in this existence. Every entity is there along with the other for what? For the mutual enrichment. So they are giving back much more than what they are getting. And they are giving in a such a way that they are mutually enriching the others. So they are complement to the others. They are mutually fulfilling, there is mutual fulfillment is there. And if we got that concept, so for that one we are saying it is understanding. So that part we are saying it is understanding. So if we are getting it, it is understanding, and that is what the naturally acceptance. And that's why we are always saying to go with the self-exploration. Go with the self-exploration, try to touch towards this natural acceptance. So when you are trying to touch towards this natural acceptance, you can able to see such type of the activities within you. You can able to see what type of the relations are there, and once you can find out that relation, what type of the participation is there, and that is naturally accepted. At the same moment, you can get what type of the orders are there and how that orders are in harmony. And so that is what the understanding. And above that one, that the whole existence is in coexistence, and that is the point of realization. So if we are touching to this B1, that is what we are saying is the natural acceptance. Through that one, whatever the imagination is there, so based on this natural acceptance, if the imagination is there, so this is the definite one. So based on that one, we can have that imagination. Based on that one, we can have the behavior along with the other human being. We can have the work along with the rest of nature. So if we are having that behavior, that is the mutual happiness. If we are going for the work, that is the mutual prosperity. But what we have to do, we have to go for the self-exploration, and through that self-exploration, if you are touching with this B1 block, then through this B1 block, whatever the things are coming out for that imagination, that is the definite one. And in that way, whatever the expression would be there, that is the definite human conduct. That will be the definite one. This is the one way by which we can define that ethical human conduct.
सर यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन ऑर्डर का क्या मतलब है? लास्ट वाला जो रेड रेक्टेंगल बॉक्स में.
So the fulfillment of the human goal. So we are having the participation in larger orders. So here we have gone through the goal, human goal. What was that human goal? So it is started from happiness, the continuous happiness, the prosperity, then the fearlessness, that is a trust, okay, and then coexistence. So once we are going with this coexistence, then what is the order would be there, that is the universal. And then for that one we can say it is a universal human order, because it is that is universally accepted, and for that one, that order is in a such a way that there is a mutual fulfillment and the enrichment is there. And then we are calling that as the universal human order. And if you are going with this other human being, for every human being we are going with this mutual happiness. And if you are going for mutual happiness for everyone, then such type of the society will be the undivided human society. Because we are there for each and every human being for mutual happiness. And then we can say that is the undivided society. And then when in the society, what type of that dimensions are there, the human dimensions are there, for that one it will fulfill the human goal. And such type of the then human order we are calling that as the universal human order. So this is the one type of the view. Through that one we can define, or we can have the definiteness in ethical human conduct.
B1 और B2 में क्या difference है?
See, there are the 10 different activities. There are the 10 different activities. we are started from this. Okay, so our journey started from this one. So normally, if we are for this preconditioning, if you are on base, our everything is going from the preconditioning or the sensation, then we'll be at this level, and for that block we are calling as a B2. But if we are for the reality, if we are seeing the reality as it is, then that is a part of the B1. So this B1 and the B2, that name has been given. You can give the any name, P1, P2 or X1, X2, anything. You can give any name. But these activities, these 5 activities, the content of that activities are the reality. The content of this activities, that is the reality as it is. The content of this activity is the participation with the other order. The content of this one, it will see the harmony at every level, and this is the reality, the truth. And the truth is what? That is the coexistence. What is the reality is there that is getting seen by these 5 activities. So what we have to do? So the reality is there, and we can see that because it is there. So we doesn't need to go anywhere. What we have to do? We have to go only for the self-exploration. So what is there inside? We have to just explore it, and if we are able to explore, then we can able to see the reality as it is. And based on that one, our conduct would be there, and that is what the definite ethical conduct.
सर यहाँ ह्यूमन ऑर्डर का मतलब एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, प्रोडक्शन, स्टोरेज, एक्सचेंज, वही सब है ना?
हाँ वही. और हर जगह जैसा एजुकेशन, then it will be the same for everywhere. And which type of the education?
जो 5 orders बताए थे.
Yeah, to go with this realization. And why to go for that one? For this mutual happiness and the mutual prosperity, for the self, for the human being, happiness, for the family, prosperity, and for the society, it is fearlessness.
Sir, if our first and second point, why is it blank?
So for that one, you can join the USB 3. Because if the name has been provided, then there are a lot of questions would be there. And then it is better way to go there, and we can explore there. Because here just we are telling these things within the 1 or 2 lines, but it is the expansion there also. So we are having a lot of expansion there also. But to get the idea, because in the first session itself, we are having the 3 arrows within self. One is the natural acceptance, second is the preconditioning, and third is the sensation. So now we can define here, here we can have that sensation for the tasting, here we can have that preconditioning for this imagination, and we are having a lot of preconditioning and a lot of sensation. Through that one we can have that pleasantness. But now we are proposing here, if we are touching this part, means if something is coming from this natural acceptance, then the things would be the definite one.
सर यहाँ पे हम ह्यूमन ऑर्डर की तरफ से फिर फुलफिलमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमन गोल की तरफ जाएंगे, या फिर पहले फुलफिलमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमन गोल होगा तब उसके बाद यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन ऑर्डर पे आएंगे? मतलब इसका डायरेक्शन क्या रहने वाला है? पहले ह्यूमन ऑर्डर हमें फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, तब फुलफिलमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमन गोल पे जाएंगे?
पहले तो हमें फॉलो करना पड़ेगा. इफ द ट्रेडिशन इज देयर, देन फ्रॉम दिस वन देन वी कैन गो हियर.
सर तो चेंज हो जाएगा ना फिर वो?
हाँ, इफ द ट्रेडिशन इज देयर, नाउ for the tradition, then we have to fulfill that human goal so that we can achieve the universal human order. And once we can achieve that universal human order, then we can be there for fulfillment. पहले तो हमें इस पे काम करना पड़ेगा. Based on that one, we'll move here. And once that tradition is there, तो जब परंपरा रहेगी, तब वैसे लोग काम ही करेंगे. And this is what the complete picture of self. These are the different activities of the self. These are the 10 different activities of the self. By seeing within, by self-exploration, by using that self-exploration, we can touch that part. We can touch the part of B1. So how we can touch? We can be there, we can see what type of the desires, thought and the expectation. And then once we are seeing that part, then we can be there what is going inside. And because it is there, so this part is there, meaning is that we can have that ability to see. We can have that ability to see. The moment we can ignite such type of the activities, we can able to see what type of the participation. Now also we can able to see the participation, but for how many people? We can see the relation with only 10 or 15 people. Okay. But once this process, once this activity get activated, then we can see our participation with each and every person. Because then we can see that there is a relation with each and every person as well as the entity. And then we can have that participation. So any questions?
सर वहाँ हेल्थ के आगे प्रॉफिट लिखा हुआ है, प्रॉफिट का क्या सर सेंस है वहाँ? कोएग्जिस्टेंस, हार्मनी, जस्टिस.
Guided with this sensation, health and the profit.
प्रॉफिट का क्या?
तो प्रॉफिट का यहाँ मतलब ऐसा रहेगा कि नाउ आई विल नॉट वर्क फॉर दैट प्रॉफिट, मीन्स जो हम अभी कहते हैं कि कम देके ज्यादा लेना. अभी हमारा मतलब क्या प्रॉफिट का? कम देके ज्यादा लेना. So we want to use some less one and but get more. That is what the profit. But now once it will be guided from the justice. If it is guided from the justice, then I can easily evaluate the labor of any person. So I can easily evaluate the labor of the other person, and based on that one, I can have the other physical facility. That is what the guided. So it will guide it on the reality. The reality, based on that one, the sensation. What is the purpose of that sensation? Then we can get that purpose, and based on that one, then we'll be there along with the sensation. Then we'll not be there for the sensation, for the pleasureness. For pleasure, we will not be there.
Sir, I have a question. It's regarding ethical journey. Ethical is like, from my point of view, it's personal, professional. But today we are living in an era where we are choosing between kam galat or jada galat. It's exactly not, completely ethical. If you're being completely ethical, you won't be nowhere. And we are like, we are in the dilemma of kam galat kaun hai, jada galat kaun hai.
That's why I have defined that ethical person, to whom we are calling as the ethics. Otherwise, we are having a lot of meaning of that ethics. And do and don't, and then this is the right, this is the correct. So here we have already mentioned to whom we are calling as the ethics. To whom we are calling as the ethical, which is naturally accepted to each and everyone at every level. Then the content are based on the right understanding, that is the reality as it is. And then through this ethical human conduct, what is the expression? That is the mutual enrichment and the mutual fulfillment. And for that one we are calling this as the ethical human conduct. So if you are mixing it up along with what the concept you are having in your mind, that is the preconditioning we can say, then it will never work.
But sir, my question is, if entire things are not pure, it's like gray. There is nothing black and white anymore. It's gray slightly. So if I'm being completely ethical, honest, will I be able to survive? Because this question, why I'm correct, this question is going to come from students. And I faced it when, I take care of business communication class. So we have a that is designed by TCS. And there is a section for, ethics, dilemma, then these values, these classes are there. So I face this kind of things.
So ultimately what the preconditionings we are having, if we are good, then someone will, they will take advantage, and then they will not allow us to survive. This is what the preconditioning. But it is true or false, then we have to verify it. We have to verify it, if such type of the conditions are there or not, because a lot of preconditionings are available on that. Then we should see if we are working with this right understanding, then definitely what are the things is getting happen there, that will be the, means suppose if we are there for the happiness, okay, so will be for the, if we are if within us, if we are happy, then will be there, we are expressing the happiness, or we are trying for that mutual happiness. But the same thing is getting happen to us also. It is not that one the other will exploit us. Just check it out, how it is. Because in nature also, it is, you just say it is the reality. Again, keep this as open. Just keep this as open, because the moment we are good with the other person, the moment the others are exploiting us or what? And if they are exploiting us, then we have to check to whom we are saying good. So in reality, if we are touching that reality, if we are touching that reality, then it will definitely go through the mutual happiness. It will never go for the exploitation. And again, we are saying that we just keep that open, because here we have to be here. And when we have to be here, we should be there for each and every point. We should be there for the natural acceptance. And when we should be there for the natural acceptance means we should have that ability to see the reality as it is. Right understanding. So for this one we are calling as a right understanding. For these three parts we are calling this as a right understanding.
अभी तक जो ऑर्डर बताया था उसमें राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग फर्स्ट पे था, और फिर रिलेशनशिप सेकंड पे, और फिजिकल फैसिलिटी थर्ड पे. बट जो ये टेबल है इसमें राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग से पहले रियलाइजेशन है, तो क्या हम ये माने कि फर्स्ट ऑर्डर जो है रियलाइजेशन का है, सेकंड ऑर्डर अंडरस्टैंडिंग का है?
राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग में ही ये तीनों पार्ट आते हैं. दिस राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज रियलाइजेशन प्लस दिस अंडरस्टैंडिंग along with this participant. उसके बाद फिर साथ में आता है संबंध और फिजिकल फैसिलिटी, मीन्स रिलेशंस एंड द फिजिकल फैसिलिटी. मीन्स उस ब्लॉक में यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा वो जो ब्लॉक हम तीन दिखाते हैं वहाँ, बिकॉज द फिजिकल फैसिलिटीज यहाँ तो आएगा ही नहीं, फिजिकल फैसिलिटी तो यहाँ पे आएगा, है ना. और जो हम संबंध के बारे में बात करते हैं वो यहाँ पे आएगा. सो this is the right understanding, and this is what our relations, this is what our physical facilities. So based on this one we are having our thought process. Based on that one we can be there along with the other human beings. That is what the sambandh, relations. And based on that one we can see how much is requirement for the rest of nature. So the needs, so that is with the rest of nature. And then once we are with this right understanding, then will be there along with the rest of nature for the mutual prosperity. There is a mutual enrichment. So this is the right understanding. This is what the sambandh means, relations, and this is what the physical facility. So that's why we have shown these two parts. This is the expression. These are the expression. These are the living. So these are the content of education. These are the living. So here we say this is the education. Here we say this is the samskar. The samskar we are defined, that is the living part, that is the expression part. We'll go the other view, okay. So this is the another, हो गया 10 मिनट है. आपका हार्मोनी चेंज हो रहा है या सबका हो रहा है?
समय तो अपना होता है.
हाँ.
और मेरे से सेम होता है, सभी हंस रहे हैं, इसका मतलब बात समझ रहे हो.
ठीक है, फिर ब्रेक लेते.
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
जी जी हाँ हाँ पाँच पाँच दहा ब्रेक पाँच पाँच
We will not extend more than 5. So there will not be tutorial tomorrow. So this is the last tutorial of this activity. I would like to listen only for sharing today. Okay. For those who want to share, can be very brief and follow the pointers. What is the pointer? Number one, we have shared many proposals from the session 1. Many different proposals have been shared. So, talk about any 3 proposals. Any 3 proposals which you should have explored. Not the proposal, but any proposal which you could explore within this past 7 days. What is the meaning of exploration? That proposal has been placed. I related that proposal with my imagination, and then I evaluated that proposal on the basis of my natural acceptance, processed it through me, draw certain conclusions. So that conclusion is basically the exploration. So when we explore the proposal, we had our previous preconditioning, and then we get to see that my preconditioning was wrong, or my preconditioning was right. Both the possibilities. Right? This is the meaning of exploration of the proposal. You can share any 3 proposals. Connecting these 3 proposals with your real life examples, real life thoughts. Okay? The real life thoughts and the real life examples. So, right understanding, relationship, physical facility, this was the proposal, yeah, this was the proposal. But then, what is your exploration? Okay. Point is clear? Yes. Number 2 point, what was your thoughts before this FTP? Not about the FTP, but general thoughts you used to go. And what are your thoughts now? So kind of changes you are able to see in this past 7 days. Number 3 point, it is too early to expect some sort of behavioral changes, but there is a possibility. Right? At least a small change has happened. Before the starting of this FTP, in the same situation, we used to behave differently. Now the same situations are happening. Every day we are getting up, every day we are sleeping, interacting with the people, interacting with the family members. But now I used to behave like this, now I am behaving like this. At least I behaved at one time like this. So that is the change of behavior. And the last point, your commitment for your self-development. So that commitment with a very specific plan. Okay. If you are not following the pointer, I will stop you and I will ask the other person to share. This is okay? Yeah. 4. So who wants to do it? I may stop you. Yes. Yeah, you can be. If you want to stand, you can stand. Okay. But the time is only 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes.
The very first FDP I joined, I didn't know that what it is, what are the contents, but the very first time when I started hearing, so I got carried away and I attended it, participated, and then from that time till now I am here, and I was, how I transformed myself. I was not talking to anybody, and I changed myself. After that, I started smiling, I started talking to everybody, students, teachers, my colleagues, everybody. Before at UHE, I did not speak to anybody. That is how I transformed myself. Second, that again we have 9 feelings, so those are like trust and glory, gratitude, all the love, affection. And after that, I have a lot of live examples for truth, and that is what I am saying, that I traveled once, I gave my suitcase to somebody, though that person was not having intention, neither I had an intention. The conclusion is that I didn't comment on that. Bhaiya was saying all the while that I will share this thing, the amount what you lost, 5,000 rupees, or I will compensate for your clothes and everything. I said, no way, it's okay. I had inner feelings that with self-exploration, because I felt that he is not having any intention of making me lose all these things. I also compromise with myself. I am also not having bad intention about him. So I concluded that. Then the third one is that based on right development of right understanding, time, process, content. Also, I had a bad experience about selling the property, which I could not recover money from that, because I had full faith and trust and everything on that person. Yeah, thank you. Giving me opportunity.
What is your commitment?
Commitment is that now with all these USV contents, whatever I have learned, I will be implementing it in my college. Already I am doing it in my jail students and others, children who are committing offense. We call them child under conflict. I am already doing that. In college I have done SIB, and now from this year onwards they will be starting the new credit course, and I will be helping them out with the contents.
Yeah, that's a commitment for the society.
Yes.
The commitment for your development.
Yes.
What is the commitment for your development?
My development.
Yes, you are talking about the society, right?
Yes.
The commitment for your development.
I'm still exploring. I'm still attending morning meetings, morning sessions. I'm still exploring. Yet to come on the conclusions.
Okay.
So the proposal was human being is coexistence of self and body. So after attending the sessions, I really came to know that these two things are really different, because in the session I came to know that food, shelter, these are the requirements of the body, and happiness, respect, other things are the requirements of the self. But previously, before workshop, I used to think that these physical facilities are only requirement of me, and I was spending almost, you can say, 80%, 90% of my energy, my efforts for the body, and the self was really ignored, just physical facilities. And also I came to know that for it is the responsibility of myself to protect, nurture, utilize the body in the right way in order to achieve the happiness. So my takeaway from this, I agree that it is the coexistence of self and body. Self and body both are important, but we can derive the happiness maximum from the self. And my commitment is that I will follow the program of self-regulation, such as right schedule, right eating habits. Yesterday also, 2 days ago, I was there in the canteen and I ordered French fries. So I realized that this food is not good. It is just for body and it is not nurturing me. But at that time I was a little bit stressed. But that thought came into my mind because of this workshop. So this is my commitment. I will nurture my body, protect my body, and I will reverse the percentage of efforts. I will focus, or I'll spend maximum efforts for self.
What that efforts would be?
I'll be happy.
No, what that efforts?
What that efforts means, waking earlier in the morning, you can say 5.
That's body.
Okay, for happiness, right understanding.
What you will be doing for that?
Right now, right understanding was previously not clear, but now I would like to maintain the harmony in the self.
How you will maintain? Some specific program, very specific program. These are very vague, right? I'll be happy, I'll try to be happy and develop my right understanding. I want a very specific program of your development.
At least for this proposal, I'm thinking for my, I'm thinking for self-regulation.
Yeah.
Self-regulation.
Okay.
At least this, only this.
Yeah.
And for happiness, I received very short time. It was not expected. But today night, I will think on my happiness based on my notes.
Right.
Thank you, sir. So much. Good day.
Good evening all. My name is Siddhanath Pawar. I came from Garda Institute of Technology, Chipluni, which is located on Mumbai-Goa highway. And I'm feeling very fortunate that I came here for this workshop. There are so many proposals I came across here, and every proposal I was having a different thought before attending this workshop. I used to keep thinking, verifying it. Every time, or most of the time, I was having some preconditioning, some different assumptions. After listening this and understanding this, I came to know the facts and the difference between reality, the truth. Sometimes I also believe that I am right, and I know most of the things. I read so many things that changed me completely. That what if I think only I am right, it doesn't mean that right. The truth can be same. It is universal, and it will not change with respect to time, location, and place. This thing I came to know. The second, so many things I realized that I also kept thinking on it after the workshop also. My two roommates are here, Sanket Bhai, and we used to discuss it up to midnight, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock each day, even in morning also. Before this concept of self and body, I was believing that my body means me. I was not having any idea that myself is different. Even now that I realize that it was me who was taking all the decisions and spoiling my health also, my body also. Believing that my body means me. That also the crucial point for which I came to know that. In case of my students also, I was not living sometimes in harmony. I tried it, I chose this profession by choice, not by force. I had the habit of teaching since school days, so I like it. Without knowing these universal human values, I was using those values. Sometimes I was thinking also the student problem, what they are facing. I was kept asking them what they are struggling for. Now, after this universal value, I came to know that value-based education is so important, not only for the students, and it is me who has a great responsibility to explore everything and impart these things during my teaching learning. Even though I am not teaching my core subject, I am used to teach chemistry, I will take care of that. I will slowly incorporate these value-based education points in them. Third thing, regarding the natural order, means harmony in nature. 2 days before also, I realized that it is the man or human being who is not in harmony. When I kept thinking on it, then I realized that the nature has a great symmetry. He has great potential and he developed everything. And the man or human being who is exploiting it. And I also found that it is the me who was not checking or not stable within, who was not in harmony. That video also made so much impact on me, that how a man who is not, or human being who is not in harmony can disturb the whole harmony of family. And the same thing, family members will generate this disharmony in society, and it will lead to disharmony in everywhere. So it's me, I have great responsibility also. I should not react immediately. I should take a pause before reacting it, because it's me who reacts and spread disharmony. Even though if I come to know that I am right and other people is having some preconditioning or on the basis of sensation, if they react, it's me who can stop it, realize it, and maintain harmony within me. So this is all. And last point is also the most important point I realized, I was kept thinking also, some chintan, contemplation, I also used to do since long day. Our existence, human being existence is very negligible, that it is not that important in nature. पृथ्वीचं अस्तित्व एवढं छोटं आहे, त्याच्यावरती माणूस आहे, अपना अस्तित्वही इतना छोटा है जो कि दखल नहीं दिया जा सकता. And still we are having egos, anger, all those feelings. By the time of listening those 9 feelings, I was changing myself from inside out. Each feeling having a different meaning. I was holding different meaning for each that specific word. The meaning of all these 8 words, I realized. Last part was gratitude that I explored in front of all. But one more thing also I realized. Yes, sir. Commitment. I will change through myself. I will look in within. I will maintain harmony in myself. How? So I will think before reacting. I will try to go through this all what have points I have learned with respect to those. I will change myself. Yes, I am changing it.
One more, last person. You decide, both of you. Who? 3 are there. 3 of you can decide, pick one. आप तीनों में से डिसाइड कर लो. ये ठीक होता है, आप डिसाइड कर लो. अपनी हारमोनी क्यों डिस्टर्ब कर दी है? आपको बोल रहा है, हमें थोड़ी बोल रहा है.
Even I am also in harmony, that's why no issue.
Namaste everyone in the session. First is personal achievement. I find myself senior in the family, in my profession, in my department, in society also, the stage and the age that I am in. I feel committed to facilitate understanding in others. As has been explained, if I am senior, if I feel I have more experience, I am more stable, then I must pass it on, or I must facilitate this kind of understanding so that they are able to excel themselves. It is my innate responsibility. This was the first one. Second is thoughts before this workshop. Sorry? I always believe that my intentions are always right. And if others make a mistake, then their intentions and even their competence is to be doubted. This is a very powerful thought that as you rise in your department and in your family, this is what you think. I know all. No, you become the know-all person. So this workshop brought me down on model. I hope so. The second is potential in the content and the process. Though probably everyone knows, but this workshop highlighted that there is actually equilibrium, there is peace, there is recycling in nature. We don't have to do anything for the nature. It is just that you don't intervene, you don't interfere in nature's natural process. Just let everything be, keep your calm, remain alert in the moment. Be mindful of everything, of your actions, of your feelings, your thoughts, just about everything, your conduct. And the last one is my commitment. Luckily, I am the Dean Student Affairs in my college. So there are students from all departments come to me, and there are 43 clubs in our college. So you can imagine the number of students that come to me. Fortunately, I am teaching UHV this semester, and that is why I joined this workshop. So I will get an opportunity to bring and experiment whatever I have gained from this workshop. I sincerely feel that just attending the workshop will not make me a better teacher or facilitator. I have to introspect a lot. I have to keep thinking about it. During the tea also, I was just really discussing the similar thing. So I don't think even though the PPTs and material is there, just a day before you read it and next day you teach, it is not going to happen like that. Had it been a technical, I like teaching technical and basically mathematical subjects because they are easy to understand and easy to reproduce from PPT, or you talk about it endlessly. There are ample examples. But a subject like this is too vast. It cannot be taken lightly. I don't want to scare anyone as such, but this is close to everyone's heart. This is about our existence and about our sustenance. It has to be taken with due respect, due seriousness. This is what I would like to say. Thank you for patience. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In fact, I was told that you all are either teaching the subject or you are willing to teach the subject. So this group, that's the reason this group is here. So I thought of having some interactions with you. Only 30 minutes are left. So I won't take much of time in asking some questions to you. But it's very important to have the clarity that why do I want to share the content of each. This clarity.
तो मेरा मेन टेक अवे यही था कि हमें इस एजुकेशन को सीरियसली बढ़ाना है, जितना जो हमें योगदान देना है, जो भी करना हो हम करें.
You are very senior in your academics, right? Somewhere around how many years you mentioned?
I have now 24 years.
24 years, right? So you must be having BOS and all those sort of.
Yes.
So during that, have you ever suggested changes in the curriculum or something?
Curriculum changes, yes. We have changed. We have conducted this universal human values in our course in 2018-17 itself. In the beginning, very beginning nascent phase. Induction program UHV1, then later on after 2 years we introduced UHV2. We have trained our faculty, so many people. There is another initiative, 1-3-1 student we have introduced in 2017. Every student have to plant a tree in first year, and till 4 years he or she have to take care of it. And finally there is a assessment, general fitness for profession. We are giving 10 or 15 marks for that tree to the student.
That is what we were expected from you. That's the reason I raised this question.
So they click the pictures, they put in that. बड़ा अच्छा लगता है बच्चे अपने साथ अपना फोटो लेके जाते हैं उसी ट्री के साथ में. बाद में वो एलुमनी जाएंगे. हमारा जैसे सिल्वर जुबली था तो हमारे कुछ 50 के अराउंड 250 का बैच था, पुलिस था, स्टेट पुलिस था. तो बाद में आते तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है. हमारे बैच में जो है ना एक हॉस्टल को जितने उसका जो मैच था और कॉमन रूम AC डोनेट किए समथिंग 8 लाख और 10 लाख रुपये उसी दिन बैठे बैठे हमने इकट्ठे किए और वो दे दिए. दैट वाज द गिव बैक टू आवर पुलिस एट दैट टाइम. तो हमें बड़ा अच्छा लगा उस टाइम. तो इस टाइप के इनिशिएटिव्स करने वाले स्कूल जो है ना थोड़ा सा हमें DR टीचर्स हमें इसको लेकर चलाना पड़ेगा. थैंक यू.
These are the activities are going on. Everyday morning sessions are going on. There is a morning session with the exercise.
to see within. One exercise is to within and to see the body from cell. To see body by cell or to see cell. Different regions are there. So every regions they are having this meeting. Then we are just converting the what are the contents which are in English and Hindi in Marathi. So one team is there. They are there to convert this content into the Marathi language. And the same teams are there for every. Suppose in South there are the teams for Kannada, Telugu. So in Gujarat they are having Gujarati. So we are having such type of team. So every year we are having the conference. This year it will be as SRM, so we can be a part of that team. Then the content development, if you are thinking about, okay, this content would be in this way or some of the tutorials that can be added, so you can be a part of that. Then which online are always there, monthly, twice or thrice, the Hindi and the English UHP sessions are there, and you can be a part of this team. So you can be a part of registration team, gameplay, or core team, or so there are the 8 to 10 teams are there. We require all this online, UHP online, because almost 800 plus faculty they join these courses. So to handle that 800, we require backend 20 plus faculties. So for one UHP workshop, 20 plus faculties are there along with that resource person, and they are working for that workshop. Then we are having one letter that UHP letter, newsletter. So always within a month, one newsletter is there from the UHP side. So you can be a part of that team, so that the activities, for example, now this workshop has been conducted here. So that information is getting put up into this newsletter. So all information is getting put up into that newsletter. So we require we are having to meet all this information. Then you can do the workshop. देखिए साल में 1-2 बार तो भेजेगा. So if we are getting ऐसा नहीं है कि will require you for the whole year. Will require your 10 days or 15 days. So that is sufficient. And for such, if you are getting multiple इसमें आपको UHP 3 and then session for the Sunday session आपको deliver करना पड़ेगा. There is a team at national level. The team at the national level and they are observing the session. They are not saying anything. They are just observing their session and then they are giving the suggestion.
जो वेबसाइट से रजिस्ट्रेशन किया हमने उस पे सिर्फ UHP 1 और UHP 2 ही था. तो 3 और 4 की इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलेगी उसमें.
कानपुर
सिर्फ 2 जगह होगा.
सर UHP 2 में जितना पड़ा है उसके अलावा और क्या एडिशन में मिलेगा UHP 3 में?
अभी जो सेल मैंने 10 क्रियाएं बोले थे, मैंने सिर्फ नाम बोला था. जो सेल की 10 क्रिया का नाम दिया था वो अभी सिर्फ नाम है. कंटेंटेशन ये नाम है. वहाँ पे क्या लिखा? You just go through. You are just getting what you are getting there. You can recognize the relations. बट ये क्या चीज़ है? अभी तो आपको सिर्फ मैंने बता दिया कि वो रिकॉग्नाइज कर सकते हैं. उसके आधार आपको हार्मोनी पता चलेगा. लेकिन ये चीज़ है क्या, है ना? अलॉन्ग विद दैट वन जो ये जो एक्सरसाइज है दिस सेल्फ एक्सप्लोरेशन, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली द सेल्फ एक्सप्लोरेशन, तो वो अलग अलग तरह से वहाँ पे बताया जाता है. सो ईच एंड एवरी स्टेज और टू सी द सेल्फ बाय सेल्फ. जैसे आप अपने आप को देख रहे हैं, आपका थॉट कौन देख रहा है? आपके थॉट कौन देख रहा है? तो आप आपको कैसे देख रहे हैं? आप आपको ही देख रहे हैं ना. आप आपके डिजायर देख सकते हैं, आप आपका थॉट देख सकते हैं, आप आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशन देख सकते हैं. वही सीन आप अपने को कैसे देख पाते? तो वो एक्सरसाइज है कि हाउ वन कैन सी कि नहीं क्या मैं गलत कह रहा हूँ कि कुछ आप आपको देख रहे हैं. तो ये कौन किसको क्या देख रहा है, मैं कहाँ से देख रहा हूँ. सो डिटेल में वो चर्चा होती है एंड डिटेल में फिर आपको वहाँ तक लेके जाते हैं. सी द होल जर्नी इज योर. वो जो इंफॉर्मेशन बताया जाता है लेकिन करना किसको, तो अपने को करना है. जर्नी अपनी है. अदरवाइज एक साल में सब वहाँ पे चले जाते हैं, ऐसा तो नहीं होता.
वो ऐसा क्यों नहीं होता है? क्योंकि वो संस्कार के कारण। और संस्कार क्या है अपनी? तो प्री कंडीशनिंग ऑफ सेंसेशन। अभी मैं संस्कार आपको बताता हूँ जिसको मैंने
See, this is the challenging part of the universal human value. Here, every student will ask his real life question to you. If you try to give the solution to the situations, you will be in a big trouble. You will be in a big trouble because with one perceptions you are giving the solutions, but there will be different perspectives. Correct? So when you are asking me a question which were related to the relationship, from where I have begun, you want to live in the feeling of relationship or opposition. You decide. Right? Are you having this opposition in you or not? What is making you unhappy? Your own feeling, your thought is making you unhappy, or the behavior of the other person is making you unhappy? The process of universal human value is not do's and don'ts, is not instructions, but it is exploration. So whenever we answer to the question, we always help students to explore with it. You'll find a very interesting things. If the student has no answer to that question, he will not have the question. You have answer, that is the reason you have a question. But the only thing is that you are not able to see that answer which is there within you. So as a co-explorer, it is our responsibility to help students to look within and find out the answer. Okay. So this is another important thing. The next important thing, if you are a computer teacher, if you are a mathematics teacher, if you are a physics teacher, if you are a chemistry teacher, it is not expected from you to live with chemistry. The student is not expecting it. But if you are sharing the content of UHV, immediately the student will expect that you should live with universal human values. Okay. Now you will find that all these 90 CCTV cameras of this building, not only those 90 CCTV cameras, but every single student with whom you have shared the content will also work as a CCTV camera of you. When you start sharing the content, initially the students keep evaluating you. They don't evaluate the content. ये कैसे बात कर रहे हैं, ये गुस्से में आते हैं क्या, इनको इरिटेशन आता है क्या, ये इनकी अपनी बात को कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट करते हैं क्या, राइट? एक समय पे एक कह रहे, दूसरे समय पे दूसरे कह रहे हैं क्या, all this thing. इतना ही नहीं, they will keep observing you. What are you eating in the canteen? How are you sitting in the canteen? How are you walking in the canteen? Are you fighting with your colleagues? Every single thing. Every single thing observations. So when we share the content as a co-explorer to the student, it is very important that at least efforts need to be communicated. That yes, my teacher is trying to. You know, this is important. My teacher is trying to develop. The students are able to see that the development can't happen in 1 year, 2 years. Yeah, very, very clearly they are able to see. But when they are able to see that yes, my teacher is trying, they would definitely have this feeling of glory for you. And with that feeling of glory, the acceptance will be there. But then I am talking on relationship or opposition. And I am shouting in the classroom. Having the stamp of universal human value co-explorer or a teacher is the most challenging thing. Most challenging thing. Now you have to be aware of your behavior not only in the campus but outside the campus too, because there is possibility that you are walking in the market and some of your student is there in the market.
Sir, it is honestly, usually it happens. If Yadav, if you agree, we experience this. Like students observe us in every spectrum. Even honestly, I stay very nearby. Before picking up a dress, I think right now, not before joining the college, because I'm not from this background. Now I think, should I wear it or not? Because I might roam around, they might see me in. So this thought is there because you end up making, so you want to conduct in such a way that you become a role model.
And sir, same because just 1 year I have taken this, otherwise 120 course was that was like tutorial only. But in 1 year they are going, as a chemistry teacher, which I am teaching from last 24 years. But they are very major teacher. And they are respecting it.
That is the reason I said, I have to be very clear about the purpose. The purpose behind sharing the content. The purpose is the self-development. The purpose is development of right understanding and right feeling. With this purpose, we keep taking the efforts. And when we take the efforts, we understand, right? Students also observe. And students also able to see the difference between you and the other faculty. Very immediately they could sense it. Right? And that slight difference, a very thin difference, minor difference between you and the other faculty member, if they are able to observe, they have this gratitude. They have this gratitude. Another important thing. So sharing the content, why? To fulfill my relationship with the other. You are my relatives. I'm sharing your content, sharing the content. Which means I'm trying to develop myself, I'm also trying to develop you. So this mutual development, this is the reason for the sharing of content. So that feeling of relationship, the trust, respect, affection towards the children is very important. That's very important. Okay. Now just few things about the content, how to share the content, how to take the questions. Where is your attention?
Yes, train.
Your attention is on the train. It's not on the shop. Now, the condition is that you have paid the money because you want to buy the water and get back to the train. So, on the railway station, you will find that generally you pay the money first.
Yes.
Because you think that if I paid the money, I'll get the product and I can go back to the train. Now, you have paid the money, right? And that person has not given the water bottle. But you could see the signal and the train is moving. What do?
I'll forget the money. I'll try to catch it.
Why?
Train is important.
So, that water bottle stall is a question. That is the question. The train is the content. Your attention has to be on the content while taking up the question. Right? Take the question, go back to the train. So, taking the question, which means connecting the questions with the content, connecting the questions with the content, connecting the questions with the content. You will not be involved into solving the situations and the problems. If you start involving into solving the problems, train will go. Which means the content are there only. Right? So the content is different and now you start thinking about, okay, your girlfriend does this thing, what happened, right? Then the whole story he will keep telling you. You will keep sharing your idea, how to impress your girlfriend. The whole class has gone.
और ये भी हो सकता है हम दूसरी ट्रेन में चढ़ जाएं अपनी वाली जगह से
वही कहीं और ही चले जाए, राइट? तो बात क्या होगा कि कंटेंट की तरफ हम जाएंगे नहीं. इसीलिए इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. व्हाट इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट दैट कनेक्ट बैक टू द कंटेंट, राइट? टेक द क्वेश्चन बैक टू द कंटेंट. If that question is not from that particular station, leave it. On the next station, I will answer to it. Right? So this is very important. Right? This is very important.
No, you are keep it open.
Yeah.
So that should be.
Let's keep it open, which means next station. Now we have not arrived on the station. So keep it open. है ना? जैसे यहाँ से you are traveling to Mumbai. बीच में लोनावाला आता है? अब लोनावाला आया था. अब यहाँ से आपका क्वेश्चन था, ये रहा, यहाँ पर हम ट्रेन में बैठे. And if you ask this question, लोनावाला के माउंटेन कैसे दिखते हैं? What I will say? Wait, we'll go to the Lonavala and see yourself. Right? But you know the mountain is like this. So at least here we can see the trees and the soil. So mountain is like this. But then wait, let the Lonavala talk. You'll see the mountain. So it's very important to that remain connected with the content. This is another important thing. Now how do I prepare for sharing the values? Lots of reading is required. Lots of listening is required. Lots of clarification is required within. Right? Clarification, which means explorations of the proposal is required. So the more and more proposals you will be able to explore within, the clarity you will get. And the clarity you can share. That clarity you can share as a co-explorer. I am a co-explorer. If somebody tells me, you know, you are a UHV teacher, I said, no, I'm not the UHV teacher. I'm a co-explorer. It's a very safe stand.
We are sorry to intervene.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Every 5 minutes the traffic.
Okay, okay. Please. If anybody wants, please. Thank you. So, I'm a co-explorer. What does it mean? The students are able to see that yes, my teacher is also co-explorer. I always say that I'm placing this proposal, I'm also exploring, you also explore, we explore together. I'm not teacher. Right? I'm not teacher. Which means this is not my content. The moment you will think that this is your content, that would put a lot of pressure on you, that you have to live every second accordingly. Then only it will be your content. So the content is there, I am here, and you are there. Correct? So I am not on the content side, I am on your side. So I am also a student and exploring the content. Then you don't own the content. If you become the owner of the content, then, I mean, you can be the teacher, right? And that is what each one of us want to be the teacher of UHV, to reach to the state of an excellence. But after reaching to that state of an excellence, I can be the teacher. Till that point, I'm a co-explorer. Till that point, I'm a co-explorer. I'll share you my experience and we can conclude, wind up for the day. When I thought of sharing the content, there are a lot of proposals I could explore and verified in my very first workshop. And there was 360-degree change in my thoughts, in my behavior. My wife was not able to recognize me. So much of changes, right, in 2 months. But one of the proposals which I had explored very seriously, there were many proposals and many changes have brought. I directly started living. I did this experiment in my living. So one of the proposals was respect. Right? I started reflecting upon how do I communicate with the other. I found that it's always over. I'm over-evaluating other, I'm under-evaluating other, I'm doing otherwise evaluation of others. I lost my confidence speaking to the people. And then those 9 months were like, I was in isolation. I was not able to speak to my best of the friends. So those 9 months I was very comfortable talking to my family, which means my wife, I was very comfortable, but even with my children I was not comfortable. I was comfortable with my student in the classroom because there I was just teaching the subject and going back. In the university, if someone comes, I would just simply say, Namaste, how are you? I'm good, you're good, fine, going back. Right? All that 9 months, the only program I did, going to the university, take the class, come back home, turn on the laptop, listen to the recordings, and while listening to the recordings, I started listening it, which means awareness of myself and then listening to the content. If I take off, I used to pause the video. If I'm not connecting, I used to pause. Again, I used to bring back to me, in the content, listen to the content again and again. I don't know how many times I listened to the one workshop. Maybe 6-7 times, the whole 8 days recording. And that to be like this. I read this foundation course in Universal Human Value book for minimum 5 times in that 9 months. 5 times reading the book, at least 5 to 6 times reading the 8 days workshops, recording, continuously looking into it, watching it. I literally did the transcription of the recorder, of the video. Right? I was listening and writing, listening and writing, listening and writing. Every single word I wrote. Every single word I wrote. Then I started reading to it. And this is how the preparation has begun. So this much preparation is required. Still the preparation is required. Okay? But initially, if you focus more on preparing like this, then it becomes comparatively easy. The most challenging part is sharing the content by following the process of the content. Because here you can't say you do these things or you don't do this. You are always placing the proposal. In our teaching, we have been trained to teach. So whatever the book says is right. Correct? Whatever your chemistry book says, do you say that and verify this? No. You say that this is the theory, this is the formula. Here, this is not the formula. Here you are placing it as a proposal. So this process of exploration, it takes time to understand. Okay. So we will share our YouTube channel with you. Our YouTube channel has got recordings of all the different types of workshops conducted by mentors. We'll share you our website. That website has got free download books, teaching notes, PowerPoint presentations, right? But this is the self-study. Getting material is not enough. But then I need to do the right utilization of the material. So many times from going home to the college, we listen something. Right? If we are traveling for 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, so I can make habit of listening to it. But this, study in the isolation and study in an environment makes a big difference. For that environment, these weekly meetings are there. For this environment, these morning sessions are there. So you can connect to this weekly meeting. You can connect to the morning sessions because weekly. So all these things are there. But with all these things, important is aware of ourselves. Awareness, and then looking into the content of our imagination, verification of the content of imagination, and then evaluations with the content of imagination. This morning, I guess Lipika Didi has shared the Google form on the group. Those who have responded that as your commitment to join the weekly meeting, morning sessions will be contacted by the volunteers. They will join you, they will add you on the different WhatsApp group of your region. If you belong to the Western region, you will be added on the Western region group, and on that group you will get all the information related to the Universal Human Values. If you are in need of anything, you just drop a message on that group. I'll tell you within 2 hours, whatever is required will reach to you. Our volunteers are always there on the group. They will follow it. If you say that I want teaching note, you'll find that within 2 hours you will get the link of the notes. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In today's sharing,